Chapter 197. Be it in his previous life or his current life, Wang Chong wasn't known for his archery. In this aspect, Wang Chong couldn't offer Chen Rang any pointers. However, the archery skills in Wang Chong's previous life might be of some help to Chen Burang and help him reach higher realms. After separating from Chen Burang, Wang Chong circled around the crowd a few more times before returning to the top of the mountain. However, to Wang Chong's surprise, when he returned to the top of the mountain, there were a few more figures around him and Zhao Jingdian. "What's going on?" Wang Chong walked over and asked softly. "Not long after you left, these people came. They are all extremely powerful. I saw them from the side, and their cultivation is above Origin Energy Tier 7. They aren't any weaker than us. Furthermore, they're the same as me, using a method where both sides are injured." Zhao Jingdian said. After Wang Chong left, he had remained here and had clearly seen everything that had happened. "Oh!" Hearing Zhao Jingdian's recount of the tournament, Wang Chong couldn't help but chuckle. "There's nothing to be surprised about. There are quite a few smart people here. When we were conducting the examination, they were probably by the side. Since we know that we used a mutually destructive method, they should know as well. Never underestimate others." Just from hearing Zhao Jingdian's recount, Wang Chong could tell that these people used the same method as Zhao Jingdian. Furthermore, to use such a method right from the start without any probing, it was clear that they were confident. If he hadn't witnessed the battle between Zhao Jingdian and the instructor, he wouldn't have dared to do so. These two aren't too bad. Their strength isn't much higher than ours. But that person, I feel that he's even more formidable than Gongzi," Zhao Jingdian said fearfully. Wang Chong's eyebrows shot up, and a grim expression appeared on his face. Zhao Jingdian had seen him cross blows with the instructor, and he wasn't the kind of person to exaggerate things. If Zhao Jingdian said that this person was even more formidable than him, then he really did feel that this was the case. "Who are you talking about?" "That man." Zhao Jingdian stretched out a finger and pointed behind the instructor. Following the direction of his finger, Wang Chong realized that he had missed a figure just now. This person was standing behind the instructor, at least 100 feet away. As a result, when Wang Chong first saw it, he thought it was another spectating student. Moreover, this person's expression was grave and stern, and his aura was like ice and snow. Standing in the crowd, he was like a crane in a flock of chickens, causing people to involuntarily feel a sense of fear and alienation. There was not a single soul within 3 feet of him. The fact that the crowd had automatically moved away from him was enough to explain the problem. "Is that him?" Wang Chong's eyebrows twitched in surprise. "That person is extremely formidable. I feel that his cultivation is at least at Origin Energy Tier 8, close to Origin Energy Tier 9. Moreover, when this person fought with the instructor actually couldn't defend against him and was injured by him, leaving a scratch on his body." Zhao Jingdian's fearful voice sounded in Wang Chong's ears. Wang Chong was aware of Zhao Jingdian's strength. To be able to leave such a fearful feeling in the other party, it was clear that the other party's strength was extraordinary. However, this wasn't what Wang Chong was concerned about. Many thoughts were flashing through his mind. Wang Chong knew who that person was. His name was Su Hanshan. Of the great generals who graduated from the Kunwu training camp, he was definitely one of the most outstanding ones. In the starry sky of the empire, he was one of the few publicly acknowledged talents of the 3 great training camps who could become a great general, but in his life, he only possessed the potential to become a great general. He wasn't able to become a great general like Zhang Shougue, Wang Zhongxi, or Gao Xianji. The outside world knew very little about Su Hanshan. Other than knowing that he graduated from the Kunwu training camp, nothing else was known. To think that he would be his student as well, Wang Chong muttered to himself. As he stared at that figure 10 some zhang away, Wang Chong had a complicated expression on his face. He had an indescribable feeling. Su Hanshan had the potential to become an imperial great general. In the Kunwu training camp, he was definitely one of the best students. In the future, the army that he would personally train and lead would be the best in the world at breaking through the Empire's defenses. No matter how many echelons there were, how many layers of defenses there were, the army that Su Hanshan led would be like a sharp knife, stabbing deep into the enemy's steel walls and ruthlessly tearing them apart. On the battlefield, the army that Su Hanshan led was an army that would strike fear into the hearts of both foreign races and foreign countries. The army that he had trained could fight to the death. No matter how powerful the enemy's charge, no matter how disadvantageous the situation, his army would remain calm and unflustered. And Su Hanshan had always been able to advance and retreat with his subordinates, share life and death with them. In terms of conviction, no army could be more resolute than Su Hanshan's army. Alas, there was no such thing as a perfect man. Su Hanshan's personality was far too independent, and this personality would eventually lead to his failure. Just like what Wang Chong was witnessing right now, Su Hanshan was far too aloof. Even if he was just casually standing there, he would create a large distance between him and others, giving off a distant feeling. In other words, he was far too unsociable. In the army, Su Hanshan didn't get along with anyone. Even though they had all graduated from the Kunwu training camp, Su Hanshan didn't have much of a relationship with them. On the battlefield, Su Hanshan didn't need the support of others. His personality was far too proud, and he was unwilling to accept the help of others. On the battlefield of the Empire, no one could rely on their own strength to change the course of the battle. Back then, Wang Chong couldn't do it, and Su Hanshan was no different. His character had determined his final outcome. Together with his world-famous army, he disappeared from the chaotic battlefield. I didn't think that I would meet him here, Wang Chong thought, his mind in turmoil. Fate was inconceivable. The two lone wolves with similar personalities met here. Wang Chong needed help, but he wasn't able to receive it. Thus, he became a lone wolf in the apocalyptic divine continent. On the other hand, Su Hanshan's personality made him unwilling to accept help. Thus, he became a lone wolf. As he looked at this future great general who would die prematurely, Wang Chong suddenly knew what he had to do. All right. On the protruding boulder, the instructor finally spoke, attracting everyone's attention. Today's examination has come to an end. Initially, we only wanted to recruit 2 to 3 people, but we ended up recruiting 5. That's enough. Remember, my name is Zhao Qianqiu. From now on, I'll be your teacher. Now, there's no need to bother about the others. At the very least, our examination has come to an end. Follow me. I'll bring you to familiarize yourselves with the training camp. Other than Wang Chong, who already knew his name, the others turned to look at him. This was the first time they were hearing the name of this instructor. So his surname is Zhao as well. Of all of them, Zhao Jingyan was the most surprised. Don't think too much, let's go. Wang Chong patted Zhao Jingyan's shoulder with a smile. Turning back to take a look, the examinees on the mountain were no longer as densely packed as before. Clearly, the first day of recruitment was coming to an end. Whistle! Wang Chong suddenly whistled toward the foot of the mountain, and soon, the neighing of Nei's colt sounded. At the foot of the mountain, dust billowed, and a streak of dark green smoke shot over. In just a moment, a small colt roughly the same height as Wang Chong dashed out from the dust cloud. Its mane fluttered in the wind, and it stuck out its tongue excitedly, licking Wang Chong's face. All right, little shadow. Stop licking, stop licking. Wang Chong stroked the long, dark green mane of the white-hoofed shadow. Tickled by it, he couldn't help but chuckle. Even though it had only been with Wang Chong for a few days, this white-hoofed shadow was extremely lively and intimate with Wang Chong. So you already have your own steed. That's great. Groom it well and don't waste such a good spirit colt. In the future, it will be your second life. A deep voice came from behind him, and when Wang Chong turned his head, he saw 4 or 5 pairs of eyes staring at him with strange expressions. The one who spoke was instructor Zhao Qianqiu. None of them were fools. With a single look, they could tell that Wang Chong's steed was extraordinary. To have such a steed right after entering the training camp, this was something that many would be envious of. Even so, Zhao Qianqiu didn't say much about it. He beckoned for the others to head forward. From the examination area to the peak of the mountain, there was a fence, and behind the fence, there were Imperial Army soldiers standing guard. Only those who had passed the examination were qualified to enter the training camp on the mountain. Flashing his token, Zhao Qianqiu led the group into the training camp at the peak of the mountain without any obstruction. The Kunwu training camp is divided into 4 sections, and the 4 bases are located around the training area. They are the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise. Based on the rank of the instructors, the bases are divided into 4 sections, of which the Vermilion Bird base is the most unique. There's no basis for categorization, and there's no hierarchy there either. That's where the ladies live. The reason why I'm telling you all this is to warn you not to peep on the ladies and sneak into the Vermilion Bird base. I know that some of you will definitely do so in the future. Hearing the instructor's ambiguous words, the group couldn't help but chuckle. This instructor is interesting. He doesn't seem to be as rigid as I thought. Wang Chong thought. You'll definitely be expelled if you peep on ladies. However, this isn't the reason why I'm warning you all. There are still some formidable ladies in the Vermilion Bird base. Even though you all aren't weak, you might not be a match for them. For some reason, upon hearing Zhao Qianqiu's words, Wang Chong and Zhao Jingdian immediately thought of little Marchioness Yin Weiliang. In this aspect, Zhao Qianqiu wasn't exaggerating at all. Alright, I'll bring you all to familiarize yourself with the training grounds. This is also the place where you'll come the most in the future. Chapter 198. The 3 Great Training Camps is a major affair of the royal court, as well as an important matter that the Holy Emperor pays close attention to. There's one thing that you need to know about this matter. The 3 great training camps are prepared for the army. The royal court isn't training you so that you can strut around in the capital. Rather, it's to send you into the army so that you can become the backbone of the empire. Thus, there are some things that you need to know in advance. Besides, given your current cultivation realm, it's about time for you to come into contact with this matter. Standing at the edge of an archery training ground surrounded by wooden poles, Zhao Qianqiu slowly explained to the crowd. The military can be divided into 3 categories: archers, infantrymen, and cavalrymen. These are the occupations that you will have to choose in the future. Archers correspond to the dexterity of martial arts. Zhao Qianqiu pointed to a student at the far end of the training ground. Grabbing an arrow in his hand, that person drew his bow and released it abruptly. Xiu xiu xiu. In the blink of an eye, 12 arrows shot forth like a torrential rain. In the blink of an eye, that person had released at least 12 arrows. 12 sharp arrows drew different trajectories in the air and accurately hit 12 different wooden puppets 50 meters away from them. Each of the 12 arrows pierced deep into the wooden puppet's body. Xiu xiu xiu. At the same time, another student drew his bow, and this time, 14 arrows rained down on the same wooden dolls from different directions. All of the arrows were aimed at the vitals of the wooden dolls. Upon seeing this sight, everyone's heart skipped a beat. This is dexterity. Martial artists who cultivate dexterity-type cultivation techniques are able to move several times faster than others. Some of them are even able to move more than 10 times faster than others. In other words, in a head-on brawl, regardless of strength, if you punch an agile martial artist, he will be able to return 2, 3, or even more punches to you. On the battlefield, these agile martial artists are most suited to be archers. Archers, when paired with a martial artist's speed, are able to unleash a torrent of arrows in a short period of time. It's rumored that the most formidable master archers of the Eastern and Western Turkic Khaganates are able to simultaneously shoot 50 rabbits running through the grass from several li away, and they even hit the exact same spot. In other words, on the battlefield, he can shoot down 50 of our elite infantries in the blink of an eye. If there were 10 godly archers, you can imagine how many infantrymen would fall in an instant. If there were more, 50, 100, or even more, our front line would start to collapse. However, although the sharpshooters of the Eastern and Western Turkic Khaganates are the most powerful in this world, the most powerful archers are from our Tang dynasty. Do you know why? At this point, Zhao Qianqiu suddenly paused and smiled at the crowd. Crossbow, armor, and arrows, Zhao Jingyan said in deep thought. Smart. Because our Tang dynasty has the best bows and arrows in the world, the sharpest arrows, and the armor to protect our soldiers. Zhao Qianqiu praised. Standing by the side, Wang Chong inconspicuously frowned. In that instant, he recalled the matter that Elder Yi and Duke of Hu had mentioned. In the past few decades, the Tang dynasty had been trading with the rest of the world, and the Eastern and Western Turkic Khaganates had made use of this opportunity to amass a large amount of steel, black iron, arrows, and armor. This amount of time was sufficient for them to forge a large amount of armor and sharp arrows. Even though he had reminded Elder Yi and the others to make use of tariffs to control the outflow of steel, there was nothing they could do about it. Even though Zhao Qianqiu had reminded Elder Yi and the others to make use of tariffs to control the outflow of steel, there was nothing they could do about it. Zhao Qianqiu must have intentionally omitted this information to prevent fear from striking a blow to everyone's confidence, Wang Chong thought. Intentionally omitting a portion of the truth, Wang Chong couldn't tell if this was a good or bad thing. Only master archers are capable of dealing with master archers. Thus, the Empire has always placed great emphasis on grooming master archers. Zhao Qianqiu continued. Strength, speed, and dexterity, these are the three main categories of martial arts. Dexterity corresponds to archers, who are able to shoot dozens of arrows in a single breath. Speed corresponds to cavalry. Zhao Qianqiu took a few steps forward. In the middle of a massive training ground, a few examinees were riding on 2 pitch-black armored war steeds. They galloped swiftly along the training ground. There were many wooden stumps in the training ground, and they were arranged in a dense formation. These examinees weaved through the narrow gaps between the wooden stumps as one, but their speed didn't slow down in the slightest. The wooden swords in their hands pierced through the wooden stumps non-stop, and every single time, they would accurately strike the same spot on the wooden stumps. Looks like there are quite a few good seedlings in this batch's Kunwu training camp. Standing at the periphery of the training ground, Zhao Qianqiu saw an examinee leaving a mark on the wooden stumps of the same height and same spot, and he couldn't help but praise. One of the advantages of the steel cavalry is their speed. They come and go like the wind, and their mobility is great. The second advantage is the power of their charge. Zhao Qianqiu suddenly gestured to one of the instructors on the training ground. Upon seeing this, the latter chuckled. Zhao Qianqiu, I'll say this first. I'll smash this rock. Tonight, go and get one for yourself and bring it up. Cut the crap, are you going to do it or not? Zhao Qianqiu reprimanded jokingly. Clearly, the two of them were familiar with one another. Forget it. On account that you're my student, I'll give in to you. The instructor waved his hands helplessly before pulling down his helmet. Then, he slowly turned his spear around and aimed it in another direction. Following the direction of his spear, the crowd finally saw a massive boulder around the height of 2 grown men 50 zhang away. It's heavy. It's Xuanwu rock. This boulder must weigh at least 4,000 to 5,000 jin. Wang Chong immediately estimated the weight of the boulder. He had noticed this boulder when he first arrived, but he didn't pay it much heed, thinking that it was some kind of decoration. But from the looks of it now, it seemed to be a practice target for cavalry. Boom! Seated on the back of his steed, the instructor and his steed were donned in a heavy black armor. He exuded a deep killing intent, reminiscent of a demonic god who had walked out from the depths of hell. The war horse sneezed and suddenly leaped forward, like a bolt of lightning, leaving behind countless afterimages in the void. Boom! Before anyone could react, they heard an earth-shattering sound in the distance. The earth quaked, and 50 zhang away, the 4,000 to 5,000 Jin Xuanwu rock suddenly shattered into pieces. Innumerable fragments flew into the sky like a rain of petals before exploding violently. In that instant, everyone was dumbfounded. Even from a distance of several dozen zhang away, the violent gale caused by the explosion left a stinging sensation on the faces of the crowd. Nay! The warhorse neighed. Amidst the smoke and dust, the man and the horse's aura fluttered as they slowly revealed themselves. Under the contrast of the dust and stone fragments in the air, they looked like God. Zhao Qianqiu, remember to bring a Xuanwu mound over tonight. This Xuanwu mound is for training, so I'll put it on your tab. As the instructor spoke, he leaped onto his horse, flipped over the fence made of wooden stakes, and disappeared from the foot of the mountain in an instant. Did you see that? This is the might of the charge of a steel cavalry. An Origin Energy Tier 5 martial artist under the coordination of a steel cavalry can easily exert the might of an Origin Energy Tier 8 pinnacle cultivator. And this is just a conservative estimate. A Rank 5 True Martial Realm Cavalry Corps could easily clean up a Rank 7 True Martial Realm Infantry Corps in a joint charge on the battlefield. This is the might of a steel cavalry. Be it the Eastern and Western Turkic Khaganate, Goguryeo Empire, Uzun Empire, Irais Mengshi Zhao, even Anshi's Karak Spazinu and Abbasid Caliphate, all of them have groomed a large steel cavalry unit. On the battlefield, the might of a single steel cavalry unit is negligible, but a steel cavalry unit will always be the nightmare of any formation, as well as the greatest threat you will face on the battlefield in the future. When a large group of armored cavalry charges, they can definitely tear apart any phalanx. On top of that, just like archers, only cavalry can deal with cavalry. Thus, the Empire has placed great importance on the grooming of a steel cavalry unit. Zhao Qianqiu said. Hearing those words, Wang Chong frowned indiscernibly, but he didn't say anything. The might of a steel cavalry charge was indeed formidable. But to Wang Chong, it wasn't something that he couldn't deal with. The current empire was still stuck at the level where a steel cavalry charge could deal with a steel cavalry charge. But when he became the Grand Marshal of the Central Plains and commanded the army, a steel cavalry charge wasn't a problem at all. At the very least, it wasn't just cavalry that could deal with cavalry. Other than archers and cavalry, the rest are infantrymen. This is the largest military branch of our Tang dynasty. Just like what you are seeing right now. Oblivious to what Wang Chong was thinking, Zhao Qianqiu had already arrived at the final zone of the training grounds. Following his gaze, the crowd saw a large number of students fighting with one another in the massive training ground. The archer zone, cavalry zone, and infantryman zone. Of the three major training zones, this was the only one with the largest number of students. Here, everyone used a wide variety of weapons, and their martial arts were also different. Their fighting styles were also not the same. Compared to the archers and the cavalry charge, the combat and training here were much more plentiful. Infantrymen are all about strength. You don't have to be skilled in horsemanship or archery, but as long as you possess strength, you will be a powerful infantryman. Of the three major military branches, infantrymen have the lowest requirements. Of the three major military branches, infantrymen have always suffered the highest casualty rate. However, things are different in our current dynasty. From the Han to the Sui and now to our current dynasty, the infantrymen of our Tang dynasty can be said to be the strongest in history. In the entire world, our Tang dynasty's cavalry is no match for the Uzun, and our archery is no match for the Eastern and Western Turks. However, our infantrymen are the strongest. You have to remember that our Tang dynasty has never been a single military branch. When our archers counter the other party's archers and our cavalry counter the other party's cavalry, it will be our infantrymen who rule the world. Hearing those words, a commotion broke out in the surroundings. Even the examinees who were passing by couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing those words. Indeed, the infantrymen of the Tang dynasty were the most formidable in the world. Be it archers or cavalry, once an army of infantrymen were allowed to get close to them and engage them in melee combat, it would be a one-sided slaughter. Thus, even though infantrymen couldn't compare to archers or cavalry, the Tang dynasty still maintained a massive army of infantrymen. Chapter 199. Before Origin Energy Tier 6, one's tendons, bones, skin, flesh, and internal organs are all trained. However, upon reaching Origin Energy Tier 6, one will be able to cultivate strength, speed, and dexterity cultivation technique. The different types of cultivation techniques will determine whether you will be an infantryman, cavalry, or archer on the battlefield. There are all kinds of cultivation techniques in the training camp. You can learn them for free. However, of the strength, speed, and dexterity cultivation techniques, you can choose any one or two of them. I don't recommend you to learn all three at the same time. Don't bite off more than you can chew. Of course, there are some who learn all three at the same time. However, for most people, the more cultivation techniques they learn, the slower their progress will be. Follow me. Below us is the cultivation zone. Zhao Qianxiu beckoned and led the group across the vast cultivation zone. After the cultivation zone was the cultivation zone. So this is what we saw at the foot of the mountain. Zhao Jingdian said. Wang Chong nodded. Lifting his gaze, he looked at the massive flag that was nearly 100 zhang long. The massive Kunwu word on the flag was extremely eye-catching. This huge flag tent was the training area. The massive palaces were the cultivation rooms. Follow me. With Zhao Qianxiu leading the way, the group followed behind him and stepped into the center of the palaces. Walking in, Wang Chong realized that the palaces were made of metal. The ground was abnormally smooth, reminiscent of a mirror. There were many inscriptions on the ground. Wang Chong realized that even though it was only the first day, many of the students who had passed the examination were already seated on the ground and cultivating. The ground here is made of metal, and there are qi-gathering inscriptions on it. Every single spot is a small qi-gathering formation. From now on, you will be able to cultivate here every day. Cultivating here will be much faster than cultivating in other places. Zhao Qianxiu led the group through the cultivation rooms. Beyond the cultivation rooms is the cultivation technique zone. In the depths of the training area, more than a dozen fully armed Imperial Army soldiers stood in a row, separating the training area from the rear. They guarded the front of a palace. The cultivation techniques in the cultivation zone are categorized according to their cultivation realm. Origin Energy Tier 6 martial arts were divided into different regions. Origin Energy Tier 7 martial arts were divided into another region. Origin Energy Tier 8 martial arts were divided into another region. In the future, all you have to do is to choose the cultivation techniques according to your cultivation realm. The cultivation techniques here are reserved for the elites of the army, and it's difficult for you to learn them outside. However, as my students, you are different from others. You'll understand this in the future. Other than Wang Chong, who already knew, everyone else was confused. But Zhao Qianxiu didn't say anything, after which Zhao Qianxiu brought everyone around to familiarize themselves with the area, and this was the end of the lecture. Some of you might already know this, but there are some who are still not. But I will say it one more time. Beneath a massive and lush scholar tree at the peak of the mountain, Zhao Qianxiu began his final lecture. Origin Energy Tier 1, and you will, and speed, and cultivation techniques, and you can. Only upon reaching Origin Energy Tier 6 will you be able to release your inner qi, forming a ring of stellar energy around your body. Only upon reaching Origin Energy Tier 9 will you be able to release your inner chi and form a ring of stellar energy around your body, just like this. Zhao Qianqiu's feet jolted, and Wang, a milky white ring of origin energy burst forth from beneath his feet. This ring of stellar energy didn't seem to be anything special, but regardless of whether it was Wang Chong, Zhao Jingyan, or the others, a grim expression appeared on their faces. From this ring of stellar energy, everyone could sense an incredible strength, something that Zhao Qianqiu had never displayed before. Clearly, Zhao Qianqiu hadn't exerted his full strength. By releasing one's inner qi outside one's body, one's origin energy will be able to take on many forms, just like this. Zhao Qianqiu grabbed downward, and the milky white ring of stellar energy beneath his feet rippled. A powerful surge of origin energy burst forth from it, and it condensed in Zhao Qianqiu's palm into the shape of a lion. Under Zhao Qianqiu's control, the stellar energy began to morph into the form of a tiger, leopard, and wolf. Controlling one's origin energy freely isn't something that can be matched up with mere fists, kicks, or weapons. Thus, you must be wary of Origin Energy Tier 9 experts in the future. Such experts are extremely formidable, and you won't be able to deal with them easily. As Zhao Qianqiu spoke, he raised his palm, and the lion flew forward. Boom! Several hundred meters away, earth and stone flew violently, and dust filled the air, covering the sky and covering the earth. Everyone couldn't help but shudder in fear. Beyond Origin Energy Tier 9, you will be able to break through the bottleneck and reach the true martial realm. Origin energy will gather outside your body and form a halo. However, that's a matter for the future. After explaining all of this, Zhao Qianqiu left. Wang Chong, is this Wang Gongzi? Almost at the same instant that Zhao Qianqiu left, several figures walked up to Wang Chong and bowed deeply before Wang Chong. I am Zhuang Jingping. I am Qi Weisi. Paying respects to Gongzi. These two were none other than the other two examinees who had passed the examination just like Wang Chong and Zhao Jingdian and joined Zhao Qianqiu. From the bottom of the mountain to the top, the two of them had remained silent. It was only after Zhao Qianqiu had left that they took the initiative to pay a visit. Are you from the Zhuang clan and Qi clan? Wang Chong stared at the duo. That's right. The two of them bowed very politely. Wang Chong didn't say a word, only assessing the duo. The Zhuang clan and Qi clan were two of the largest clans in the capital, and their strength far surpassed that of ordinary clans. These two clans were extremely influential, and their business spanned across the empire. They wielded considerable influence in the military as well. The Zhuang clan had more than 100 years of history, and they had members all over the military, holding various positions. They wielded considerable influence in the military. The members of the Zhuang clan were known for their bravery, and the Zhuang clan's steel cavalry was extremely famous in the empire as well. As for the Qi clan, its reputation was slightly beneath that of the Zhuang clan. However, there were many experts in the clan. The experts of the Qi clan were known for their valiant prowess on the battlefield, and the shadows of their experts could be seen on the front lines. The most unique aspect of the Qi clan was their steel guards. Whenever a member of the Qi clan stepped onto the battlefield, there would be quite a number of Qi clan steel guards by his side. These Qi clan steel guards were dressed in Xian metal armor that weighed 300 to 400 jin, and they wielded massive axes that were taller than a grown man. Most of the time, they would be able to tear an opening in the enemy's defenses easily. Even though these two clans couldn't compare to the Wang clan, which was a clan of generals and ministers, they were still top-notch clans in the capital. The fact that these two were able to pass through Zhao Qianqiu's assault showed how powerful they were. Given the strength of the Zhuang clan and Qi clan, shouldn't they be in the Longwei and Xinwei camps? Wang Chong asked with narrowed eyes. To tell you the truth, we heard that Gongzi is in the Kunwu training camp, so we came here. Our Zhuang clan and Qi clan have always been impressed by Gongzi's righteousness. We hope that we can get closer to Gongzi in the future. Zhuang Jingping and Qi Weisi replied respectfully. Given their strength, they weren't too far off from the current Wang Chong and Zhao Jingdian. What they were truly fearful of was the massive power standing behind Wang Chong. The Wang clan was a clan of ministers and generals, and Duke Jiu was a meritorious subject who had won the favor and trust of the Holy Emperor. Other than the Wang clan itself, there was also the King of Song, the officials of the royal court, the Protector Generals and Protector Generals of the borders, and many other conferred generals and generals. It could be said that the storm not too long ago had allowed many people to see the influence of the Wang clan. This kind of influence spread far and wide, from within the imperial court to outside, and then to the military world. Even behemoths like the Zhuang clan and Wei clan were deeply fearful of the Wang clan. From this incident, one could foresee that even if Duke Jiu were to pass away, the Wang clan's fortune and influence in the royal court would continue for a very long time. This was also the reason why clans like the Zhuang clan and Wei clan chose to send their offspring to the Kunwu training camp instead of Xunwei and Longwei. Wang Chong was a member of the Holy Emperor's faction, and he was a true upstart in the political world. What was even more difficult was that he was only 15, and the influence around him hadn't been fully formed yet. If they were to step in at this moment and establish a relationship with him, it would be immensely beneficial to the future of their clan. More than half of the aristocratic families that had come here had the same idea. The words of the duo were actually a taboo, indicating that their clans hoped to get closer to the Wang clan. "You're being too polite." Wang Chong chuckled, not minding their words at all. "Since we've entered the Kunwu training camp under Instructor Zhao's name, we'll be classmates from now on. It's only right for us to interact more." The duo was delighted. Without a doubt, Wang Chong's words meant that he had accepted them. "Wang Gongzi, this is a token of our appreciation. We hope that Gongzi will accept it." The duo took out a crimson silk box from their sleeves, bowed deeply, and passed it to Wang Chong. At this moment, they weren't just representing themselves anymore. They were representing their respective clans. Wang Chong was silent for a moment, but he didn't reject them. He took the box from them. "Gongzi, we won't disturb you anymore. If Gongzi has any needs, feel free to instruct us." The duo bade farewell and left. "Gongzi, the prestigious clans prioritize their own interests. Zhuang Jingping and Qi Weisi are only third-generation disciples, so you can't trust them too much." Gazing in the direction where the duo left, Zhao Jingdian suddenly spoke. "I know," Wang Chong replied calmly. It was doubtful whether the promises of the prestigious clans could be trusted. Not to mention, the two clans had sent out Zhuang Jingping and Qi Weisi, who didn't carry much weight in the clan. However, Wang Chong had his own considerations as well. The cavalry of the Zhuang clan and the infantry of the Qi clan were valiant soldiers. In the future war, a just cause would gain plenty of support while an unjust one would find little. Only by gathering the strength of the prestigious clans and nobles, as well as all the forces that could be united, would they be able to change the fate of the Central Plains. Chapter 200. Only after Zhuang Jingping and Qi Weisi left did Wang Chong open the brocade box they had given him. At first glance, Wang Chong was nonchalant, but when he saw what was inside, his face immediately warped. What a huge gift from the Zhuang clan and Qi clan! Wang Chong took the items inside and looked through them, his heart filled with emotion. Initially, Wang Chong thought that the gifts from Zhuang Jingping and Qi Weisi would at most be pills. There were indeed pills, but other than pills, there was a letter in each of the brocade boxes. The weight of this letter was much heavier than the weight of the pill. It was a letter from the Zhuang clan and Qi clan supporting Wang Chong's father, Wang Yan, in his conferment. The disciples of the Zhuang clan and Qi clan were scattered throughout the royal court, and the weight of the two letters sent out in the name of the Zhuang clan and Qi clan couldn't be underestimated. This wasn't as simple as Zhuang Jingping and Qi Weisi expressing goodwill to Wang Chong. Rather, the Zhuang clan and Qi clan were expressing goodwill to Wang Chong and the Wang clan through their disciples. This gift isn't light at all, Zhao Jingdian said hesitantly after reading the letter that Wang Chong passed over. It must have been hard on them. I'll accept this gift then. Wang Chong chuckled as he stowed the 2 boxes away. Then, together with Zhao Jingdian, they walked toward the living quarters. The living quarters and training quarters of the Kunwu training camp were separated. The training quarters were gathered at the top of a mountain, where a massive flagpole was erected. All of the archers, cavalrymen, and infantrymen were trained there. In the surroundings of the training area, the same tall and straight mountain range stood erect, like a group of stars surrounding Kunwa's main mountain in the middle. These 4 mountains were divided into 4 camps: Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise. Banners fluttered in the wind on the 4 peaks, and palaces could be seen everywhere. There were also giant sculptures of the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise. I'm not going. I'm determined not to go. Whoever is willing to stay with that bastard can go by themselves. Before Wang Chong could go over, he heard an angry shout from afar. Wang Chong walked over and saw a young man at the entrance of a great hall at the top of the mountain. His face was flushed red, and he was filled with anger. Around him, there were 2 figures talking to him, seemingly trying to calm his anger. Wang Chong didn't know the 2 young men who were shouting loudly, but Wang Chong knew the 2 figures who were trying to persuade them. It's Zhuang Jingping and Qi Weisi. Zhao Jingdian was astonished. Let's go and take a look. Wang Chong frowned and walked over with Zhao Jingdian. Wang Gongzi. Zhuang Jingping and Qi Weisi soon discovered Wang Chong. Both of them were stunned for a moment before they hurriedly turned around and bowed. What's wrong? What happened? Wang Chong asked in surprise. The 2 of them looked at each other hesitantly. In the end, it was Zhuang Jingping who spoke up. Gongzi, to tell you the truth, there aren't many rooms left in the White Tiger barrack. There are only 2 rooms left in this district, and we wish for him to stay with Su Hanshan. This way, Gongzi can stay with this friend of yours. However, this friend refuses to agree to it no matter what. Bastard, why don't the 2 of you go over? What's so great about that Su Hanshan? What's the point of pretending to be aloof? I don't want to stay with him. Whoever wants to stay with him can go by themselves. I won't be accompanying you. That person was extremely agitated. Without any hesitation, he flung his sleeves, turned around, and walked into the room behind him. At the last moment, Wang Chong could clearly see a purple shoe print on the left side of his face, even the lines on the soles of his shoes visible. No one would leave a footprint on their own face. With a quick thought, Wang Chong roughly understood what was going on. This person seems like he suffered a loss over there, Wang Chong said calmly. That person's temper is indeed a little bad. Gongzi, don't worry, I'll talk to him, Qi Weisi said awkwardly. Not only did he fail to accomplish his task, he was even slapped by that person in front of him. There's no need for that. Wang Chong shook his head and turned around. Jingdian, you should stay with him. I'll go over there. Gongzi, let me go, Zhao Jingdian said worriedly. He had personally witnessed Su Hanshan's examination, and he knew that the other party was skilled in martial arts. Furthermore, judging from that person's personality, he wasn't easy to get along with. Zhao Jingdian was worried that Wang Chong would suffer a loss. There's no need for that. Wang Chong didn't mind Zhao Jingdian's worries. Su Hanshan had a cold and aloof personality, and he wasn't easy to get along with. However, that person had a fiery temper, and it seemed like he wasn't someone who could tolerate easily either. Most likely, it was that person who had said something to provoke Su Hanshan into making a move on him. That person had given him a kick to the face, resulting in such humiliation. Don't worry, I know what to do. You don't have to worry. Zhuang Jingping and Qi Weisi were surprised as well. They had tried their best to get Wang Chong to stay with Zhao Jingdian, but they didn't expect Wang Chong to reject their goodwill. For a moment, the two of them were at a loss for words. Wang Chong didn't say anything. He bade farewell to the two of them and walked away. Wang Chong had his own considerations regarding Su Hanshan. There was a huge problem with the personality of this future great general of the empire, and Wang Chong was still thinking about how he could help him change. However, it was even better now that the two of them were living together. Wang Chong didn't need to think too much about what he should do. The room was silent. When Wang Chong walked in, he didn't hear the slightest sound. But with a glance, he saw a slender figure sitting cross-legged in a room not too far away. His expression was cold, and he was motionless on the floor. That person exuded a frigid aura, reminiscent of a 10,000-year-old glacier. It exuded a distant feeling. Under the influence of his aura, the entire room seemed to be cold. Su Hanshan. A thought flashed across Wang Chong's mind. With just a glance, Wang Chong immediately understood why that person was unwilling to stay with Su Hanshan. Wherever Su Hanshan was, the air would be filled with an invisible pressure. Unless one was on the same level as him, one would feel uncomfortable just standing there. Furthermore, the frigid atmosphere was hard to get used to. It's no wonder why Su Hanshan couldn't get along with anyone in the army. Wang Chong glanced at it, a pensive look in his mind. The moment Wang Chong stepped into the room, the frozen Su Hanshan seemed to sense something and abruptly opened his eyes. In an instant, the frigid aura seemed to cool down significantly. So. Suddenly, without any warning, Su Hanshan flicked his wrist, and a few pieces of paper flew out from his sleeves at the speed of lightning. The 3 pieces of paper were as tough as steel and as straight as a saber. As they flew through the air, the sound of sharp swords echoed in the air. Wang Chong frowned, but his reaction wasn't slow either. Stretching out his hand, his 5 fingers accurately caught the 3 pieces of paper. Taking a closer look, each piece of paper had a single sentence written on it. The center of the room is the boundary. Don't cross it. Don't disturb me. I don't like noise. The words were firm, as though they were carved by a saber. Even between the lines, one could feel the coldness of the words, giving off an inhumane feeling. This is indeed Su Hanshan's style. Wang Chong inwardly shook his head. The words on the paper were dry, and it didn't look like they were written today. It was clear that Su Hanshan had prepared these notes beforehand. Even before ascending the mountain, he had already prepared these notes. Clearly, Su Hanshan wasn't prepared for this. No matter who it was, they would probably receive these 3 notes. Who? On the other side, upon seeing that Wang Chong had received the notes, Su Hanshan's robe fluttered, and he abruptly stood up. Without even glancing at Wang Chong, he opened the door and walked out of the room. Throughout the entire process, he treated his words like gold, not even speaking a single word to Wang Chong. Cold and aloof, there was no doubt about it. It's easier to change mountains and rivers than a person's character. It seems like it won't be a matter of a day or 2 to change his character. Wang Chong shook his head, paying it no heed. Taking out a few pieces of paper from the room, he began writing. Sun Jiming and Deng Mingxin were on bad terms, and Deng Mingxin would surely try his best to suppress and deal with Sun Jiming. This matter had to be dealt with as soon as possible to prevent any future troubles. Wang Chong pondered for a moment before writing 2 letters. One of them was for Big Uncle Wang Zhen, and the other was for the King of Song, Li Qingqi. Both letters were sent out. After everything was done, Wang Chong heaved a long sigh of relief. Next up, I should find a way to raise my cultivation, Wang Chong thought. The 3 great training camps were personally appointed by the Holy Emperor, and they had attracted many experts. Not just someone of his seniority, even those of Marchioness Yi's standing had been drawn in. The incident in the day had made Wang Chong realize that his cultivation was still insufficient to suppress all of them. Putting everything aside, Su Hanshan was a clear example. Not to mention, there were many other examples in the 3 great training camps that he was unaware of. Zhou Zheng's existence also served as a reminder to Wang Chong. That person was in existence on the same level as his second brother, Wang Bei. It would be fine if his second brother was around, but he was currently in the Imperial Army's Imperial Prison. He could only depend on himself now. Wang Chong pondered for a moment before deciding on a martial art for himself. I'll cultivate the hexad arms skill. Wang Chong suddenly thought of an ultimate art. There were many cultivation techniques in the Kunwu training camp, and he could learn them for free. However, to Wang Chong, he had an even better choice. The hexad arms skill was an ultimate art that couldn't be learned in the Kunwu training camp. It was a classic agility type ultimate art, and it was the first agility type cultivation technique that Wang Chong had chosen for himself. It wasn't easy to cultivate it, and it couldn't raise a cultivator's strength. However, to Wang Chong, this ultimate art was a perfect match for the single character consecutive slash. If he were to combine the hexad arms skill with the single character consecutive slash, the might of the single character consecutive slash would increase exponentially. If Wang Chong could only execute a single slash in the same amount of time, he would be able to execute 6 consecutive slashes at the same time, increasing the might of his attack by several fold. More importantly, the hexad arms skill was just an entry-level ultimate art. It could be upgraded to the 12 arms skill, 24 arms skill, and finally, the highest grade of the 36 arms skill. Under the same circumstances, this ultimate art could raise Wang Chong's strength to an unimaginable level. Recalling the hexad arms skill, Wang Chong sat down cross-legged and calmed himself down. Chapter 201. Time passed, and unknowingly, the sky gradually darkened. Bastard! Bastard, how dare you steal my man? In a room on Black Tortoise Peak, Deng Mingxin's face was flushed red, and his expression contorted. With a ferocious punch, he shattered the table in the room. Deng Mingxin had finally cleared the competition and entered the Kunwu training camp. However, without Sun Jiming's help, Deng Mingxin had no choice but to replace him with a loyal lackey. That lackey was eliminated from the mountain on the spot. Deng Mingxin had 2 arms, and now that he only had 1 left, how could he not be filled with hatred? Gongzi, that Wang Chong interfered and poached Sun Jiming over. Should we report this to Jing Gongzi? Should we get Jing Gongzi to stand up for us and deal with Wang Chong? The only remaining lackey said from the side. He was also in a bad mood. There's no need for that. Deng Mingxin was tempted, but he quickly shook his head. We've only just gotten in touch with Jing Gongzi not too long ago, and Sun Jiming is a subordinate of our clan. If we can't even deal with a mere subordinate, wouldn't Jing Gongzi look down on us? The person whom Deng Mingxin had sought refuge with was called Jing Xian. He was also a subordinate of King Qi, but his clan was much more powerful than Deng Mingxin's. It was through him that Deng Mingxin managed to get in touch with King Qi. Otherwise, how could he possibly have the capability to do so? Jing Xian was a meticulous person, skilled in martial arts, and someone who had a reputation with King Qi. He was no ordinary figure. Deng Mingxin didn't want Jing Xian to look down on him. But what else can we do? Are we supposed to swallow this humiliation just like that? With so many people watching, Wang Chong stole our people in front of everyone. Young master can endure this sort of humiliation, but I can't, the lackey said, trying his best to encourage him. Of course not. Deng Mingxin harumphed coldly. His gaze gradually turned cold. I might not be able to deal with Wang Chong and the Wang clan, but do you think I can't deal with a mere Sun Jiming? Big fish eat small fish, and small fish eat shrimps. Sun Jiming is a shrimp. If he dares to betray me, then don't blame me. I want him and the entire Sun family to pay the price. Deng Mingxin's eyes were filled with hatred as he quickly wrote a letter and followed a night kite back to the capital. Sun Jiming, since you dare to betray us, your father can forget about working under my father. Follow your father back to the countryside to farm. In the dark of the night, Deng Mingxin looked in the direction that Ye Kite had flown in, and a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. At the same time, unbeknownst to Wang Chong and the others, their instructor, Zhao Qianqiu, was currently walking toward the main hall of the Kunwu training camp. This main hall was located in the middle, but it was not open to others. Even the imperial army on the mountain couldn't enter this place as they pleased. Chiaki, you're here. The main hall was dark. There were no candles or oil lamps, but a dignified voice came from inside. At the top of the hall, there was a majestic figure clad in armor, sitting upright like a god. On his body, waves of aura were like the mountains and the seas, giving people a deep sense of reverence. Chiaki pays respect to Lord. Upon entering the hall, Zhao Qianqiu bowed deeply to the figure at the top of the hall. It was clear that he was extremely respectful. In truth, Zhao Qianqiu knew that the person seated in the main hall of Kunwu training camp was the one in charge, as well as his direct superior. How is it? Did you manage to find anything? Seated at the top, the figure asked impassively. Of course I did. I've managed to recruit quite a few good seedlings this time. Hearing those words, Zhao Qianqiu chuckled as he recounted the 5 recruits he had recruited during the day. I'm only giving this training camp a try because of the Sage Emperor's orders. I didn't think that I would manage to recruit quite a few good seedlings. That Su Han's Han might be young, but his fighting style is sharp and his ability to break through my defense is truly astonishing. My 10-directional lightning might is impregnable, and very few people are able to break through it. But that young man actually managed to break through my defense head-on. His fighting style is so sharp that even I found it hard to bear. On top of that, he even managed to slash me with his finger. His cultivation isn't too high yet, but he was already able to force me into such a state. If he were to mature, his future would be limitless. Zhao Qianqiu exclaimed in awe. Clearly, Su Hanshan's performance had left a deep impression on him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said such words. To be able to break through your 10-directional lightning finger and injure you. This kind of ability is truly astounding. Does that mean that he is the leader of the students you recruited this time around? You should groom him then. The authoritative figure at the top of the hall said. Unexpectedly, upon hearing those words, Zhao Qianqiu suddenly fell silent. What's wrong? Is there a problem? The majestic figure in the main hall was slightly surprised. Zhao Qianqiu had always been a decisive person. It was rare for him to be so hesitant, and it wasn't his style at all. That's hard to say. I feel that there's a huge problem with Su Hanshan's personality. Standing beside him, I can feel that this child is cold and distant, keeping others at arm's length. Even standing there, he keeps a distance from others. This isn't a good thing. What we need to select are talented commanders on the battlefield, not ordinary fierce generals, or lone men. As a commander, we have to manage the relationship between our comrades and subordinates well. Only when all of the troops are united will we be able to conduct a large-scale campaign. However, Su Hanshan's personality is too cold and difficult to get along with. I fear that it'll be difficult for him to become a true commander on the battlefield. Zhao Qianqiu hesitated. If Wang Chong were here, he would surely be astonished. Zhao Qianqiu had only met Su Han's Han once, and they had only exchanged a few words. Even so, it was still a polite exchange. Yet, he was able to accurately predict Su Hanshan's future path. Arrogant and difficult to get along with. That's indeed a problem. The authoritative figure fell into a rare moment of silence. However, these children are still young, and they can still change in the future. Is this the reason why you are hesitating? That's not it. Zhao Qianqiu shook his head. This time, the authoritative figure was truly surprised. Lord, do you still remember the offspring of the Wang clan, Wang Chong, who caused a huge uproar in the regional commander's incident and was even imprisoned by the Holy Emperor? Zhao Qianxiu asked. I do. To be able to be so devoted to his country, as expected of a clan of generals and ministers, he didn't bring shame to Duke Jiu's name. Clearly, the authoritative figure had a good impression of Wang Chong as well. Wang Chong is currently under my name, Zhao Qianxiu replied straightforwardly, after which, he recounted the battle with Wang Chong to the authoritative figure. The regional commander's incident had caused a huge uproar, and Wang Chong had thought that he was concealing the truth. Little did he know that Zhao Qianxiu had already recognized him the moment he saw him. It was just that Zhao Qianxiu didn't expose him. To be able to be so devoted to his country and possess such extraordinary cultivation, it's truly surprising. Even though he still can't match up to Su Hanshan, he's still not too bad. The majestic figure in the main hall said. Clearly, he had a very high opinion of Wang Chong. Lord, my feelings are different from yours. Zhao Qianxiu frowned. He didn't bring up this matter to the authoritative figure to tell him that he had accepted Wang Chong as his student. That child might have said that it was his intuition, but I don't think so. That's not the case for me. No one's intuition can reach such a level. Intuition can allow you to sense potential danger. Intuition can allow you to sense the flaws in your opponent's move. Intuition can also allow you to keenly capture impossible opportunities. However, intuition can never allow you to guide your opponent's primal qi and cause it to become chaotic in your body. Lord, you should be aware of my capabilities as well. I have cultivated the 10 directional lightning fingers for a long time, but this is the first time my origin qi has clashed with one another, resulting in my movements being delayed by half a beat. It's fortunate that this is only a duel. If I were to be delayed by half a beat on the battlefield, I'm sure you know what the outcome would be. Zhao Qianxiu said grimly. Wang Chong was using his intuition to fool him, but little did he know that even though Zhao Qianxiu seemed to accept this reason on the surface, the latter had already seen through it. How could Zhao Qianxiu, who had received the orders of the Holy Emperor and the royal court to select talented commanders from the Kunwu training camp, be fooled that easily? Wang Chong had underestimated him too much. The hall was silent. That imposing figure stood motionless like a statue, and for the first time, a contemplative look appeared on his face. The 10 directional lightning fingers was a top-notch offensive and lethal secret art in the military. Even though Zhao Qianxiu had suppressed his cultivation and didn't exert his full strength, that didn't mean much. The problem that Zhao Qianxiu raised had nothing to do with his strength or cultivation. If Wang Chong could use that method to guide the origin qi in Zhao Qianxiu's body to clash with one another and cause his movements to slow down, then he would surely be able to use the same method to guide the origin qi in Zhao Qianxiu's body to clash with one another and cause his movements to slow down. This was something that had nothing to do with one's cultivation. This was the Kunwu training camp, a battle between the instructor and the student. Even if he were to slow down for a moment or suffer a stab from Wang Chong's sword, it wouldn't matter. But if it was on the battlefield, this kind of negligence, a step delay, would only lead to death. Are you certain? Is it a coincidence? A long moment later, the authoritative voice asked. Definitely not. Zhao Qianxiu replied grimly. But this is inexplicable. Even a veteran who is 2 cultivation realms above you wouldn't be able to guide the 10 directional lightning fingers to clash with one another. As a mere 15-year-old child, how could he possibly do it? This isn't as simple as writing a memorial to the emperor. There's no such thing as a martial artist. Even the other party was astonished. The matter that Zhao Qianxiu spoke of was no small matter. Logically speaking, it was impossible for such a thing to happen. In fact, it was even more shocking than the matter regarding Su Hanshan. Lord, do you know why I hesitated now? Even though Su Hanshan's fighting style is sharp, he would still be at a disadvantage if he were to meet a formidable opponent. As for that Wang Chong, if he could reach even half of Wang Chong's capability in the art of war, I'm afraid that even I wouldn't be able to teach him anything. This kind of person will be the best commander for us in the future. There's no one else like him. Chapter 202. The entire hall was silent. Clearly, that person was deep in thought as well. Then, what do you mean? That person turned to look at Zhao Qianqiu with a questioning gaze. As an instructor, Zhao Qianqiu had more say in this matter. I've never thought about it either. Everything is still just my conjecture. Besides, this is only the beginning. This is only the first day of the Kunwu training camp. We'll know how things turn out in the future. Zhao Qianqiu replied. He seemed to be very open-minded in this aspect. Haha, that's fine too. Today is the first day of the Kunwu training camp. After gathering the information from you, I'll be returning to the royal palace to report to His Majesty. His Majesty has been keeping an eye on this matter. The person in the hall chuckled. I'll be sending you off then. It just so happens that I have something to add to the food for those fellows tonight. The first day of the Kunwu training camp isn't a place for them to indulge in debauchery. As my student, you should have this resolve. Zhao Qianqiu chuckled. Ha, don't go overboard. That person was also amused by Zhao Qianqiu's words. Clearly, he knew the latter's style. Understood. Zhao Qianqiu clasped his fist before leaving the hall. After Zhao Qianqiu left, the figure also left the Kunwu training camp. Time slowly passed, and the sky outside was already completely dark. Wang Chong was seated on the floor, not moving at all. Origin energy gushed through his body like a tidal wave, flowing into the meridians and acupoints of Wang Chong's arms, shoulders, waist, and groin. Most agility-type cultivation techniques involved the acupoints of the arms, waist, and groin. Furthermore, most of them were brand new meridians and acupoints, and most of them didn't overlap with strength-type cultivation technique. On the other hand, high-tier secret arts like the hexad arms technique required far more acupoints than ordinary agility-type cultivation technique. It was as though he had to cultivate it all over again, which was time-consuming and strenuous. On top of that, if he were to choose an agility-type secret art, the number of acupoints and acupoints that he would have to clear would be even greater. At that time, he would need to open up hundreds of acupoints. Cultivating 3 types of secret arts at the same time would involve so many acupoints. If one were to bite off more than one could chew, one would probably remain stagnant for the rest of one's life. This was also the reason why Zhao Qianqiu, as well as the entire martial arts world, advised against cultivating all 3 types of secret arts simultaneously before reaching true martial realm. However, Wang Chong was different. Wang Chong had not taken the 2 pills that the Holy Emperor had bestowed upon him in prison. The Zhuang family and Qi family had spent a lot of money to give him 2 more pills, making it 4 pills in total. Moreover, he could also get a few special pills from Liu Zhizhang every month, which were refined by the alchemist in the imperial palace and the prince's mansion. It was because of this confidence that Wang Chong dared to choose 2 or even 3 types of unique skills at the same time. The hexad arms technique was difficult to cultivate, but it was extremely powerful. Paired with the single character consecutive slash, it could amplify one's prowess exponentially. The reason why Wang Chong kept the pills from the Holy Emperor was so that he could cultivate the hexad arms technique when he was released from prison. I should first cultivate the hexad arms technique to minor accomplishment before consuming the pills. Using the medicinal energy from the pills, I should be able to break through the meridians and acupoints in my arms. This way, I should be able to cultivate the hexad arms technique in the shortest time possible. Wang Chong thought. In the origin energy realm, the hexad arms technique was definitely one of the best agility-type secret arts. In fact, even in the true martial realm, it was an extremely powerful secret art. Under the shroud of night, the entire White Tiger Mountain was silent. Wang Chong was immersed in the cultivation of the hexad arms technique, oblivious to the passing of time in the outside world. After an unknown period of time, Wang Chong suddenly heard a crisp sound, as though someone was stepping on a tree branch. It was only for a moment before it stopped. Wang Chong's heart skipped a beat, and he abruptly opened his eyes. It was extremely suspicious to hear such a crisp sound in the dead of the night. Furthermore, the sound was very close to his room. Wang Chong listened carefully, but it was completely silent outside the room. That sound only sounded for a moment before vanishing. Strange, did I hear wrongly? Wang Chong was surprised. The room was pitch black, and there was no light. Wang Chong listened carefully. Other than himself, Wang Chong also heard the sound of a heartbeat. It was faint and long. This was Su Hanshan's voice. It was unknown when he returned from outside, but he didn't light up the room either. Wang Chong listened for a moment, and he immediately realized that Su Hanshan seemed to have noticed something as well, and he was listening carefully just like him. Bang! All of a sudden, a loud sound echoed, as though something heavy had crashed into the room. The sound was very close, as though it came from the room next door. Then, he heard a loud cry of panic, and it was extremely striking in the darkness. Jingdian! Wang Chong's body jolted, and his face immediately warped. That voice wasn't Zhao Jingdian's, but the examinee who had shouted earlier that he wouldn't stay with Su Hanshan. Since Zhao Jingdian was staying with him, there was no doubt that something had happened on his side. Wang Chong immediately leaped up from the ground and dashed toward the door. Roar! In the blink of an eye, just as Wang Chong was about to reach the entrance, the roar of a tiger sounded. In the darkness of the night, a black silhouette flashed, and a massive figure charged in, bringing with it the stench of the mountain wind. A tiger? Wang Chong was astonished. Under the dim light of the night, Wang Chong could vaguely make out a 2-meter-long adult tiger. Its head was thicker than 4 human heads, and its body was even larger than a bear. Boom! In the blink of an eye, Wang Chong's right fist collided heavily with the tiger's claw. Pring! A powerful force came from the tiger's claw, and Wang Chong felt a sharp pain in his wrist before he was sent flying. Pushing against the ground, Wang Chong made use of the force to leap away, pulling open the distance between them. At the same time, the tiger trembled, and its 4 paws landed on the ground. A red glow glowed in its eyes. Under the dim light, Wang Chong could clearly see that the tiger's stomach was shriveled up, and its 2 bellies were almost touching each other. This is a ravenous tiger. A thought flashed across Wang Chong's mind, and his face warped. Everyone knew that a ravenous tiger would be much more ferocious and aggressive than a normal tiger. Through the previous clash, Wang Chong could tell that the strength of the tiger before him was probably on par with him, if not stronger. Moreover, its bones were harder than his. Although martial artists also had tiger bones, they only imitated tigers and couldn't be compared to real tigers. P.S. Many people tend to confuse tigers with leopards, and think that tigers are not much bigger than leopards. Or maybe not much bigger than humans. In fact, tigers are much bigger than humans. An adult tiger can grow up to 2.45 meters long at its peak. When it stands up, it is much taller than a human. Its body is extremely huge. In addition, its head is equivalent to 3 or 4 adult heads, and the force of a claw can reach up to 2 tons. It can easily crush a human's skull. You can check this information. Roar! Before the first wave subsided, another wave arose. Almost at the same time that the tiger landed on the ground, in the darkness, the mountain wind blew, and 2 more colorful giant tigers pounced from outside the door. One on the left and the other on the right, they appeared beside the tiger. Seeing the 2 tigers, Su Hanshan also stood up in another room in the darkness. The rooms in the Kunwu training camp were connected, and there was nothing separating them. While Wang Chong was being targeted, Su Hanshan was also being targeted by the other 2 tigers. One tiger might be insignificant, But 3 tigers were a different story. Roar. The forest shook, and the roar of a tiger echoed from the neighboring hall. It was Zhao Jingdian and the others. At the same time, as though infected by the roar, the 3 tigers charged toward Wang Chong while the other 2 pounced toward Su Hanshan. In the darkness, a gust of wind blew, and with a flash of light, the mountain-sized tiger had already arrived before Wang Chong. Speed, strength, agility, and explosiveness. At this moment, all of them were on full display before Wang Chong. Back at the Wang family residence, Wang Chong had tried out the explosiveness of a tiger bone realm expert, allowing him to pounce over a distance of several dozen zhang. However, compared to a true tiger, he paled in comparison. One was imitating a tiger while the other was a true tiger. The difference between the two was clear. 1. Without any time to think, Wang Chong executed the celestial steps and dodged to the side. Boom! Behind him, the table in Wang Chong's room shattered into pieces. The tiger's claw landed on the floor, creating a massive crater. After missing its attack, the hungry tiger immediately counterattacked and chased after Wang Chong. But at this moment, Wang Chong had already reached the bedside and grabbed the sword that he had placed on the bed when he was cultivating. Chong! With a resounding roar, Wang Chong drew his sword, and in that instant, his aura abruptly changed. Executing the single-character consecutive slash, he abruptly escaped from the claws of the massive tiger, twisted in midair, and rebounded back to where Wang Chong and his sword had come from. Single-character consecutive slash. Boom! The sword flashed, and a scream of agony echoed in the room. Wang Chong's sword had pierced through the body of the hungry tiger. However, the expected scene of the tiger being cut in half did not happen. When the sword entered the tiger's body, it was as if it had hit a metal plate. It was stuck and could not continue. Tiger bone. A thought flashed in Wang Chong's mind. The tiger's bones were harder and denser than human martial artists. Swords and sabers could pierce through its flesh, but it was difficult to cut its bones in half. Wang Chong's sword did not kill it. Instead, it triggered the tiger's ferocious nature. One of the tiger's claws flickered with a cold light and smashed towards Wang Chong like a small mountain. The strength contained in the tiger's claws could probably bend and break steel. Wang Chong did not dare to resist. He quickly retreated and touched a sword on the wall. The scabbard of the sword looked very ordinary. It was only worth a few dozen copper coins and was very inconspicuous. Many people would not pay attention to it even if they saw it. Even if it was given to him, he might not want it. But to Wang Chong, this sword was the most powerful treasure sword that he had brought with him. Clang! Wherever the cold light passed, blood splattered. A huge furry tiger head rolled on the floor. The tough and powerful tiger bone could not block Wang Chong's sword at all. Chapter 203. Awoo! Just as Wang Chong finished off the first tiger, Su Hanshan also finished off another tiger. Unlike Wang Chong, Su Hanshan didn't have a sword in his hand. It looked like he had used the strength of his palm to kill the mountain-sized tiger. Bang! Almost at the same time that Wang Chong looked over, Su Hanshan tossed the second tiger, which weighed at least 700 or 800 kilograms, away from his head. With a loud boom, it crashed heavily onto the ground. This fellow is so strong. Wang Chong's heart skipped a beat when he saw this scene. Wang Chong had fought with these tigers before and his palms hurt from the impact. Yet, Su Hanshan was able to send these 700 or 800 kilograms flying. It was clear that Su Hanshan was stronger than him. Furthermore, from the way he fought, his yuan qi was extremely destructive. This kind of energy didn't affect the outside but penetrated the body and destroyed the internal organs. Therefore, Su Hanshan could kill these tigers with his bare hands and destroy their internal organs without using a sword or saber. After the second adult tiger got up, it staggered a little. It was obvious that its stamina wasn't as good as before, as expected of a tiger on the battlefield in the future. When Wang Chong saw this scene, He suddenly understood why Su Hanshan's ability to break through the enemy's defenses and tear apart the enemy's formation was so powerful in the future. However, there was no time to think too much. Wang Chong didn't have the time to care about Su Hanshan. Roar! A strong gust of wind blew in from outside the door, scattering the broken pieces of the tables and chairs on the ground. This time, the mountain wind and the stench of blood in the air were several times stronger than before. A series of deafening tiger roars sounded. This time, there were actually 5 or 6 tigers fighting to be the first to pounce over. What's going on? Why are there so many tigers on the mountain? Wang Chong was shocked. Kunwu, Shenwei, and Longwei training camps were built in the midst of a mountain range, and the forests were filled with ferocious beasts and venomous snake. To the north of the capital was the royal garden, the holy emperor's hunting ground. Could it be that the tigers there had come here? Wang Chong was very surprised, but he also felt that something was wrong. However, he didn't have much time to think. The 5 huge tigers, each the size of a small mountain, pounced at him again. In that instant, Wang Chong had a feeling that he was facing 5 opponents of the same level or even more powerful. Bang! This time, with the Wuzi steel sword in hand, Wang Chong did not dodge. With the single-character consecutive slash, his body and sword became one as he shot out explosively, pouncing on the group of tigers. The combination of single-character consecutive slash and 6-arms skill increased the speed of Wang Chong's Wuzi steel sword by a whole notch. The afterimages created by the single-character consecutive slash were indistinguishable. Roar! A cold gleam flashed and blood splattered. 2 of the massive tigers were killed by Wang Chong's consecutive slashes. The other 3 tigers pounced at Zhang Xian from all directions. Their massive claws carried incredible strength, and if they were to land a strike on Zhang Xian's body, even bones would be shattered. However, Wang Chong managed to dodge all 3 of the tiger claws. The movement technique of the single-character consecutive slash was unpredictable, and it was impossible to predict whether he was advancing or retreating. The 3 tigers were all dodged by Wang Chong by a hair's breadth. Roar! After dodging all 3 of their attacks, the ferocious nature of the 3 tigers flared up. However, instead of charging toward Wang Chong, they charged toward Su Hanshan, who was in the other half of the room. "I don't like others helping me in my battles," Su Hanshan said coldly. It was as if he knew what Wang Chong was going to do, so he stopped him in advance. The atmosphere between the 2 froze. Initially, Wang Chong wanted to help him, but upon hearing the other party's cold tone, he found it hard to do so. Bang bang! Without giving Wang Chong a chance to rest, 2 more ferocious tigers flew in. That's right, they were flying. This time, Wang Chong could clearly see that these 2 tigers didn't pounce on him. Instead, it was as if they were sent flying by a powerful force. Clang clang! Before Wang Chong could react, 1, 2, 3. A total of 3 ferocious tigers flew into the room. Unlike the previous tigers, when these 2 tigers landed on the ground, a loud clanging sound could be heard. Borrowing the light of the night, at this moment, Wang Chong could clearly see that these 3 tigers were covered in thick armor. How could a wild tiger have heavy armor that could only be forged by humans? No matter how muddle-headed Wang Chong was, he could tell that these hungry tigers appearing in the middle of the night wasn't a natural phenomenon. Someone had intentionally thrown them into their room. Instructor Zhao. Wang Chong's gritted teeth sounded exceptionally loud in the night. There was only one person who would do such a thing. Furthermore, in order to counter him, he had even covered the other party in heavy armor. If one were to say that this wasn't Zhao Qianqiu's doing, Wang Chong would never believe it. Ha ha ha, as expected, as soon as Wang Chong said those words, a familiar laughter sounded from outside the door. Lad, you're smart. However, it's useless even if you've noticed it. I've told you before that being my student is different from the others. As my students, you must maintain a high level of vigilance at all times so that you can deal with any danger that might appear, regardless of whether it's from your enemies or your own people. This is the first lesson I've taught you." Amidst the howling wind, Zhao Qianqiu's laughter sounded extremely arrogant. Even though he had been discovered, Zhao Qianqiu didn't feel the slightest bit ashamed or embarrassed. As for saving them, that was even more impossible. The training camp is your battlefield. You should experience the feeling of danger and the possibility of dying at any moment. Right, I forgot to tell you that there's a quota for death in the training camp. This is the decree of His Majesty, the Holy Emperor. These words weren't just directed at Wang Chong but the others as well. Without a doubt, Wang Chong and the others weren't the only ones who were ambushed. Roar. As soon as Zhao Qianqiu said those words, the 3 armored behemoths raised their heads, and together with the other 3 tigers, they stared at Wang Chong and Su Hanshan with a vicious glint in their eyes. So, 6 giant tigers flew out, and in the instant that they charged out, Wang Chong could clearly see that they were actually using the stellar step. 3 massive tigers who knew martial arts? And they were even wearing heavy armor. In that instant, Wang Chong felt a chill run down his spine. Zhao Qianqiu's means were truly terrifying. To think that he would summon such ferocious tigers just to deal with him and Su Hanshan. There was no way that Wang Chong would believe that these ferocious tigers hadn't been enlightened by a martial arts expert. Furthermore, even though Zhao Qianqiu had admitted that he was the culprit, he didn't intend to stand by the side to prevent any casualties. These ferocious tigers possessed sharp teeth and claws. If one were to be struck, regardless of whether one was bitten or slapped, one would definitely be severely injured. Zhao Qianqiu wasn't joking when he said that there was a quota for death. Boom! Without any time to think, Wang Chong raised his sword and executed the single-character consecutive slash once more. However, this time, Wang Chong didn't take the initiative to charge at the tigers. Instead, he retreated as fast as a bolt of lightning. With the addition of the 3 tigers that Su Hanshan was currently fighting, there were now a total of 9 tigers in this room. Zhao Qianqiu's means were truly frightening. At this moment, no matter how confident Wang Chong was in his strength, he didn't dare to be careless and face them alone. Roar! As soon as Wang Chong retreated, 2 of the 6 new tigers immediately pounced toward Su Hanshan. The remaining 3 steel-armored tigers, along with another new tiger, pounced toward Wang Chong. Roar! On the White Tiger Mountain, the roars of tigers resounded. At the same time, Wang Chong, Su Hanshan, Zhao Jingyan, Zhuang Jingping, and Qi Weici were locked in a bitter battle in their respective rooms. Whether you can survive or not will depend on yourselves now. If you really get eaten by the tigers, don't blame me for being merciless. At this moment, on the pitch-black White Tiger Mountain, Zhao Qianqiu was dressed in military attire, and he was standing beneath a massive Chinese scholar tree. Beneath the Chinese scholar tree was a massive boulder. Zhao Qianqiu was standing on top of the boulder, and beneath his feet was a thick layer of fallen leaves. In front of him, numerous metal cages were placed in a row. The metal cages were forged from Xian metal, making them exceptionally sturdy. However, at this moment, the metal doors of the dozen or so cages were already open. Zhao Qianqiu had already tossed all of the ferocious beasts into the hall in front. Hearing the panicked voices in the 3 rooms, as well as the sounds of breaking and fighting, Zhao Qianqiu narrowed his eyes with a look of enjoyment on his face. He had obtained these ferocious beasts from the royal palace, the Holy Emperor's royal garden, and the army. In order to teach his students, Zhao Qianqiu had spared no effort. In order to kill, you have to survive first. If you can't even survive, I won't be able to teach you the art of commanding anymore. So, no matter what, you have to find a way to survive. This isn't as simple as a test. Despite hearing the intense fighting and the roars of the tigers in the 3 halls, Zhao Qianqiu smiled faintly. What he wanted to teach wasn't some theoretical or competitive expert, but those who could survive in a desperate battle. Uzun, Eastern and Western Turkic Khaganate, Goguryeo, Abbasid Caliphate, Karak Spazinu, Mengshi Zhao. Only the true elites of the army could sense the dangers lurking around the empire. If they couldn't even survive under the claws of a pack of tigers, it would be impossible for them to survive in the harsh battlefield. Thus, Zhao Qianxiu wasn't worried that anyone would die. The success of a general leads to the death of 10,000. In the first place, the art of commanding was forged from death itself. Time slowly passed, and Zhao Qianxiu waited patiently outside. Ah! A shrill scream echoed from Zhao Jingdian's room. It wasn't Zhao Jingdian's, but the young man who was staying with him. The arrogant young man who refused to stay with Su Hanshan was the first to fall prey to the tiger's claws. Following which, screams of agony sounded from Zhuang Jingping and Qi Weixi's rooms as well. They weren't cries of agony from those on the verge of death. Clearly, one of them was injured as well. Following which, groans sounded from Wang Chong and Su Hanshan's rooms as well. Chapter 204. Zhao Jingyan's room was the first to end his battle. This tiger attack in the middle of the night was only to test them, not to kill them. Thus, Zhao Qianxiu chose to release the tigers based on their strength. Zhao Jingyan's room had the least number of tigers, so he was the first to end his battle. Gongzi. Zhao Jingyan's clothes were stained with blood, but it was hard to tell whether it was tiger blood or human blood. Stepping out of his room, Zhao Jingyan immediately rushed toward Wang Chong's room with a panicked expression. But just as Zhao Jingyan was rushing out of his room, roar! A cry of agony sounded, and from Zhuang Jingping and Qi Weixi's room, a tiger the size of a small mountain was sent flying out. The ground trembled violently for a moment before the tiger stopped moving. "Let's go and take a look." Zhuang Jingping and Qi Weixi's voices echoed from the room. Following closely behind Zhao Jingyan, the duo dashed out of the room. Even though it was late at night, Zhao Qianxiu could clearly see the wretched state of the duo beneath the Chinese scholar tree. Their faces were pale, and their sleeves, arms, chest, and abdomen had been clawed deeply. In some places, even their bones could be vaguely seen. Even though the two of them weren't treated as well as Wang Chong and Su Hanshan, Zhao Qianxiu still paid special attention to them. Not bad as expected of science. Their cultivation is indeed extraordinary. In the darkness, Zhao Qianxiu nodded. The injuries the duo sustained were much lighter than he had expected. Initially, Zhao Qianxiu thought that at least one of them would be severely injured. However, the duo only suffered superficial wounds, and the damage to their internal organs wasn't too severe either. This left Zhao Qianxiu rather satisfied. He had recruited 5 students this time around. Even though it was more than he had expected, each of them possessed extraordinary strength. Now, only the 2 of them are left. Zhao Qianxiu's gaze turned to Wang Chong and Su Hanshan's room. Zhao Qianxiu doted on these 2 students whom he valued the most. Thus, in the middle of the night, Zhao Qianxiu had added the most ingredients for them. Furthermore, in order to deal with Wang Chong's situation, he even got 3 tigers that had been taught by experts, knew some martial arts, and were clad in heavy armor. Good students always needed special care. To think that Wang Chong and Su Hanshan, the 2 most outstanding students of Zhao Qianxiu, would be living together. This had given Zhao Qianxiu a huge headache. Both of them were top-notch elite. If these 2 families joined hands, it would be a real headache for him. The effectiveness of many measures would be greatly reduced. However, Zhao Qianxiu soon realized that he was overthinking things. It was impossible for the 2 of them to work together. It wasn't that Wang Chong wasn't willing, but Su Hanshan's personality was that even if he were to die, he would rather die alone. He wasn't willing to lie with someone else. In this kind of situation, the 9-headed tiger could attack one person and another at the same time, which was much better than the one-on-one test. Now, let's see how much damage they can avoid. Zhao Qianxiu listened carefully for a moment and realized that the battle between Wang Chong and Su Hanshan was on the verge of subsiding. It's about time. Zhao Qianxiu immediately moved toward Wang Chong and Su Hanshan's room. Roar. A tiger's roar shook the world, and Wang Chong and Su Hanshan's room trembled for a moment before everything calmed down. In the darkness, a little light lit up, illuminating the outline of the window frame in the room. It also faintly reflected the silhouettes of several young people. Zhao Qianxiu hastened his footsteps and rushed over. The battle in the room had already ended. As soon as Zhao Qianxiu walked in, he immediately saw the devastation in the room. Tables, chairs, beds, screens, and doors were all shattered into pieces, and it was even to the extent that the walls had collapsed and were smashed into numerous holes. Numerous tiger claw marks that were like blades and swords covered the surroundings, and it was a horrifying sight. The room was stained with blood and the floor was dyed red. More than a dozen massive tigers, each of them the size of a small mountain, were piled up in the room. Every single one of these tigers was equivalent to 4 to 5 adults. Piled up in the room, it was a frightening sight. The 3 heavily armored tigers that Zhao Qianxiu had specially prepared to deal with Wang Chong were among them. Their armor had been split open, and the gash was as smooth as a mirror. Even their bodies had been split open. How sharp! Zhao Qianxiu blinked his eyes in astonishment. He realized that he had underestimated the weapon in Wang Chong's hand. This Wuzi steel weapon was much sharper than he had expected. The heavy armor he had draped over the tigers was forged from Xian metal, making it incomparably resilient. On the battlefield, only the most elite soldiers would be able to equip them. But even so, it was still unable to withstand the Wuzi steel sword in Wang Chong's hand. Sweeping his gaze across the room, Zhao Qianxiu soon realized that even though Wang Chong and Su Hanshan were the ones whom he had taken care of, their injuries were the lightest. To be more precise, other than their pale faces and depleted origin energy, they weren't injured at all. This was completely different from what Zhao Qianxiu had expected. More than a dozen tigers in such a narrow space. Yet, they weren't injured at all. Zhao Qianxiu's eyebrows shot up in surprise. Wang Chong and Su Hanshan's performance was much better than he had expected. Against these 2 people, it seemed that pure strength and numbers would not play a decisive role. Instructor Zhao. Just as Zhao Qianxiu was surveying the room, a voice broke the silence. Wang Chong, who was in the midst of recuperating, was the first to notice Zhao Qianxiu. Following which, everyone's gazes turned toward Zhao Qianxiu with malicious intent. The entire room fell silent, and the atmosphere seemed to have frozen. Even Su Hanshan lifted his head to look at Zhao Qianxiu. Even though there was no change in the latter's expression, it was clear that he wasn't in a good mood. Releasing the tigers in the middle of the night was no longer as simple as a test. The tragic death of the examinee who was with Zhao Jingdian was more than enough to prove the problem. Zhao Qianxiu wasn't joking when he said that there was a death quota. If they couldn't survive this, they would have died in vain. They wouldn't have the chance to stand before Zhao Qianxiu anymore. Wang Chong, Su Hanshan, Zhuang Zhengping, Qi Weici, and Zhao Jingdian glared at Zhao Qianxiu furiously, but none of them said a word. An invisible pressure began to build up in the air. Why? Are you thinking of rebelling? Zhao Qianxiu could sense the rage in everyone's eyes, but he paid them no heed. If you find it unbearable and wish to back out, it's still not too late. Wang Chong gently wiped his sword, not saying a word. Of the 5 of them, Wang Chong was the one who understood Zhao Qianxiu the most. He knew that Zhao Qianxiu taught the art of commanding, which was different from other instructors. However, Wang Chong didn't expect Zhao Qianxiu's style to be like this. If not for his swift reaction and the Wut's steel sword in his hand, he might not have been able to survive a dozen tigers thrown into his residence in the dead of the night. In terms of resilience, strength, endurance, and explosiveness, these massive tigers were far superior to him. There were a few times where Wang Chong was in a perilous situation. If he couldn't dodge it, he would really die. On top of that, Zhao Qianqiu chose to do it in the dead of the night. While the vision of a martial artist was limited, the tigers weren't affected at all. At the same time, Zhao Qianqiu even specially ordered 3 heavy-armored tigers for him. This was way beyond the limits of the test. It was a little too much. This kind of teaching method was really too much. Hee, you think that I'm going overboard, right? Zhao Qianqiu sneered coldly as his face darkened. Let me tell you, I'm already being very merciful to you all. If I were to really do it my way, not even 3 of you would be able to survive. In fact, it would already be a miracle if there were even 2 of you. What do you think Kunwu training camp is? Is it a place where you indulge in debauchery? Is it a place where you nurture your friendships and make friends? Or is it a place where you can pick up high-tier martial arts for free? Humph, let me tell you, if you harbor such thoughts, you should scram. This is a military camp, a battlefield. A place where the Empire grooms its strongest warriors. Do you think that I'll be the only one raiding a camp in the middle of the night when you're on the battlefield? Do you think that there will only be a few ferocious tigers that barge in? That you won't even know martial arts, relying on your instincts and brute force to barge in? On the battlefield, you don't have a choice. Your enemies won't just be a dozen or so tigers, and their strength won't be on par with yours. When those true martial realm, profound martial realm, and even imperial martial realm generals and generals appear in front of you and slash down with their sabers, do you think that there will be an instructor standing in front of you for you to scold? Zhao Qianqiu's gaze swept across the crowd coldly. The raiding of the tigers in the middle of the night wasn't some perverted game he had come up with, nor was it to torture and kill these students. Rather, it was to save them so that they wouldn't die on the battlefield. The battlefield isn't a game. On the battlefield, everyone can die at any moment. Anyone, including me. If you don't have such resolve, you won't be able to survive on the battlefield in the future. The entire room fell silent. Everyone was initially filled with rage, but upon hearing Zhao Qianqiu's words, none of them could say a word. Like water flowing out of a dam, the rage in their hearts vanished without a trace. Zhao Qianqiu wasn't wrong. On the battlefield, there wouldn't only be a dozen or so tigers, and it wouldn't be within the limits of their capabilities. Compared to the future battlefield, Zhao Qianqiu's experiment was nothing at all. Instructor Zhao. Just as Wang Chong was about to speak, an abrupt change suddenly occurred. Xiao. A sharp whistling sound echoed in the night sky. At first, it sounded like it was coming from afar. But in the next instant, everyone realized that they were wrong. A scream of agony echoed as a sharp wolf fang arrow pierced through Qi Weixi's shoulder. The immense force of the arrow sent him flying into the air, pinning him onto the wall 70 to 80 zhang away. Fresh blood flowed down Qi Weixi's face, and his hands fell to his sides. In an instant, he had lost all ability to fight. Xiao. Almost at the same time, another sharp arrow followed closely behind. This time, it wasn't aimed at Qi Weixi's shoulder but his heart. In an instant, everyone's face turned incomparably pale. Boom! A steel fist as large as a bowl and as swift as a bolt of lightning abruptly punched out, knocking away the fatal arrow. Get down! Zhao Qianqiu bellowed. While knocking away the second arrow, he dashed toward Qi Weici, who was pinned to the wall. Enemy attack! Almost at the same moment that Zhao Qianqiu dashed out, a deafening roar echoed in the darkness. It was the Imperial Army soldiers standing guard. But halfway through the roar, as if someone had grabbed his neck, it abruptly came to an abrupt halt. Amidst the darkness, one could vaguely hear the sound of a corpse rolling down the mountain. In an instant, everyone's face warped. Chapter 205. No one knew what had happened. This was the capital, the Kunwu training camp, and the mountain was guarded by the Imperial Army. But Zhao Qianqiu's reaction couldn't be a lie, and neither could Qi Weixi's arrow. In the darkness, the screaming Imperial Army soldier who rolled down the mountain couldn't be a lie. Without a doubt, this wasn't a test arranged by Zhao Qianqiu. This was a true enemy attack. Careful, move away from the window. With no time to think, Wang Chong shouted and slashed at the oil lamp in the room. Pooh! The wick of the lamp was severed, plunging the room into darkness. Xiu xiu xiu. Almost at the same moment that Wang Chong extinguished the oil lamp, a bone-chilling whistle echoed in the darkness. However, it wasn't a single arrow this time, but more than a dozen arrows whizzing in through the window. Xiu! One of the arrows flew past Wang Chong's head, and the immense force it carried left Wang Chong's scalp tingling. He felt as if he had just brushed past the god of death. Boom boom boom! At the same time, a deafening explosion sounded from behind Wang Chong. More than a dozen arrows landed on the spot where Qi Weici was pinned to. With a deafening rumble, a cloud of dust rose, and the entire wall collapsed. Even Su Hanshan's face warped slightly upon seeing the fearsome might imbued within the arrows. "Get down, all of you get down!" Zhao Qianqiu had saved Qi Weici by a hair's breadth. Kneeling on the ground, he spoke in a panicked voice. This wasn't a drill, and Zhao Qianqiu was certain that he wasn't the one who had arranged for these arrows. At the very least, he wouldn't have arranged for the guards of the Kunwu training camp to be shot. "Don't make a sound, leave this place with me." Zhao Qianqiu's voice sounded in everyone's ears. His voice was extremely soft, and it carried a hoarse and anxious tone. But soon, Zhao Qianqiu's voice was interrupted. "Don't move. The outside isn't necessarily safer than here. Those people are master archers of the Turks." It was Wang Chong's voice, completely different from usual. When the arrows flew past, Wang Chong could clearly see that they were all wolf fang arrows. These sinister arrowheads were like wolf fangs, full of sawteeth. Once they were shot into the flesh, the barbs on them would hook into the flesh, making it very difficult to remove. Forcibly pulling it out would result in a piece of flesh and blood. Only the eastern and western Turkic Khaganates in the north would use such arrows. Sharpshooters have amazing eyesight. Being outside without any cover might not necessarily be safer than being here. There's a tiger corpse on the ground. Everyone, push the tiger corpse to the window and use it as a shield. In the darkness, Wang Chong's voice was steady and calm, which was different from his performance during the day. He didn't sound like a teenager, but like a veteran who had been through countless battlefields. That kind of steadiness and calmness invisibly gave people a sense of stability and conviction. How could I forget? There are tiger corpses everywhere here. We can use tiger corpses to block arrows. Actually, this is the safest place. Upon hearing Wang Chong's reminder, Zhao Qianqiu also came to a realization. Tigers had massive bodies, tough bones, and immense strength. Even though all of the tigers here had been killed by Wang Chong and Su Hanshan, their tough and dense bones served as the best shield. Furthermore, there were even 3 Xian steel-armored tigers that Zhao Qianqiu had specially prepared to deal with Wang Chong. Furthermore, the tough armor of these tigers was the best shield against arrows. Zhao Qianqiu's mind was in a mess, and all he wanted to do was to bring his students away from this place. Yet, he didn't think that this would actually be the safest place. Listen to Wang Chong's words. Push the tiger corpses to the windows, doors, and other places that are more vulnerable to attack. Zhao Qianqiu replied to Wang Chong. Peng! A massive tiger weighing around 800 jin slid along the ground, and with a loud peng, its back brushed against the direction of the arrow. Su Hanshan was the first to make a move. His strength was even greater than Wang Chong's. In his hands, the heavy tiger corpses were as light as a feather. Peng peng peng. As soon as Su Hanshan made a move, Zhuang Jingping, Zhao Jingdian, and the others followed suit. Each of the tigers was 2.45 meters long, and with just a few of them, they had already blocked the entire wall by the window. Not only so, they even stacked another layer on top of it. Pu pu pu. A series of dull thuds echoed in the air. Almost at the same moment that everyone was done, another volley of arrows flew over. Wang Chong's action of extinguishing the candles had played a crucial role. Unable to see the situation in the room, the master archers could only shoot blindly. Most of the wolf fang arrows pierced through the walls, only to be blocked by the tiger corpses. Be careful, the master archers of the Turk know how to shoot from afar. Be careful of their projectiles, everyone hide under the tiger carcass. Wang Chong didn't dare to get careless. He quickly pulled a heavy-armored tiger over and hid under its corpse. The massive size of the tigers served as the best cover. Hiding under the tiger corpses, Wang Chong was able to see through every part of his body. Zhao Jingdian and Zhuang Weici also pulled a few tiger corpses over and hid under them. Unlike Zhao Qianqiu's previous attack, this was an attack from a true human expert. Everyone could smell the thick stench of death in the air. Xiu xiu xiu. A series of hair-raising arrows echoed in the air. As if responding to Wang Chong's voice, a total of 50 to 60 arrows shot down from the sky. These arrows didn't come in through the windows. Instead, they shot from above into the depths of the sky before piercing through the ceiling of the palace and striking the ground. Due to the immense force behind the arrows, the tips and tails of the arrows trembled when they struck the ground, leaving everyone shuddering in fear. The arrows were simply too powerful. If not for Wang Chong's warning and the group hiding under the tiger corpses, they would have been struck by the arrows. But now, no matter how dense the rain of arrows was, the group remained unfazed. The ferocious tigers that Zhao Qianqiu had used to assault them had become their greatest protection at this moment. This was something that no one could have expected. Xiu xiu xiu. After a wave of arrows, another wave followed. This time, a total of 60 to 70 arrows shot down from the ceiling. The range of the arrows covered the entire room. Even the area outside the door and the walls were shrouded by the rain of arrows. Hearing the sound of arrows falling to the ground, everyone couldn't help but rejoice in their hearts. If not for Wang Chong's warning, they would have already fallen into the range of the arrows. Without any place to hide, it was as if they were completely exposed to the rain of arrows. After several volleys of arrows, as if confirming that no one could survive in the room, the other party's attack soon left. However, everyone's complexion was awful. Turkic master archers. Why would there be Turkic master archers here? Hiding under the armored tiger corpse, Wang Chong's mind was in turmoil, and his heart felt heavy. This was the first day of recruitment for the Kunwu training camp, and Wang Chong didn't expect that a Turkic master archer would assault them in the middle of the night. There were quite a few Imperial Army experts in the Kunwu training camp, and if they were to force their way in, they would surely suffer heavy casualties. Yet, Wang Chong didn't expect the other party to employ the tactic of a master archer. There was no need for the Turkic master archers to engage in close-quarters combat. In fact, they didn't even need to enter the perimeter of White Tiger Peak. They could easily target the entire White Tiger Peak from a distance of several li or even several mountains away. The guards stationed by the royal court on the peak posed no threat to them at all. Everyone was a living target. However, this wasn't all that Wang Chong was concerned about. In his previous life, Wang Chong had never heard of the matter of the Kunwu training camp being assaulted by Turkic master archers. Wang Chong couldn't help but wonder if the matter had been suppressed back then, or if it was due to him that the future had changed once more, resulting in the appearance of these Turkic master archers. The 3 great training camps were appointed by the Holy Emperor to groom talents for the royal court. It seems like not only the royal court, even the Turkic Khaganate is paying attention to this matter. Wang Chong's heart turned grim. The royal court had established the 3 great training camps to select elites from the nobles, and officials. Such a huge matter had never happened before. As a potential enemy of the Tang dynasty, it was impossible for the Eastern and Western Turkic Khaganate to not pay attention to it. Wang Chong knew that he had neglected this matter. At this moment, What Wang Chong was worried about was whether this matter had caught the attention of Uzun and the Goguryeo Empire. Instructor Zhao, how many master archers are there in the Kunwu training camp? Sticking close to the tiger corpse, Wang Chong's mind worked furiously, and he abruptly turned around to ask. There are more than a dozen archers, but there are less than 5 master archers. Furthermore, they are scattered across the 4 bases. Zhao Qianxiu replied bitterly. Zhao Qianxiu understood what Wang Chong meant. The only ones who could deal with master archers were master archers. However, this was only the first day since the establishment of the Kunwu training camp. Other than a few master archers, there weren't any master archers stationed in the other bases. In the first place, this matter wasn't within the scope of the training camp's defenses. From the very start, the purpose of the training camp's defenses was to prevent others or those with ulterior motives from infiltrating the camp. Who could have thought that the Turkic Khaganate would dispatch master archers? Even though Zhao Qianxiu possessed extraordinary strength, he was completely lacking in archery. He was completely helpless against these master archers several li away. Xiu xiu xiu. Amidst the darkness, the deafening buzzing of the bows and arrows filled the skies. Screams of agony echoed endlessly in the darkness. It was hard to tell how many master archers there were. A master archer could shoot 50 to 60 arrows from a distance of several li in a second. If 10 of them were to shoot 500 to 600 arrows in a second, that would be 500 to 600. As long as there were 20 master archers, they would be able to create more than 1,000 arrows, covering the entire White Tiger Peak. The aura of death followed them like a shadow. In that instant, everyone's complexion turned awful. Wei Hao, you can only rely on yourself now. Wang Chong panicked. Everyone had their own connections. In the entire Kunwu training camp, other than Zhao Jingdian, there was another person Wang Chong was concerned about, Wei Hao. Kunwu training camp was surrounded by 4 training bases: Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise. Wang Chong had no idea which mountain Wei Hao was assigned to. Since the Turkic Khaganate had launched an assault, it was unlikely that they would only target White Tiger Peak. Wang Chong could only hope that Wei Hao would be able to avoid the danger upon noticing it. Under the pressure of the rain of arrows, this was the best solution. Aolo! Just as Wang Chong's mind was whirling, a wild howl suddenly sounded from the darkness. The reverberating howl shook the entire forest. Hearing this wild howl, Wang Chong's face immediately warped. It was the howl of a wolf. Furthermore, it wasn't the howl of a single wolf, but the howl of a pack of wolves. Chapter 206. A woo. A wave of wolf howls rang out, followed by wolf howls from all directions. Countless wolf packs had appeared in the vicinity of the White Tiger Peak. Even though the Kunwu training camp was more than 20 li away from the capital, and it was set up in the depths of the mountains, it was impossible for there to be so many wolves in the surroundings. Turk grassland wolves. Wang Chong's face turned grim. The howls of the wolves were vigorous and forceful. In the whole world, there was only one place where so many wolves could appear. And that was the grassland where the Turks lived. These wolves were huge and extremely aggressive. Over the long river of time, some of the Turk experts had gradually learned how to control these wolves. In the war between the Central Plains Empire and the Turks, there was a case of the Turks summoning wolves to aid them in battle. If a large group of Turk soldiers were to cross the border, it was impossible for the royal court to not notice it. However, if wolves were to cross the border one by one, even if the guards by the border saw them, they wouldn't pay any attention to them. Clearly, the Turks had resorted to some little trick. This is bad. The Turks are preparing to use the wolves to attack the peak. Zhao Qianxiu's complexion turned awful. He had also understood the situation. If it was just the wolves, the guards on the mountain would still be able to deal with them. However, if they were to work together with the Turk master archers, they would be in grave danger. There was even a chance that they might be wiped out by the Turks. If the three great training camps were to suffer such a heavy blow on the first day, it would be a huge blow to the Empire's reputation. As the instructor of the training camps, this was unacceptable to Zhao Qianqiu. "This won't do, I have to get out." Zhao Qianqiu panicked. Outside, the terrain was vast, and there was nothing to hide behind. It would be easy for the Turk master archers to shoot them down. But at this moment, Zhao Qianqiu couldn't care less. "Instructor Zhao, how many men can you gather here?" At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. Wang Chong's voice was as calm as ever. The sudden assault on the training camps had left Wang Chong more anxious than anyone else. This was where the Empire would have the most generals in the future. The death of any one of them would be a huge loss to the Empire. More importantly, if he wanted to change the fate of the Divine Continent in the future, Wang Chong still needed the help of these people. Until now, Wang Chong still didn't know if this attack had already happened, or if it was because of him that fate had changed. No matter which one it was, Wang Chong couldn't just sit back and watch this happen. About 6 or 7 people? Zhao Qianqiu didn't know what Wang Chong was up to, but he still answered the latter's question. He had a deep impression of Wang Chong. Wang Chong was composed, calm, and collected. He was able to find a way out of danger. Using the tiger corpse to dodge the rain of arrows was the best proof. "Can you find any sharpshooters in the training camp?" Wang Chong asked. "What do you want?" Hearing those words, Zhao Qianqiu's body jolted. Recalling something, he turned to look at Wang Chong. "It is a great taboo on the battlefield for us to scatter and do our own things. It will be easy for them to take us down one by one. Right now, we can only find a way to gather the sharpshooters on the mountain to launch a counterattack," Wang Chong said calmly. Currently, everyone was scattered all over White Tiger Peak, and they were all doing their own thing. Under such circumstances, even if there were quite a few Imperial Army guards on White Tiger Peak, they wouldn't be able to retaliate at all. The only thing they could do now was to rely on the sharpshooters and instructors. But have you ever thought that if we were to gather together, we would be a huge target, and it would be easy for us to be destroyed by the sharpshooters? Zhao Qianqiu understood Wang Chong's intentions. There's no other choice. If we were to gather together, it would be easy for us to be ambushed. But if we weren't, we would die even faster, Wang Chong said. Zhao Qianqiu could be considered as an experienced commander, but in this aspect, Wang Chong, who had been bathed in blood for his entire life, was even more experienced than him. "I understand. 5 to 6 Imperial Army guards, instructors, and the sharpshooters on the mountain. This is the maximum number of people I can gather in the short term." Even though Zhao Qianqiu was an instructor, he didn't have the authority to mobilize the Imperial Army. Thus, Zhao Qianqiu could only look for those whom he was familiar with. This way, he could also save a lot of words. In this kind of dangerous environment, sometimes speaking a few more words might cause him to be targeted by others and lose his life. So, Zhao Qianqiu leaped forward, and before Wang Chong could even catch a glimpse of him, he had already slipped out of the room. With Zhao Qianqiu's departure, only Wang Chong, Zhao Jingyan, Zhuang Jingping, Qi Weisi, and Su Hanzhan were left in the room. No, that's not right. Wang Chong glanced around and realized that Su Hanzhan had left with Zhao Qianqiu. The room was silent. Without Zhao Qianqiu around, everyone felt uneasy. "Wang Gongzi, what should we do now?" In the darkness, Zhuang Jingping looked at Wang Chong and asked with a trembling voice. As an elite of the Zhuang clan, Zhuang Jingping had been through a lot. But this time, it was completely different. At least 20 to 30 sharpshooters had turned the entire training camp into an abyss of death. Zhuang Jingping could feel death looming over him. This was no longer a duel between experts. This was a battlefield. No matter how formidable Zhuang Jingping was, he was only an outstanding scion. How could he have experienced such a brutal battlefield? "Do you know anyone here?" Wang Chong asked. "I do, and they are all scions of the prestigious clans. However, I'm not sure if they are still alive. Zhuang Zhengping said. Alright, you should find a way to bring them here. Leave Qi Weici here, and he won't be in danger for the time being. Jingdian, take care of him for a while. I'll go out to take a look. Without waiting for anyone to react, Wang Chong executed the dragon, ascending the clouds of the dragon bone art, and darted out of the room through the hole created by the Turkic master archers. Phew! A gust of wind blew, and as he dashed out of the room, Wang Chong felt as though he had entered another world. At the peak of the mountain were numerous palaces that were riddled with holes. Borrowing the weak light of the night, Wang Chong could clearly see that from his feet to the base of the mountain, it was a vast expanse filled with ferocious wolves. The howls of the wolves, the howling of the wind, the screams of agony, the clashing of weapons, and the sound of the Turkic wolf Fang arrows piercing through the air, turning the entire training camp into a camp of death. Wang Chong's worst premonition had come true. It was impossible for these wolves to deal with the Imperial Army guards at the peak of the mountain. Amidst the pack of wolves, Wang Chong saw a few short figures sprinting as if they were flying, carrying at least 2, if not 3, swords in their hands. They dashed through the wolf pack, and some of them even managed to ride on the backs of 1 or 2 Turkic wolves. However, the wolves didn't seem to care about them at all, allowing them to ride on their backs without attacking them at all. Oh, Dekaji Ansaheo? An anxious and stern voice echoed in the darkness. This wasn't the language of the Turks, and the Turks wouldn't use 2 or even 3 sabers. Gogurians? A thought flashed across Wang Chong's mind. His worst premonition had been verified. The establishment of the 3 great training camps didn't just attract the Turks, it also attracted the attention of the Gogurians in the northeast. Both sides seemed to have sensed danger from the establishment of the 3 great training camps. The master archers of the Turks and the warriors of the Gogurians, as well as the pack of wolves from the northern plains, formed an invisible noose. In that instant, Wang Chong understood that White Tiger Peak and Kunwu training camp weren't the only ones under attack. The other training camps were bound to be under attack as well. Given the scale of the Turks' actions and the fact that they were working together with the Gogurians, it wasn't just to kill a few people or wreak havoc in the 3 great training camp. These people were intent on destroying the 3 great training camp. Be careful, there are Gogurians! A shrill cry echoed in the night sky, but before it could travel far, a wolf Fang arrow pierced through the throat of the Imperial Army leader. Following which, 3 more wolf Fang arrows pierced through his forehead, left chest, and right chest respectively. Pung! The Imperial Army leader fell backward onto the ground. Kill! As the wolves pounced forward, the Gogurian warriors hidden among them also charged forward. The entire mountain was filled with killing intent. Xiao! All of a sudden, an arrow flew toward a Gogurian warrior in the distance. Clang! The Gogurian warrior reacted swiftly and instinctively slashed the arrow. However, something shocking happened. As though expecting the Gogurian warrior to make such a move, the arrow arced through the air and pierced into the arm of the Gogurian warrior. Brat! Hearing the Gogurian warrior curse in Gogurian, Wang Chong abruptly turned his head around and stared at the direction where the arrow came from. But before he could think too much, an Imperial Army member on the mountain had already pounced over. Be careful! A familiar voice sounded from the darkness. Wang Chong hesitated for a moment before he heard the dense sounds of arrows raining down. Xiao xiao xiao, dozens of wolf Fang arrows fell from the sky. Pung pung pung. The ground shook and a cloud of dust rose. 20 zhang away from Wang Chong, a dense carpet of wolf Fang arrows was embedded into the ground. Chen Burang. Wang Chong finally recognized the person. It was the young hunter, Chen Burang. Pung. Without any hesitation, Wang Chong returned to his room, grabbed a tiger carcass, and kicked it out. It landed not too far away from the rock where Chen Burang was hiding. Pu. Right after the tiger carcass was thrown out, a dense barrage of wolf Fang arrows flew over. He's being targeted. Wang Chong's reaction wasn't slow. With a single glance, he could tell that Chen Burang was being targeted by a master archer. Pung pung pung. The first one, the second one, the third one. Wang Chong used the tiger carcass to open up a path from the other side of the rock. Jingdian, bring some tables and chairs over. Wang Chong turned around and said. The broken tables and chairs weren't enough to stop the Wolf Fang arrows, but at the very least, they could obstruct the vision of the master archers. On the other side, Chen Burang also understood Wang Chong's intentions. Xiao, he darted out from the rock and followed the path that Wang Chong had opened up for him. Behind him, there were 3 or 4 other figures who followed him. It's you. Chapter 207. Wang Chong, why are you here? Chen Burang was pleasantly surprised. What about you? How did you end up there? Wang Chong asked. He was equally curious. That's a long story. In order to save them, I was targeted by a powerful sharpshooter. That guy's archery skills are amazing. He can shoot 80 arrows in the blink of an eye. The rock I was hiding on was shattered by him. If you hadn't appeared, I would have been targeted to death by him. Chen Burang's face was pale. He seemed to have exhausted a lot of energy, but he was still very excited. He didn't look afraid at all. Can you tell how many arrows he can shoot in a second? Wang Chong asked curiously. A second? Oh, you mean he's a fast archer. A trace of doubt flashed in Chen Burang's eyes, but he soon smiled. He had the simple and natural smile of a hunter in the mountains. When we hunt, our eyes must be sharp, and our ears must be sensitive. There are many plants in the mountains. Some prey can't be seen with the eyes, so our ears must be sensitive. Our village chief said that I was born different from others. I don't feel it myself, but I can indeed hear the sound of mosquitoes from a few miles away since I was young. Chen Burang admitted it frankly, as if he didn't think it was a big deal to have such an ability. The sound of mosquitoes? Wang Chong looked at Chen Burang in front of him. His heart trembled violently. It wasn't strange for an archer to have sensitive ears. All archers had this ability, and they had also cultivated it. But to be able to hear the sound of mosquitoes from a few miles away, even the sharpshooters Wang Chong met in his past life didn't have such an ability. He recalled that Chen Burang could sense the incoming Wolf Fang arrows in advance, but he couldn't hear anything. In an instant, Wang Chong seemed to understand something. His gaze towards Chen Burang was completely different. This person is too capable. It's no wonder why he could become a famous archer in my past life, leading the archers to be known as the elites of the Tang dynasty. Wang Chong looked at Chen Burang, his heart in turmoil. No one knew better than him that even though Chen Burang wasn't famous yet, he would definitely become one of the best sharpshooters in the world in the future. Putting everything else aside, just his hearing alone was enough to surpass the sharpshooters outside. Do you know how many sharpshooters there are outside? Wang Chong asked. The night was pitch black, and the whereabouts of those sharpshooters were uncertain. The most important thing now was to figure out how many enemies had come. There are a total of 43 sharpshooters, divided into 2 groups, one with 28 and the other with 15. Among them, there are 11 in the east, 14 in the west, 8 in the south, 8 in the north, and 2 in the forest 3,000 zhang southeast of the foot of the mountain. There are 11 in the east, 14 in the west, 8 in the south, 8 in the north, and 2 in the forest 3,000 zhang southeast of the mountain. Wang Chong was rendered speechless. Chen Burang's hearing ability had reached an unimaginable level. 2 groups? Wang Chong quickly came to a realization and frowned. Aren't they all Turks? Turks. Hearing this name, the group stared at one another in shock. They had heard of the Eastern and Western Turkic Khaganates before. But ever since they were young, they had never come into contact with the sharpshooters of the Turks. I don't know who they are, but their shooting style is clearly different. One group of people used Wolf Fang arrows, while the other group only used vertical projectiles. They were especially powerful and were even harder to block than the group of people who used Wolfang arrows. Chen Bureng said as he took out a broken arrow. Wang Chong glanced at it. It was a diamond-shaped arrowhead, and it looked exceptionally sharp. Chen Bureng had chopped off the tail of the arrow. However, on the remaining arrow shaft, Wang Chong saw the emblem of a three-legged crow. It's the Goguryeo condor shooters. Wang Chong passed the broken arrow back to Chen Bureng with a heavy heart. The Goguryans weren't a nomadic tribe, so they didn't have as many sharpshooters as the Turks. However, the top-notch archers of the Goguryans were even more formidable than those of the Turks. This was the condor shooters. Condors flew exceptionally high. Their muscles were powerful, and their wings were as tough as steel. Thus, they flew at an incredible speed. Most arrows, including the arrows of master archers, could be seen from above and dodged easily. It was difficult for most arrows to pose a threat to condors. However, the Goguryeo condor shooters were different. No matter how high or fast the condors flew, they would be able to hit them. In the previous wars against the Goguryans, there were many elites who died in the hands of the condor shooters. To think that the Goguryans would send even condor shooters over. Wang Chong frowned deeply. You guys come in first. Chen Bureng, eat this pill. Wang Chong passed him a recovery pill. Wang Chong could tell that Chen Bureng's archery was extremely bizarre. To think that he would be able to draw an arc in the air. For an Origin Energy Realm cultivator, this was an unimaginable feat. Chen Bureng didn't turn down Wang Chong's offer. Together with the other three, they entered the house. At this moment, there were already 6 people gathered around Wang Chong. Including himself, there were 7 of them. To Wang Chong, this strength was more than sufficient for him to do something. Everyone, take off your clothes and use the broken wooden planks and wooden plaques in the house to prop them up. Make a few more dummies. Jingdian, bring them to make use of the tiger carcasses here to build a small-scale defensive barrier. Next up, it will be our turn to fight. Time was of the essence, and there were still the Imperial Army guards blocking the way outside. However, Wang Chong knew that the battle could reach here at any moment. Leave the dummies to me. I specialize in that. Chen Bureng immediately understood the meaning behind Wang Chong's words. Upon hearing that Wang Chong would be making dummies, he immediately understood the latter's intentions. He was born in the mountains and his family was a hunter. Making traps and disguises were all basic skills. Wang Chong nodded his head. Then, he squatted down and gathered everyone. The enemy came prepared, and they are all experts. In a one-on-one fight, none of us are a match for them. Everyone, take note. When we encounter enemies later on, follow this order. Whether we can survive or not will depend on ourselves. This time, no one said a word. Instead, they turned to look at Wang Chong silently. In a life-and-death situation, everyone hoped to have a backbone who could give orders on their behalf and unite the hearts of the people. Without a doubt, Wang Chong took over this responsibility. Outside the door, the sounds of fighting, screams, and wolf howls could be heard. The stench of blood permeated the air. Due to the lack of time, Wang Chong could only draw the simplest combination attack diagram. This was one of the common combination attack methods that Wang Chong implemented in the army in his later years. Unlike any other commander in the history of the Tang dynasty, during the period when Wang Chong was the commander, combination attacks were particularly common and frequent. It wasn't that Wang Chong had any special hobby, but that there were simply too many powerful opponents on the battlefield in his later years. This was especially obvious when they were facing the foreign invaders. Wang Chong's combination attack was also born in response to the situation. But it was also for this reason that the army under Wang Chong's command was particularly powerful. Whenever Wang Chong participated in a war, the casualties of the top-notch experts in the enemy's army would be extremely frequent. These experts, who were supposed to play an important role on the battlefield, would often die before they could even cause a ripple. The Turks and Gogurians had been preparing for this night assault for a very long time. In fact, even though they had never come into contact with each other before, they had come to an agreement in advance. Obviously, these people had already considered everything clearly. It was currently late at night, and the Kunwu training camp was more than 20 li away from the capital. Furthermore, it was located deep in the mountains, so it was impossible for the capital to receive news so quickly. Even if the capital were to discover the ambush, a few hours of travel was more than enough for them to take down the Kunwu training camp. On the other hand, just the Imperial Army guards in the training camp wouldn't be able to withstand the assault of 40 master archers, Gogurian warriors, and wolf pack. This tactic of the Turks had maximized the usefulness of master archers. A net of death was woven around the Kunwu training camp. But Wang Chong knew that these people had miscalculated. They had underestimated the thousands of students in the Kunwu training camp. Chen Burang was the best example. There were too many future great generals in this training camp. As long as they were utilized well, it wasn't impossible for the Turks and Gogurians to crumble this assault. Alright, everyone, remember the sequence. Time is of the essence, so hurry up and finish the preparations. As Wang Chong spoke, he was the first to rush out of the collapsed building. Wolf howls could be heard from outside, and he could already sense a few Turk wolves pouncing in his direction. Oh! A massive Turk wolf barked its teeth with a vicious gaze. It was the first to notice Wang Chong standing outside the building. Roaring furiously, it leaped up and pounced forward. Chi! A cold gleam flashed, and before the Turk wolf could even get close, it was cleaved into two by Wang Chong. No matter how powerful a wolf was, it was no match for a ferocious tiger. The size and strength of the two weren't on the same level. Wang Chong would still find it difficult to deal with a ferocious tiger, but dealing with a Turk wolf was a walk in the park. There was nothing that could withstand the sharpness of the Wuzi steel sword. Chen Burang was extremely efficient. Very soon, he had erected many dummies in every part of the room that could be seen from the outside. Not only did Chen Burang make use of clothes, he even made use of bedsheet. This caused the number of dummies to multiply, and every single one of them was extremely lifelike. In this aspect, Chen Burang was definitely talented. The moment the dummies were erected, piu-piu sounds echoed in the air. The eyesight of a master archer far surpassed that of an ordinary person, as well as everyone else here. However, master archers weren't invincible. A distance of several li allowed them to remain undefeatable, but at the same time, it limited their eyesight as well. Furthermore, darkness affected them as well. At such a distance, even a master archer wouldn't be able to tell the difference between a real person and a dummy. On the other hand, their superior eyesight could also be used to draw the enemy's attention and exhaust their arrows. Chen Burang completed his preparations. On the other side, Zhao Jingyan and Zhuang Zhengping had also completed their mission. Wang Chong. In just a moment, the vanished Zhao Qianqiu finally appeared before Wang Chong with 5 Imperial Army guards and instructors. A massive bow on one of the instructors caught Wang Chong's attention. Master Archer. Chapter 208. Wang Chong, what do you think? Zhao Qianqiu's face was pale, and his body was covered in blood. The group was covered in wounds, and they had fought their way here. They had even lost 2 men along the way. The situation on White Tiger Peak was far more dangerous than what they thought it to be. Is this the student you spoke of? At this moment, the master archer instructor also spoke up. As he spoke, he looked at Zhao Qianqiu with a questioning gaze. His breathing was heavy, and his forehead was drenched in sweat. His clothes were torn, and it seemed like he had expended a great deal of energy. He was the only one who knew what kind of situation he had been through on the peak. All the master archers of the Turkic Khaganate viewed him as a thorn in their side. More than half of the arrows whistling through the air were aimed at him. Only master archers could deal with master archers, and only he knew what kind of pressure he was facing at the moment. The death that he was facing was much higher than that of anyone else present. Zhao Qianxiu nodded, indicating that he was the culprit. Howl! A ferocious wolf howl suddenly sounded from the gap in the collapsed wall, but it only lasted for a moment before it died. Hurry up, we don't have much time left. The anxious voice of 2 Imperial Army guards sounded from the gap. Beside them were 7 to 8 Turk wolf corpses, which they had just killed. The situation on White Tiger Peak was extremely disadvantageous. A large number of wolves and Gogrian warriors had scattered the guards on White Tiger Peak. The combined assault of the Turk master archers and Gogrian warriors was inflicting heavy casualties on the guards on White Tiger Peak. The pressure quickly spread into the room, and everyone's eyes were on Wang Chong. It was Wang Chong's idea to summon the master archers and Imperial Army guards here, so naturally, everyone had high expectations of him. Chen Burang, come here. Without saying a word, Wang Chong beckoned Chen Burang over, and called the young hunter over. The urgent matter at hand wasn't the Gogurians and wolf pack outside, but the Turk master archers and Gogrian condor hunters. With these people around, none of the Imperial Army soldiers would be able to hold out for long. When dozens of master archers and condor archers aimed at a single person, even Zhao Qianxiu would be killed in an instant. This was the terrifying thing about a sharpshooter in the army. There's such a thing. That sharpshooter instructor had learned from Wang Chong that Chen Burang's innate talent was extraordinary, and his eyes were filled with astonishment. There wasn't a single sharpshooter who didn't have sharp ears and eyes. However, it was impossible for him to hear something from several kilometers away. It was even more impossible to determine the other party's exact location. It was now late at night, and even he couldn't tell how many sharpshooters were hiding in the dark or where they were. The appearance of this young hunter in the mountains had really shocked him. Of course, there were more surprises. I see what you mean. This is indeed a very good fortress. The sharpshooter instructor looked around. There were wolf fang arrows all over the ground. In Wang Chong's room, the light that he had lit up earlier had attracted a lot of attacks and became the first target. But it was also due to this that wolf fang arrows were scattered all over the ground. This was equivalent to a natural material and an unlimited supply of arrows. As a base for a counterattack, it was the best choice. However, it's useless. The tiger carcasses in the room aren't enough to defend against them at all. Unlike you, you will only attract 1 or 2 people at most. However, as long as I make a move, I'll attract the attention of all the master archers. By then, wolf fang arrows will rain down from all directions, and there won't be a safe place at all. The sharpshooter couldn't help but be impressed by Wang Chong's idea. To have Zhao Qianxiu and the others protect them from the wolves and Gogurians outside, they would be able to launch a counterattack. Given his strength, as long as he had a decent, safe house, it would be much larger than all of Zhao Qianxiu and the others combined. It wasn't that he didn't think of finding a safe place to launch a counterattack, but such a place didn't exist on White Tiger Peak. Of course, these tiger carcasses aren't enough. However, it'll be a different story if we include the metal cages outside. Wang Chong finally voiced out his thoughts. Soon, the 12 metal cages that Zhao Qianxiu used to store the tigers were brought into the room. These metal cages were lined up closely against the walls, covering almost every corner of the room. When these empty metal cages were filled with tiger carcasses, wolf carcasses, and a large amount of rocks and rubble, the sturdiest fortress on White Tiger Peak was formed. In that instant, everyone in the room, including Zhao Qianxiu, Chen Burang, and the master archer instructor, looked at Wang Chong with a completely different gaze. As a hunter in the mountains, Chen Burang was no stranger to setting up traps and disguises. However, even Chen Burang didn't expect that these metal cages could be used to create a safe fortress for the only master archer instructor on the mountain. For an archer, if they had such a free hand, they would be able to display their greatest power. The Turkic archers and the Gogrian condor archers are both capable of long-range shooting, and the Gogurian's Condor archers are the most formidable. Chen Burang, help Instructor Chen. If you hear any long-range shooting, enter the metal cage at the center in advance. Wang Chong pointed to a 2-story metal cage at the center. This was specially made by Wang Chong, and it was made up of 2 metal cages stacked on top of one another. The top cage was filled with rocks, rubble, and wolf carcasses while the bottom cage was empty. This way, if the enemy master archer realized that a straight shot was useless and decided to use long-range shooting, Chen Burang and the master archer instructor would be able to enter the cage in time to protect themselves. In order to transport the tigers, Zhao Qianqiu had used thick xian metal to construct the metal cages. At this moment, this xian metal could be used to its fullest potential. Ha ha ha, Zhao Qianqiu, you sure have an incredible student under you. With this safe room, the wolf fang arrows on the ground, and this student, I'm confident that I can face all of them. Zhou Huang, the master archer instructor, laughed heartily. In an instant, he felt much more at ease. Back at the peak of the mountain, he had been completely suppressed by them. However, with Wang Chong's design, everything was different. We only need to leave a few people here. The moment I shoot, I'll immediately attract the attention of the Turkic master archers. The rest of you should leave this place. Zhou Huang was delighted. Holding his bow in his left hand and an arrow in his right, he was ready to shoot. Zhuang Jingping, leave Qi Weisi in the cage at the center. The rest of you, follow me. Wang Chong beckoned, and the group immediately left the area. Even though the room seemed much more dangerous now that they had left. But with a master archer like Zhou Huang to attract the attention of the enemy, the group was much safer. Their priority now was to deal with the wolf pack and Gogrian warriors. Let's go. Remember the strategy one spoke of previously. Wang Chong whipped out his Wuzi steel sword and walked out of the room with widened strides. The group didn't walk out in a loose manner. Instead, they formed a military formation. Even the Imperial Army Guard who had split off to work with them couldn't help but look at them in awe. Awo! As soon as Wang Chong walked out of the room, he was greeted by the sight of a pack of wolves. Individually, these wolves weren't too strong. Regardless of whether it was Wang Chong or anyone else here, they would be able to deal with them individually. However, the wolves of the Turkic plains didn't rely on their individual strength. Instead, they relied on the advantage they had as a group to charge forward like a tidal wave. Under such circumstances, be it Wang Chong, Zhao Jingdian, or the Imperial Army Guard, any one of them would be in danger if they were alone. This was also the reason why Wang Chong advised Zhao Qianqiu against charging out alone. The situation on White Tiger Peak was already extremely dire. Corpses littered the jagged rocks of the mountain. Wang Chong, Zhao Qianqiu, and the others had only spent a short moment in the room, but the situation on the peak had already taken a turn for the worse. Kill! Wang Chong gripped his sword with both hands and strode forward, leading his men in the charge formation of an army. Awo! More than a dozen Turkic grassland wolves bared their fangs and howled. All of a sudden, they pounced toward Wang Chong and the others. Their eerie green eyes gleamed coldly in the night sky. Qi blood splattered in the air. Following which, the corpses of the wolves fell from the sky, landing on Wang Chong and the others. At the same time, behind Wang Chong, more than 50 wolf fang arrows whizzed out from Wang Chong and Su Hanshan's room. Piercing through the air, they flew toward the surrounding forests on White Tiger Peak. The only master archer instructor on White Tiger Peak had finally made his move. In that instant, time seemed to have stopped, and everything seemed to have changed. Wang Chong didn't turn his head, but Wang Chong could sense the change in the sky above him. The rain of wolf fang arrows had suddenly thinned significantly. Everything seemed to have come to a standstill in that instant. Yea! 3 of them! 3 Turkic master archers are dead. Suddenly, a furious roar sounded from the room behind him. The voice was filled with uncontrollable excitement, and it was even trembling slightly. Chen Burang! It was Chen Burang's voice. No one turned their heads around, but everyone knew that Wang Chong's strategy was working. For the first time since the battle began, the Turkic master archers hidden in the forest had suffered casualties. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief, and the pressure weighing down on them lessened significantly. Spread out. As soon as he heard Chen Burang's voice, Wang Chong immediately issued an order. Everyone dashed forward at lightning speed, trying their best to get as far away from Chen Burang and Zhou Huang as possible. Xiu xiu xiu. A hair-raising sound echoed in the air. Not too long after Zhou Huang's arrows were released, a dense barrage of several thousand arrows came from all directions. Every single arrow was aimed at the area where Zhou Huang and Chen Burang were. Chapter 209. Wang Chong's strategy worked. Countless arrows rained down on Zhou Huang and Chen Burang's room. Relying on the metal cage in the middle, they managed to survive the first wave of arrows. Xiu xiu xiu. Another wave of arrows was released, and the surrounding mountains suddenly quietened down. A battle between master archers wasn't just a competition of numbers. A battle between a master archer and a group of master archers wasn't as simple as it seemed on the surface. When Zhou Huang obtained a safe house and killed 6 master archers consecutively, an invisible pressure was suddenly born on White Tiger Peak. The mountain range several miles away from White Tiger Peak suddenly became quiet. Zhou Huang's archery and Chen Burang's extraordinary talent formed the perfect combination. In the surroundings, the dozens of fearless Turkic master archers and Gogrian Condor archers finally quieted down. Wang Chong knew that his chance had come. Over there, a dozen zhang away, an instructor whose left shoulder had been pierced by a wolf fang arrow was lying on the ground with a pale face. Around him were dozens of wolf corpses and newly replenished Turk wolves. Dozens of wolves were attacking him relentlessly, and other than a few Imperial Army guards who had been killed by the wolf fang arrows, there was no one else around him. No one knew how long he had lasted here, but from his pale and sweaty face, Wang Chong could tell that he had expended a great deal of his strength. Qi, Wang Chong, Zhao Jingdian, Zhuang Jingming, the 3 scions, and an Imperial Army guard swiftly rushed forward to save the White Tiger Peak instructor. With the help of Wang Chong and the others, the instructor's complexion improved significantly. "Can you still hold on?" Wang Chong said. "Yes," the instructor replied. He felt that the young man before him was an unfathomable figure. In the chaotic White Tiger Peak, such a group was extremely eye-catching. Wang Chong didn't say much. He nodded and pulled him into his team. The next moment, Wang Chong led the instructor straight to the second place. There was a large boulder there, and behind it, an Imperial Army guard had also sustained severe injuries from the rain of arrows. The wolves who smelled the scent of blood surrounded him tightly. After dispersing the wolf pack and saving the Imperial Army Guard, the number of Imperial Army Guards and instructors by Wang Chong's side had increased to 3. Wang Chong's determination, confidence, and calmness had successfully won the trust of these Imperial Army Guards and instructors. Now, this was a force that could influence the situation in a small area. Next, the Gogrian warrior. Wang Chong pointed to a Gogrian warrior amidst the wolf pack. This person's hair was disheveled, and he exuded a wild aura. The 3 sabers in his hands were like a furious storm. Working together with the wolf pack, the Imperial Army Guard on the other side was forced to retreat step by step. As expected, the Imperial Army Guard wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. Boom! The 3 instructors and Imperial Army Guards beside Wang Chong were the first to attack. Following which, Wang Chong, Zhao Jingdian, Zhuang Jingping, and the other scions followed suit and attacked as per their agreement. Wang Chong's human wave tactic was effective. In just a single move, the Gogrian warrior's internal organs were crushed, and he died. The number of experts by Wang Chong's side increased to 4. Jingdian, Zhuang Jingping, bring some men to gather the other examinees. Also, at the edge of the mountain where there's no one, start a few fires. The bigger the better. The bigger the fire, the darker the area that the flames can't reach, and the greater the impact on the master archers. Wang Chong suddenly turned to Zhao Jingdian, Zhuang Zhengping, and the others. Master archers weren't invincible. Even though they could clearly see the apples on the apple tree several kilometers away, that was only during the day. At night, there were too many ways to affect their eyesight. Bonfires were one of the ways to do that. In theory, the brighter the mountain, the more dangerous it was to others. But in reality, the contrast between the brightness of the fire and the darkness would only make it darker, making it difficult to see one's silhouette. And the existence of the bonfire would unknowingly affect the master archers, regardless of whether they were paying attention to it or not. Master archers were still humans, not gods. As long as they didn't feel this urge, the chances of them being ambushed would decrease significantly, and their chances of survival would increase as well. "Don't worry, we'll do it now," Zhuang Zhengping said without any hesitation. Following Wang Chong's instructions, the group quickly left. "This is my formation. Everyone, attack according to this formation." Wang Chong drew a simple formation on the ground and passed it to the instructors and Imperial Army Guard. "Understood." The crowd nodded. Wang Chong's formation was designed for the battlefield. In this aspect, they were much more receptive to it than Zhao Jingdian and the others. Leading the 4 Imperial Army Guards and instructors, Wang Chong continued forward. Wang Chong didn't make a move personally. Instead, he made use of the strength of the White Tiger Peak Imperial Army Guards and instructors to attack the Gogrian warriors who were fighting alone. The 5th, the 6th, after gathering a batch of Imperial Army Guards and instructors, Wang Chong's momentum was set. More and more Imperial Army Guards gathered around him. 7, 8, 9 Unlike the instructors and Imperial Army Guards who were severely injured earlier, most of the Imperial Army Guards that Wang Chong saved were still in their peak condition. On White Tiger Peak, intelligence was far more important than fighting prowess. "Occupy that area first." Wang Chong stretched out a finger and pointed ahead. When he was ascending the mountain, he had seen clearly that there were 3 important locations on White Tiger Peak. These 3 locations were interconnected with one another. As long as he could occupy these 3 locations, he would be able to minimize the enemy's space to launch an assault. No matter how many enemies there were, they wouldn't be able to move freely. And the location that Wang Chong was pointing at was the first location. It was located in the middle of the many palaces on the mountain. Even though it wasn't a foolproof location, as long as he could occupy it, he could use the palaces to block the sight of the enemy master archers. Secondly, he could make use of the walls of the palaces to minimize the possibility of attacks from all directions. It could be said that other than Chun Burang and Zhou Huang's room, this was one of the safest locations in the mountain. "Everyone, sit according to his instructions." At this moment, the instructor whom Wang Chong saved turned to the crowd and instructed. Wang Chong's composure and magnanimity instilled confidence in the crowd. Without any hesitation, the Imperial Army Guards and instructors followed Wang Chong's instructions. Awo! Countless giant wolves and tigers pounced forward swiftly and ferociously, but they were unable to stop the group at all. After killing another 3 Gogrian warriors hidden within the wolf pack, Wang Chong led the group to occupy this strategic location. On the left and right sides of this strategic location were towering walls that were more than a dozen zhang tall. The appearance of the 9 Imperial Army Guards and instructors was reminiscent of a reef in the middle of a vast ocean. As though they had encountered a sharp boulder, the Turk wolf pack that was charging over from the foot of the mountain was immediately stopped by the group. The pack of wolves instinctively felt threatened. Countless wolves bared their teeth and roared as they pounced from all directions. But before the group, they fell to the ground one after another. The terrain played an important role. The moment 100 wolves entered the area, it was as though an ocean gushing into a river. At most, there would only be 8 to 9 Turk wolves in each direction. Following Wang Chong's instructions, the group was divided into 3 at the front, 4 at the back, and 2 in the middle who were responsible for providing support. Every single one of them stood firmly on the ground as though a nail. The unique terrain and formation made it so that even though there were many wolves, each of them could only deal with 2 Turk wolves on average. Given the strength of the Imperial Army, dealing with 2 Turk wolves was as easy as chopping vegetables. One after another, the wolves fell to the ground, filling up the alleyways on both sides. In just a short period of time, at least 60 to 70 wolves had died in the alleyways. Yet, none of them sustained any light injuries. While the group was stuck at this position, the number of wolves on the mountain decreased significantly. This alleviated the pressure on the Imperial Army, and they finally had a chance to catch their breath. In an instant, the situation on White Tiger Peak turned for the better. To think that such a small change could bring about such a huge effect. In an instant, everyone's trust in Wang Chong grew. Wang Gongzi, what should we do next? An instructor looked at Wang Chong and asked. We mustn't lose this location. Wang Chong frowned. After a moment of contemplation, he issued a new order. Clear up the wolf carcasses in the alleyways and fill up the rooms on both sides. This will reduce the pressure on our flank. There were no more tiger carcasses left. Even though the number of wolf carcasses couldn't compare to that of tiger carcasses, as long as there was a sufficient number of them, they could fill up the rooms on both sides and turn this place into a new fortress. Quantitative change could eventually lead to qualitative change. Let's do as Wang Gongzi says. At this point in the battle, a glimmer of hope lit up in everyone's heart. In just a short moment, the situation on White Tiger Peak was completely different from before. The rain of arrows in the sky had thinned significantly. The fearsome master archers in the surroundings had suddenly retracted their arrows, as though fearful of something. On the other hand, without the cover of the wolf pack, the twin saber and 3 saber Gogrian warriors no longer posed as much of a threat as before. And all of this was due to the young man before them. Pu. With a kick, wolf carcasses were sent flying into the nearby rooms. In an instant, the 60 to 70 massive wolves filled up the empty rooms. Almost at the same time, a massive bonfire rose from the darkness, followed by a second and a third. Zhao Jingyan and Zhuang Buping's side also lit up. These massive flames lit up the periphery of White Tiger Peak, but at the same time, they shrouded the surroundings with a layer of darkness. The areas on the peak where the light couldn't reach immediately turned darker and darker. Well done. In Wang Chong and Su Hanshan's room, Chen Bureng's eyes lit up upon seeing the bonfire rising from the darkness. Even the drenched and feeble Zhou Huang's lips curled up into a smile at this instant. With these bonfires, he would hold an even greater advantage in this battle between master archers. This child doesn't need my guidance anymore. In the darkness, Zhao Qianqiu wiped the sweat off his forehead as he stared at the bonfire in the darkness with a smile on his lips. Just like a rolling snowball, Zhao Qianqiu didn't expect Wang Chong's meager strength of an Imperial Army Guard and 5 students to create a snowball effect on White Tiger Peak. Instructor Zhao, Wang Chong has asked me to invite you over. Chapter 210. Amidst the darkness, Zhao Qianqiu was astonished to see Wang Chong. After his and Su Hanshan's room, Wang Chong had actually built a second fortress on the mountain. Using the corpses of the wolves to fill up the room and using the wolf pack as his shield, Wang Chong's thoughts were as bold as a heavenly steed. After filling the metal cage with rocks, he had left Zhao Qianqiu in shock once more. However, what truly shocked Zhao Qianqiu was the manpower that Wang Chong had gathered. In just a few moments, nearly 20 Imperial Army guards and instructors had gathered around Wang Chong, as well as more than 30 students. So many people! Zhao Qianqiu was astonished. Furthermore, Zhao Qianqiu realized that the people gathered by Wang Chong weren't fighting on their own. There seemed to be some sort of pattern to their positions. This is a battle formation. Zhao Qianqiu recognized it immediately. This method allowed the 20 Imperial Army guards and instructors, as well as the 30 or so students, to form a cohesive whole. With everyone working together, they were able to unleash their greatest prowess while minimizing the threat and attacks they faced. Without a doubt, this formation allowed them to exert far more strength than the dozens of people here. The wolf corpses and Gogrian warrior corpses were the best proof of this. Wang Yen must have taught him this. A thought flashed across Zhao Qianqiu's mind. The Wang clan was a clan of ministers and generals, and Wang Chang's father was a famed general who guarded the borders. Given how knowledgeable Wang Chong was, it wasn't surprising for him to have such an ability. Wang Chong. Zhao Qianqiu walked over. The mountain wind howled. The youth in the darkness looked slightly pale, but he looked calm. Instructor. Hearing the voice, Wang Chong recovered from his daze. You're here. What business do you have with me? Zhao Qianqiu went straight to the point. Do you still have the strength to fight? Wang Chong said. Do you have a plan? Zhao Qianqiu immediately understood. Yes. Wang Chong nodded. Instructor, if I can think of a way to cover you down the mountain, I'll be able to help you. At close range, do you have a way to kill those Turkic archers? Are you kidding me? Sharpshooters are most afraid of close combat. Although their strength is not bad, they can't be compared to us, who are good at close combat. If we could really break through to their side, do you think that with our strength we would still be in such a passive situation? Zhao Qianqiu frowned in displeasure. He had thought that Wang Chong had called him over for some kind of plan, but it turned out to be something like this. The current situation wasn't a matter of whether or not they could defeat those sharpshooters, but that no one could go down the mountain. When the sharpshooters had the advantage in numbers, the people here could only take a beating. Moreover, since the other party had come prepared, it was impossible for them not to guard against others descending the mountain. If anyone were to leave at this moment, they would surely be bombarded by the dozens of Turkic master archers and Gogrian condor archers. No one would be able to survive, and that included Zhao Qianqiu. Instructor, what if I tell you that I have a way to send you down the mountain safely? Wang Chong's long hair fluttered in the wind as he chuckled. If that's the case, I'll definitely be able to break through the blockade of those master archers. Zhao Qianqiu was taken aback for a moment before a cold, killing intent flashed across his eyes. The greatest problem with White Tiger Peak was the lack of cover, making it easy for one to be ambushed on the way down. But if one were to break through this barrier, the forest would be filled with trees, rocks, and vines. At this point, the master archers would be the ones who would be restricted, unable to bring out the full might of their bows. However, that's impossible. I'm just saying that. In fact, we won't even be able to break through their blockade down the mountain. Zhao Qianqiu shook his head as he recovered from his daze. Hee, of course it won't work under normal circumstances, but look over there. Wang Chong chuckled. Then, he raised a finger and pointed in a certain direction. A cliff. Zhao Qianqiu was taken aback. The direction that Wang Chong was pointing at was a depression, and beyond that was a cliff. Jump down from the cliff? Was this some kind of joke? Would he still be able to survive if he were to jump down from there? At such a high distance, even if it was him, he would definitely die. I've observed it during the day, and the slope there is the most gentle. More importantly, there are Boston creepers there. Without beating around the bush, Wang Chong revealed the answer to the riddle. Zhao Qianqiu was taken aback for a moment before understanding Wang Chong's meaning. There was a huge difference between having Boston creepers and not having them on the cliff. Wang Chong had observed it during the day, and the cliff was shady. Due to the lack of sunlight, there were quite a few Boston creepers growing there. From top to bottom, they extended all the way down. Now that dozens of master archers had sealed off White Tiger Peak, these Boston creepers could be used as a shortcut to descend the mountain. Furthermore, it wouldn't attract too much attention. However, this isn't enough. Even if there are Boston creepers, once they notice us, we'll be doomed. Unlike flat ground, there's nowhere to hide on the cliff, Zhao Qianxiu said seriously as he began to consider the feasibility of Wang Chong's plan. Wang Chong chuckled. Without hiding anything, he revealed his plan. This plan is feasible. It's worth a try. After hearing Wang Chong's plan, even Zhao Qianxiu's eyebrows shot up in excitement. Wang Chong's plan might seem dangerous, but it was actually very familiar. From this, it could be seen that Wang Chong wasn't doing this on a whim. He had a comprehensive plan in mind. More importantly, this was the only solution they had at the moment. If they didn't deal with the dozens of master archers and Gogrian condor archers, they wouldn't be able to turn the situation around. On this point, Zhao Qianxiu shared the same opinion as Wang Chong. If they wanted to turn the situation around, they had to deal with the dozens of master archers on the periphery. Who? A blazing flame suddenly rose not too far away, followed by a second one. The two massive flames danced and twisted, casting the area where the flames couldn't reach into darkness. At the same time, the twisting flames also obstructed the vision of the master archers on both sides. Hong long long. At the same moment the two flames rose, 3 to 4 massive black boulders fell from the cliff. Pu. Without any hesitation, a wave of wolf fang arrows fell from all directions. Following which, another wave of wolf fang arrows fell. Yet another wave of wolf fang arrows fell. The third wave, the fourth wave, after a few more waves, the master archers in the surroundings seemed to have noticed something. Unlike before, when every wave of arrows fell upon them, they were no longer like before. Instructor Zhao, it's about time. When you go down, curl up your limbs and descend for a period of time before using the boulders on the cliff to slow down the speed of your descent. After you descend, I'll continue to release a few more waves. As long as we make good use of them, we'll be able to reach the bottom of the mountain. Also, there are a few startled warhorses at the foot of the mountain. When you reach the bottom, you just have to pick one and chase the rest away. This will help you reach the position of the Turkic archers in the shortest time possible. The warhorses were discovered by the other students on White Tiger Peak, and this became an important part of Wang Chong's plan. The ivy on the cliff and the startled warhorses at the foot of the mountain. As long as Zhao Qianxiu made good use of them, he would be able to turn the situation around. I understand. Zhao Qianxiu nodded. Under the cover of the two blazing flames, while Wang Chong and the others were tossing out the wolf corpses, he slipped into the crowd and disappeared without a trace. Instructor Zhao, take care. Whether we can turn the situation around or not will depend on you. Gazing in the direction where Zhao Qianxiu disappeared, Wang Chong quickly turned around. However, this wasn't the time to worry about Zhao Qianxiu. There were already many people gathered at the center of the palaces. With so many people, they would be a huge target. If a volley of arrows were to fall on them, they would suffer heavy losses. Wang Chong knew that on this mountain, no matter where, it was impossible to gather too many people. Now, the second one. Wang Chong drew his sword and pointed it toward the second strategic point on White Tiger Peak. Everyone who saw the second strategic point that Wang Chong spoke of was astonished. That was because Wang Chong was referring to the massive white tiger statue at the top of the mountain. To Wang Chong, the area beneath the white tiger statue was empty. This was a natural place for him to hide from the arrows of the master archers. If a large number of wolf corpses were to be placed around the area, it would become the third natural fortress. More importantly, it would occupy the high ground. Without the slightest hesitation, Wang Chong led his men to successfully occupy the second strategic point. With the experience from the first time, the group moved even faster this time. In just a few breaths, they had already completed half of the defense, and a moment later, the second fortress was completed. By this time, more than 30 Imperial Army guards and instructors had gathered around Wang Chong. This was already a formidable force. As long as the Imperial Army of the Tang dynasty were to gather together, as long as there was a safe haven, everything would snowball. There was no need for Wang Chong to worry about anything else. After pointing out the location of the third strategic point to them, Wang Chong sat down cross-legged. It's my turn to make a move now. Wang Chong's mind was in turmoil. After searching through the entire White Tiger Peak, he was certain that Wei Hao and the others weren't on this mountain. Wei Hao, I hope that you can hold on. With such thoughts in mind, Wang Chong quickly took out 2 pills that the Holy Emperor had bestowed upon him in the imperial prison. Initially, Wang Chong had planned to use these pills after he had completed 1 cycle of the 6 arms skill and familiarized himself with it. However, he couldn't wait for that time to come. With a gulp, Wang Chong swallowed the 2 pills. For a moment, hot air filled the air, and a huge wave of medicinal energy exploded from within Wang Chong's body. Wang Chong's face was flushed red, and his body was steaming hot. Soon, a white mist rose from his body. The medicinal energy from the imperial palace's hidden pills washed through Wang Chong's body like a tidal wave. Without any hesitation, Wang Chong guided the huge wave of primal qi into the meridians and acupoints in his arms. Bang bang bang! With the support of the powerful external force of the pills, the sealed meridians and acupoints in Wang Chong's body opened up. The advancement of the 6 arms skill in a short period of time was equivalent to several months of hard work for Wang Chong. What a concentrated pill! As expected of the imperial pill of the imperial palace. A thought flashed across Wang Chong's mind. Without any hesitation, he drove the primal qi in his body to fuse with the medicinal energy and rushed it toward the meridians and acupoints. Boom! After an unknown period of time, Wang Chong's body suddenly jolted. The final acupoint of the 6 arms skill opened up. At the same time, a burst of cheers sounded. The Imperial Army guards and instructors that Wang Chong had gathered had successfully occupied the third strategic point. Chapter 211. Clang. Beneath the massive white tiger statue, Wang Chong abruptly unsheathed his sword and executed the single-character consecutive slash. Shwa. With a flash of sword light, Wang Chong's 2 arms multiplied into 4, 4 into 6, and in an instant, he seemed to have 6 arms. Oh! With a series of screams, the 6 Turk wolves around Wang Chong immediately fell to the ground. Shwa shwa shwa. Wang Chong's feet moved continuously in the midst of the wolf pack, executing the single-character consecutive slash to its limit. Pack after pack of giant wolves fell down one after another. Every time Wang Chong raised his woozy steel sword, 6 wolves would be slain. In a few short moments, rivers of blood flowed around Wang Chong, and the corpses of the wolves filled the area. The originally crowded mountaintop suddenly became empty. In terms of efficiency in slaughtering these wolves, Wang Chong was even more formidable than Zhao Jingdian, Zhuang Jingping, and the others combined. This was the efficiency of the hexad arms technique and single-character consecutive slash. Xiao. While Wang Chong was massacring the wolves, Xiao, a sharp whistle came from the night sky. In the darkness, a thick wolf fang arrow spun rapidly, piercing through the air and shooting toward Wang Chong. Careful! An anxious voice came from the distance. It was Chen Burang's. In the blink of an eye, Wang Chong abruptly turned his head around and saw Chen Burang poking his head out of the room in the distance. But a wolf fang arrow fell from the sky as fast as a bolt of lightning. Clang! 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 With no time to think, Wang Chong's woozy steel sword split into 6 and slashed at the wolf fang arrow. Boom! He didn't feel it when he was watching from inside the house, but when the swords and arrows clashed, Wang Chong truly felt the power of those sharpshooters. When the woozy steel sword struck the wolf fang arrow, Wang Chong felt as if he had struck an iron mountain. His hands were numb, and his throat was filled with sweetness. The woozy steel sword did not manage to break the wolf fang arrow. Instead, the huge force sent Wang Chong flying. Boom! Wang Chong slid on the ground for more than 100 feet before he rolled and bounced back. He suddenly slid into a cave that was about 40 to 50 feet deep at the top of a mountain barely avoiding a calamity. That was close. Wang Chong slid into it, his chest rising and falling rapidly. This was the first time he had fought against those sharpshooters. Wang Chong was well aware that the reason he hadn't been able to break the arrow was not because the arrow was tough, but because the origin energy contained in the arrow far surpassed his own. An archer's cultivation was concentrated in each arrow, causing the origin energy contained in their arrows to far surpass the norm. It was simply not something that he could break with a single arrow. Swish! At almost the same moment that Wang Chong slid into the cave, a rain of arrows shot out from Chen Burang's room, heading in the direction from which the first arrow had come. At this crucial moment, Zhou Huang had finally struck. The area in the distance suddenly grew much quieter. There was no evidence, only intuition. Wang Chong sensed that yet another Turkic master archer had disappeared from the darkness. Swish, swish, swish. However, not too long after Zhou Huang made his move, countless arrows suddenly rained down from the sky, covering the area where Chen Burang and Zhou Huang were standing. This is a good chance. Wang Chong made use of Zhou Huang and Chen Burang's distraction to leap out of the cave. As he leaped out, Wang Chong flicked his sword toward the ground, and a few wooden planks flew into the air. Pung! An arrow suddenly flew over, shattering the wooden planks that Wang Chong had flicked in the air. On the other hand, Wang Chong made use of this strike to roll into a dark palace. The palace was densely packed with layers upon layers of wolf corpses. I'm safe. Kneeling on the floor, Wang Chong gazed outside and heaved a long sigh of relief. Even though he had made many preparations, White Tiger Peak was still in danger. I hope that Zhao Qianqiu and Zhou Huang can work together to neutralize the threat of the sharpshooters. Wang Chong stared at the door as his heart pounded furiously. Zhao Qianqiu's greatest advantage at the moment was that no one had noticed him yet. As long as he hid beneath the belly of his steed, he would only be able to travel several li. Those sharpshooters would be killed one by one. Zhao Qianqiu was the instructor in charge of imparting the art of commanding. Even though he hadn't revealed his true strength all this while, Wang Chong believed that as long as he was given a chance, he would definitely be able to overcome this situation. The entire hall was silent, and the commotion outside made the interior of the hall even more tranquil. Just as Wang Chong was contemplating the situation, a bizarre feeling suddenly welled up in his heart. Inexplicably, Wang Chong felt that the surroundings had become even quieter than before. For an instant, Wang Chong even felt that the sounds of battle, howls, and the crackling of flames had disappeared from his ears. Time seemed to have come to a halt at this moment, and the world fell silent. This is... Taken aback, Wang Chong slowly frowned. Instinctively, Wang Chong felt that the surroundings were a little unnatural. But the truly bizarre thing was yet to come. Initially, the hall was shrouded in darkness, and one couldn't even see their outstretched fingers. But in that instant, Wang Chong suddenly felt a green light rising from the depths of the hall. This kind of light shouldn't appear here. On the entire White Tiger Peak, there were blazing flames, flashes of lightning from swords, and the blood of dying wolves. But there shouldn't be any green light here. A thought flashed across Wang Chong's mind, and he immediately lowered his head. In that instant, Wang Chong finally noticed the source of the green light. It was right beneath Wang Chong's feet. A massive green arc of light had appeared beneath his feet. The arc of light appeared from one end of the wall, and after passing through Wang Chong, it disappeared into the other end of the wall. Taking a closer look, Wang Chong could see innumerable interweaving brambles within the arc of light. Amidst the brambles, there were images of swords and sabers, and they were evenly distributed among the brambles. Halo of thorns. A thought flashed across Wang Chong's mind, and he suddenly realized what this green light was. Halo, this was the halo of a true martial realm cultivator. On his left, separated by a wall, there was a true martial realm cultivator walking towards him. The two of them were only separated by a single wall. In that instant, Wang Chong suddenly felt a great sense of danger. The surging aura of death caused Wang Chang's scalp to go numb, and his hair to flutter in the air. Bang! In a split second, Wang Chong pressed his left palm on the ground, and with his head down and legs up, he became one with his sword and suddenly shot out, away from the direction of the halo of thorns. In the blink of an eye, just as Wang Chong shot out, boom! The wall to the left of the spot where Wang Chong was kneeling on previously exploded, and the halo of thorns on the ground abruptly materialized. With a loud howl, it shot toward Wang Chong, who was in midair. The halo vibrated, and the air was torn apart, as though it had been sliced by thousands of swords. The vibrating halo and the air emanated a powerful force, and it brushed past Wang Chong by a hair's breadth. If Wang Chong's reaction had been the slightest bit slower, he would have been struck by the vibrating halo and the sharp gust of air. "Lad, your reaction sure is fast." A coarse and wild voice suddenly sounded from outside the hall. This voice wasn't in the language of the Central Plains that Wang Chong was familiar with, but the voice of a Gogrian warrior. Boom! Before he could finish his words, 3 slender sabers shot out from behind the wall like pythons. The sabers spun, and with a momentum that could split the heavens and split the earth, they chased after Wang Chong and slashed at him in midair. In that instant, Wang Chong only had the time to raise his Wuzi steel sword before he was struck by the 3 Gogrian sabers. What incredible strength! In that instant, a mist of blood burst out from Wang Chong's arm. The strength that the Gogrian warrior exerted was reminiscent of a ferocious beast, causing the blood vessels in his arm to rupture. Boom! The wall shattered, and Wang Chong and his sword flew out from the shattered wall like a kite with its string cut, crashing into the alley behind him. "Gongzi!" A shout sounded, and Zhao Jingyan's figure appeared from behind the collapsed wall. Beside him were more than a dozen Imperial Army guards and instructors of White Tiger Peak. This was the second fortress built by Wang Chong. When Wang Chong flew out, the Gogrian warrior finally appeared in the main hall. His muscular body, disheveled hair, and the 2 weapons in his hands were his most distinctive trait. But what left one with the deepest impression was his pair of dark and vicious eyes. As if a wolf, they were filled with ambition and fighting spirit. The Gogurians were a race that excelled in both farming and fighting. Their lack of resources made it imperative for them to be skilled in farming, and at the same time, their lack of resources also gave them the instincts of a wolf, making them prone to plundering. Only by constantly expanding and plundering could they obtain abundant resources to satisfy themselves. The unique traits of the Gogurians were on full display, and this included the Gogrian expert before him. What kind of weapon is that? To think that it would be so formidable! In the main hall, the Gogrian warrior wasn't in a hurry to attack. He held a saber in each of his hands and a third saber by his right side. There weren't many people in the Central Plains who could fight in such a manner. But at this moment, his 3 weapons had been severed neatly at the tip of his saber. They were severed by Wang Chong's Wuzi steel sword during the previous slash. Humph! The Gogrian warrior tossed the 3 severed weapons to the ground. He pulled with both hands, and in the blink of an eye, he actually pulled out 3 long sabers from the sheaths hanging on his waist. To be able to wield 6 sabers at once, only the Gogurians were capable of such a combat style. Many experts of the Central Plains couldn't get used to fighting with the Gogurians at all. Ignore that, lad. Destroy the walls here, kill the Tang Dynasty Imperial Army guards, and kill that master archer. All obstacles must be cleared. More importantly, none of the students in this training camp can be spared. The Gogrian warrior ordered in Gogrian. Boom! A green halo of thorns lit up, and the air within a radius of several dozen zhang around the Gogrian warrior became incomparably dangerous. At the same time, the Gogrian warrior raised the 3 sabers in his hands, and in an instant, they morphed into a storm of sword chi that charged toward the group behind the wall. Behind him, more than a dozen Gogrian warriors leaped out. Their eyes were filled with savagery, and they held 2 to 3 weapons in their hands. Kill! With a furious roar, the dozen Gogrian warriors followed behind the Gogrian expert, charging toward the crowd behind the wall like a tidal wave. At the same time, behind the wall, the faces of the Imperial Army guards and instructors of the training camp turned cold, and they drew their weapons. Chapter 212. Hong Long. Like a volcano that had been suppressed to its limits, the dozen or so Gogrian elites clashed fiercely with the Imperial Army guards and instructors behind the walls. Sabers and swords clashed, and in that instant, sparks burst forth, lighting up the darkness. Hong Long, the green halo of thorns tore the walls of the palace apart as if they were made of paper. The dozen or so Gogrian warriors wielding more than 30 Gogrian swords created a storm of sword chi, suppressing the Imperial Army guards and instructors behind the walls in an instant. Howl! Wolf howls sounded. Behind the forceful opening by the Gogrian warriors, a group of ferocious Turks charged forward. Working together with the Gogrian elites, they charged toward the group behind the palace. Panicked cries sounded from behind the walls. Get into formation. Ignore those Gogrian warriors and kill those wolves first. Don't let them get close to the Imperial Army guards and instructors. In the blink of an eye, a voice echoed across the night sky, calling everyone back to their senses. Wang Chong was sitting on the floor with a hand clutching his chest. Fresh blood trickled down from the corner of his lips. That Gogrian warrior was simply too powerful. If not for his swift reaction, he would have long lost his life. But even so, Wang Chong's injuries weren't light. He felt as if his limbs were on the verge of shattering. But before he could even sit down to meditate, an intense sense of danger loomed over Wang Chong. The aura of death that followed him like a shadow left his scalp on the verge of exploding. There was no lack of experts among the Gogurians. In just a short period of time, they were able to determine the crux of the problem from the situation on the mountain and swiftly changed their strategy. On White Tiger Peak, Wang Chong had occupied 3 bases. Of the 3 bases, the most important one, as well as the only one capable of protecting Qin Burang and Zhou Huang, was the fortress that Wang Chong had opened up. If this fortress were to be destroyed, Zhou Huang and Qin Burang would no longer have anything to protect them from the Gogrian warriors. If that were to happen, their deaths would be certain. Without a master archer like Zhou Huang, there was nothing in the entire White Tiger Peak that could threaten the master archers of the Turkic Khaganate. At that time, no matter how many people there were on White Tiger Peak, they would only be sitting duck. If the other party was really able to do that, White Tiger Peak would completely collapse, and Wang Chong's previous efforts would all go to waste. Clang! A cold light streaked across the darkness like a waterfall, falling towards the pack of wolves. Whoosh! With a flash of the saber light, the 6 giant wolves were split into 2, their heads and tails falling to the ground. Wang Chong flashed again, executing the single-character consecutive slash to its limit. His feet did not touch the ground as he moved around the wolf pack. In the blink of an eye, pack after pack of giant wolves was killed. Kill! At the same time, the other trainees also reacted. Following their designated positions, they formed a simple battle formation and began slaughtering the wolves in the surroundings. With the support of these trainees, the group was barely able to withstand the assault of the Gogurians. Brat, you're courting death. Noticing the changes in the surroundings, a Gogrian saber pierced through the darkness and slashed at Wang Chong. The might of the saber was enough to topple mountains and overturn seas. If struck, Wang Chong would be severely injured even if he didn't die. Single-character consecutive slash. Wang Chong did not wait for the other side's saber to land, but he had already flipped over and retreated. Humph, you sure are fast. In the darkness, the Gogrian warriors drew their sabers and clashed with the Imperial Army guards and instructors behind the wall. Those fellows are too strong. At the back of the alley, Wang Chong was kneeling on the ground. His breathing hastened as he stared ahead unblinkingly. How's Instructor Su? Kneeling on the ground, Wang Chong asked without turning his head back. They can't come over. The Goguryans are attacking them at the same time. Even though they don't have as many people as here, the number of wolves is much greater. A student from the training camp asked. His name was Suchi. He wasn't a scion of a prestigious clan, but he was extremely opinionated and courageous. After White Tiger Peak fell into chaos, he was one of the few who volunteered to help the others. When Wang Chong led his men to the second strategic location beneath the White Tiger statue, he left the students here to him. Back then, it was agreed that if anything were to happen, he was to seek reinforcements from other locations. The three sides faced off against one another. Wang Chong had intended to transfer manpower from other locations, but from the looks of it, that wasn't an option at all. Since the second strategic location was under attack, there was no doubt that the third location was under attack as well. The other party had thought things through thoroughly, not giving him a chance at all. Pung! Just as Wang Chong was contemplating over the matter, a sudden change occurred. Pung! An Imperial Army guard drenched in blood suddenly flew high into the air. While he was still in the air, a Goguryan saber was hurled toward him. The saber pierced through his left chest and exited through his back, piercing through his heart and pinning him to the wall behind him. In an instant, everyone's face warped in shock. These Goguryan warriors were far stronger than the others. It hadn't been long since the start of the melee, but an Imperial Army guard had already been killed. There weren't many Imperial Army guards and instructors here in the first place, and now that one of them had died, the situation immediately turned dire. A strong sense of danger immediately rose in everyone's heart. Su Qi, listen to me. Wang Chong suddenly called Su Qi over and whispered into his ears. Wang Chong, are you sure that you want to do this? Hearing Wang Chong's words, Su Qi gasped in shock. His face paled significantly. There's no other way. We won't be able to hold them for long. We don't have any other choice. This is the only way. Otherwise, when the Goguryans arrive to reinforce us, we won't stand a chance anymore. Wang Chong said. In the end, Su Qi didn't say anything. Instead, he led his men away. The mountain winds howled, and in the darkness, saber glints and sparks flew everywhere. There was more than one halo of thorns lit up among the Goguryan warriors. Even though there were some among the Imperial Army guards and instructors, the intensity of the halo of thorns couldn't be compared to the Goguryan warriors. At this point in the battle, not a single one of the Imperial Army guards and instructors around Wang Chong was unharmed. We won't be able to hold on for much longer. In at most 15 minutes, this fortress will collapse. We have to find a way to resolve this situation as soon as possible. Even though his cultivation was gone, Wang Chong's eye of discernment was still there. Wang Chong knew that if he didn't do anything soon, everyone here would die. His gaze swiftly swept across the battlefield, and soon, Wang Chong's eyes fell on the leader of the Goguryan warriors who had assaulted him previously. In the darkness of the night, the halo of thorns around him was extremely eye-catching. 3 pitch-black Goguryan warriors darted about unpredictably, and under the augmentation of the halo, he looked like a human-shaped storm. Just him alone was enough to suppress the 3 Imperial Army instructors and guard. Of the entire battlefield, he possessed the greatest destructive power. Gaofeng, lead a team and attack his left shoulder and ribs according to the formation. Wang Chong suddenly raised a finger and pointed at the Goguryan warrior on the battlefield. Understood. A resounding command sounded from behind. Nieyen, lead a team and attack his right flank according to the formation. Aim for his crotch and legs. Wang Chong continued. Understood. A 17-year-old young man with a determined gaze replied with tacit understanding. Everyone, listen to my command. Wang Chong raised his hand and stared fixedly at the other side. 3 Saber Stream was one of the strongest saber martial arts of the Goguryans. Together with another secret art, Duo Saber Stream, it was known as the 2 great martial arts of the Goguryan Empire. It was the most widely practiced secret art among the Goguryan warriors. Most people would be more proficient in using their right hand than their left. However, those who practiced duo saber stream and three saber stream would have their left and right hands equally powerful. As such, they would often feel as though they were fighting against 2 or even 3 people simultaneously. As such, regardless of whether it was the duo saber stream or 3 saber stream, they were extremely powerful. However, even though these secret arts were powerful, they weren't flawless. Wang Chong stared fixedly at the other side, not moving in the slightest. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Time ticked by, but Wang Chong still didn't give the order. Finally, just when the 3 Imperial Army guards and instructors were about to reach their limits, the leader of the Gogrian warriors began to wield his saber and charge forward. At that moment, Wang Chong finally gave the order. Do it! Wang Chong's right hand swung down viciously. Boom! Without any hesitation, Gao Feng and the other recruits led by Nie Yen leaped forward, and as though eagles hunting down rabbits, they struck the leader of the Gogrian warriors. Hong Long, the face of the Gogrian warrior warped in horror. In a flash of light, the green halo of thorns abruptly morphed into a green tornado and shot forward, blocking the attacks of the Gogrian warriors. Gao Feng, Nie Yen, and the others' weapons struck the green halo of thorns, but the only sound they produced was a metallic clash. It was as though the halo of thorns was a layer of resilient steel. Halo of blades, one of the halos of the true martial realm. It was also one of the most mysterious powers in the Central Plains. Those who possessed the halo of blades would have their origin energy burst forth, granting them the incomparably sharp properties of swords. Clang, clang, clang. The weapons in the hands of the Gogrian warriors only lasted for a moment before they were sliced into 2 by the halo of thorns. In an instant, the faces of the group paled. Go to hell! A tyrannical voice in Gogrian echoed in the air. Now's the time. Just as the leader of the Gogrian warriors was about to launch a counterattack, Wang Chong, who was kneeling on the ground, leaped forward with a cold expression. Single character consecutive slash. In an instant, Wang Chong appeared before the leader of the Gogrian warriors. Making use of the moment when he was distracted, Wang Chong's Wuzi steel sword swiftly pierced toward the gap between the 3 sabers of the Gogrian warrior. Chi! A crimson gleam flashed, and the sword pierced deep into the body of the leader of the Gogrian warriors. Then, with a vicious tug. How is this possible? Chapter 213. Piercing Pain. An intense piercing pain. The ferocious and savage Gogrian warrior leader could hardly believe that he would be struck by Wang Chong's spear. Their targets this time were the Imperial Army guards and instructors of the training camps of the Tang dynasty. He didn't think much of a weak warrior like Wang Chong. More importantly, the 3-stream saber was incomparably domineering. When executed, it felt like a raging storm. He had clearly intercepted the other party, so why did Wang Chong still manage to succeed? Pung! A heavy palm struck Wang Chong's chest, and as though a broken kite, Wang Chong was smashed into the wall behind him. The immense force of the palm smashed his entire body into the wall. At the same time, voila, the chest of the leader of the Gogrian warriors split open, and a huge gash of blood mixed with his innards flowed down from the wound. Wang Chong's hexad arms technique might seem like a single slash, but it was actually 6 swift slashes. These 6 slashes had already sliced the leader's innards into several pieces and severed his vitality. The 3 Imperial Army guards and instructors attacked him from the front while Gao Feng and Nie Yen led the crowd to divert his attention. Under such circumstances, if they were still unable to kill him, then it would be impossible for Wang Chong to do so. Pooh! The corpse of the leader of the Gogrian warriors fell to the ground. At the same time, Wang Chong spurted a huge mouthful of blood and fell from the wall. The difference in strength between the 2 parties was simply too great. Even though Wang Chong was prepared for it, he still managed to injure his innards. If not for the fact that Wang Chong had cultivated the dragon bone art, making his bones, muscles, and tendons far more compact and resilient than an ordinary person. He might even have been jolted to death by the other party's final blow. That fellow is too strong. If I hadn't crossed blows with the experts of Goguryeo before and learned of the flaws in his three-saber stream, I might not have been able to kill him. Wang Chong took out a healing pill from his bosom and swallowed it without thinking. At this moment, a cold and emotionless voice rang in Wang Chong's ears. "Congratulations, host, for activating the bane of the battlefield halo." The sound only lasted for a split second. It was so fast that it seemed like an illusion. Wang Chong was stunned. "What's going on?" That was the voice of the Stone of Destiny. He had heard it many times, so there was no mistaking it. Could it be that he had just done something that triggered something in the Stone of Destiny? Buzz! Just as this thought emerged in Wang Chong's mind, the scenery before him warped, and the scene where Wang Chong killed the Goguryeo warrior replayed itself. Finally, it stopped at the moment when the Goguryeo warrior fell. At the same time, the familiar voice of the Stone of Destiny sounded in Wang Chong's ears. "Host has killed a warrior of the Goguryeo Empire, and the total amount of destiny energy obtained has exceeded 100. The conditions for activating the bane of the battlefield halo have been met." 1. Without any warning, with Wang Chong at the center, a powerful gale suddenly blew, and a formless energy gathered from all directions. Along with the energy gushing out from Wang Chong's head, it flowed into Wang Chong's body. Along with this surge of power, there was also an obscure message. All of this energy flowed through his limbs and finally into Wang Chong's dantian, forming a scorching, ring-shaped energy sphere. Goguryeo warrior? The person I killed was a regular soldier of the Goguryeo Empire? Feeling the changes in his body, Wang Chong was stunned. But what shocked Wang Chong the most was the final sentence. Halo. This was the greatest secret of this world. It was also the greatest difference between the Tang dynasty in Wang Chong's memory. In this world, as long as one's cultivation reached true martial realm, there was a certain chance that one could gather the energy in one's body and form a powerful halo around one's body. The lowest level was the true martial realm's thorns halo. All of the halos were circles of cyan thorns with thorns growing out of them. The halo that the Goguryeo warrior Wang Chong killed possessed was the typical green halo of thorns of true martial realm. The same halo of thorns could have different attributes depending on the martial arts one practiced. For example, the halo of strength, the halo of charge, the halo of speed, and the halo of black iron. These were all the most basic halos. The halo of strength could allow a true martial realm martial artist to greatly increase their strength. The halo of charge could allow a martial artist to suddenly soar to an astonishing level within a short period of time, even though it could not be sustained. The halo of speed was usually combined with a warhorse. With this halo, regardless of whether it was a warhorse or a person, they could all reach an unimaginable level. They could truly move as fast as lightning, leaving ordinary warhorses in the dust. As for the halo of black iron, it was a basic defensive halo. With this halo, regardless of whether it was the armor or the physical body, they could all be strengthened to a certain level. Even if they were to be slashed by ordinary swords, they would not be injured at all. Furthermore, these halos were mostly used in the military and on the battlefield. If one's cultivation were to improve and reach the higher profound martial realm, these basic halos would evolve into the stronger halo of thorns. The properties of the halos would also be strengthened further, such as the halo of earth, halo of storm, halo of barrier, halo of strength, and so on. Further up, there were even more powerful halos. One could even rely on the power contained in the halo to communicate with the heaven and earth, erupting with strength comparable to that of gods. And the strongest god martial realm halo was said to be able to destroy the heavens and earth, challenging the gods of heaven and earth. In his previous life, the highest Wang Chong could reach was the pinnacle of the saint martial realm, and he wasn't able to reach the legendary god martial realm. But this kind of strength truly existed. No one knew the secret of the halos. What Wang Chong knew was that when he descended into this world in his previous life, martial halos already existed in this world. Furthermore, the power of this halo had been passed down for a long time, as though it appeared at the same time as the birth of this world. In this world, halos represented strength. The strongest strength was the strongest halo, and the two were one. However, these powerful halos couldn't be touched before the true martial realm. Wang Chong had never heard of an Essence Chi realm martial artist possessing a martial halo. Bane of the battlefield halo? I actually possess a true martial realm halo at the Essence Chi realm. Wang Chong was long stunned by the changes in his body. He read the information that appeared out of nowhere in his mind and confirmed one thing. That was that the newly born energy in his body was indeed a brand new halo. Bane of the battlefield. This was a brand new halo. In Wang Chong's long career of war, this was the first time he encountered this kind of martial halo. And from the information in his mind, Wang Chong also understood the effects of this halo. Bane of the battlefield, regardless of the halo effect on the enemy soldier. The degree of weakening is determined according to the level and strength of the bane of the battlefield halo. If the enemy does not have a halo, it will be weakened by one realm according to the enemy's realm. This halo only has an effect on soldiers and is ineffective on generals. Current halo level 0. Battlefield halo. The moment Wang Chong received this information from the Stone of Destiny, he understood the properties of this halo. Without a doubt, this was a halo that was only suitable for the battlefield. Furthermore, the halo's level was not high. Therefore, it was ineffective against enemy generals and could only be used on ordinary soldiers or elite soldiers. Without a doubt, the Goguryeo leader whom Wang Chong killed was an elite soldier of the Goguryeo army. It was precisely because he killed this elite soldier that Wang Chong activated the bane of the battlefield halo in his body. To think that the Stone of Destiny would have such an effect! After activating the Stone of Destiny for so long, this was the greatest surprise that Wang Chong had received in the past few months. A halo represented strength. As long as one possessed a halo, one would possess strength regardless of one's cultivation realm. Let me try out the effects of this bane of the battlefield halo. With a thought, Wang Chong activated the bane of the battlefield halo in his body. 1. No one on the mountain felt anything, but Wang Chong could clearly see a ring of invisible ripples spreading from his feet into the surroundings, enveloping a radius of 100 zhang. Even Wang Chong was astonished by such a large area of effect. Most primary halos only had an area of effect of 3 to 4 zhang, but his bane of the battlefield halo was only at level 0. Yet, it had already reached such a large area of effect. If it were to reach the pinnacle, wouldn't it reach an unbelievable level? In that instant, Wang Chong suddenly understood the meaning of the word bane of the battlefield. If this bane of the battlefield halo is really as I imagine it to be, then it's truly inconceivably powerful. Wang Chong couldn't help but feel excited. However, something even more astonishing happened. After Wang Chong released the bane of the battlefield halo, the green halo of thorns didn't appear beneath his feet, and nothing else happened either. But with Wang Chong at the center, the invisible ripples spread throughout the area of 100 zhang around White Tiger Peak, and something unexpected happened to the Goguryons. A faint white ripple suddenly appeared beneath the feet of some of the Goguryons. Even though not every single one of them had a halo of thorns beneath their feet, the strongest Goguryons all had it. As for those Goguryons who hadn't formed a true martial realm halo, a halo appeared beneath their feet as well. Furthermore, at the same moment when the white ripple appeared, their strength underwent a massive transformation. Seeing the halos beneath the feet of the Goguryons, Wang Chong immediately understood their identities. They were soldiers of the Goguryeo Empire. As for the others, They were probably wandering experts that the Gogurians had transferred over at the last moment. Inconceivable! In that instant, Wang Chong widened his eyes. All halos were meant to be used on oneself, be it the halo of charge, halo of strength, or the higher-tier halo of earth and halo of barrier. All halos would appear beneath the feet of the fighter who had cultivated it. In his 2 reincarnations, this was the first time Wang Chong had seen a halo that worked under the feet of his opponent. Unlike the halo of self-interest that he knew of, this halo was meant to suppress the enemy. If it had to be named, it would undoubtedly be a type of harming halo or restraining halo. Chapter 214. What's going on? Why did my strength suddenly decrease? Why did my origin energy suddenly become so sluggish? At the same time, as soon as Wang Chong activated the bane of the battlefield halo, the ferocious Gogrian warriors within 100 zhang immediately sensed it. Some of the true martial realm Gogrian experts with halos immediately felt the halo of thorns beneath their feet weakening significantly. On the other hand, the Gogrian warriors without halos experienced an even greater change. Even though there wasn't any change, they suddenly felt as though they were being restrained by an invisible force, and the flow of origin energy in their bodies slowed significantly. It was as though a raging river had suddenly turned into a viscous mud. It was extremely uncomfortable. In a battle between experts, every second counts, needless to say, on such an intense battlefield. In an instant, the Gogrian warriors who had been suppressing the Gogurians with their ferocious attacks suddenly fell into chaos. Under the effects of the bane of the battlefield halo, the Gogurians began to panic. Everyone, including Wang Chong, noticed the abnormality occurring among the Gogurians. This is great. At this moment, the happiest person was none other than Wang Chong. The effects of the bane of the battlefield halo were far more formidable than he had expected. More importantly, no one knew that he was the culprit behind it. Kill. Roaring furiously, Wang Chong executed the single-character consecutive slash and became one with his sword. He was the first to leap forward. Even though the others within 100 zhang around him had no idea what was going on, they knew that this was the best situation for them. Kill. Kill them all. Don't let them escape. Roused, the crowd gathered their remaining strength and launched a counterattack against the Gogrian warriors. At this moment, the fearsome Gogrian warriors seemed to have turned into a different person. The inexplicable weakening of their fighting prowess brought about a chain reaction. One after another, the Gogrian warriors fell under the assault of the Gogrian warriors. What's going on? Why is my origin energy suddenly going out of control? What did the imperial army of the Tang dynasty pull off? Send the signal. Have the master archers of the Turks shoot their arrows and kill them. Shocked and infuriated, the Gogrian warriors cursed furiously in Gogrian. In the blink of an eye, a roar that sounded like a dragon or a tiger suddenly rang out from the mountains in the distance. The roar revealed a monstrous rage, as well as venting one's desire. It's Zhao Qianqiu. Wang Chong was overjoyed. It's Instructor Zhao. Everyone, do your best. Instructor Zhao has succeeded, Wang Chong said energetically. While saying those words, he slashed down 2 Turkic wolves with a wave of his hand. After which, he leaped forward with his sword and slashed at a panicking Gogrian warrior. The bane of the battlefield was only effective against the enemies of the Gogurians. Thus, Wang Chong chose to target the Gogurians within the White Ripples. Come here, all of you gather here. Stop them, or else no one will be able to leave. A Gogrian warrior, who seemed to be the temporary leader, shouted anxiously behind him. Soon, with someone taking the lead, the Gogrian warriors managed to stabilize their footing and fend off the attack. But in the next moment, a devastating blow came from behind a collapsed wall. Xiu xiu xiu. The shrill whistling of the air could pierce one's eardrums. In the darkness, dozens of Turk wolf fang arrows gleaming with a cold gleam shot out from the gap in the collapsed wall. But this time, the Wolf Fang arrows weren't aimed at the Great Tang army but the Goguryans who were engaged in a fierce battle. Pu. 7 or 8 Goguryans were struck in the heart, and they fell to the ground like wooden pillars. Most of them were struck in the chest or shoulder by the Wolf Fang arrows, and the immense force of the arrows even pierced through their bodies, sending them flying 7 to 8 zhang away. At this crucial moment, Su Qi had finally led his men to clear out the wolf corpses in the palace on the other side of the alley. This palace was meant to fend off the attacks of the master archers of the Turks. It was precisely because of the existence of this palace filled with wolf corpses that everyone was able to fight in the alleyway unscathed. However, the palace also prevented Zhou Huang from providing support to the others with arrows. Wang Chong had Su Qi and his men clear away the wolf corpses in the palace, thus creating a path for Zhou Huang to shoot. Even though the threat of the master archers of the Turk had increased exponentially due to this, there was always a chance of survival. This is a good chance. Upon receiving Zhou Huang's support, Wang Chong was delighted. Pooh! A cold gleam flashed, and fresh blood splattered. Wang Chong was one with his sword, and in an instant, he leaped forward. The Wuzi steel sword in his hand pierced into the heart of a Goguryang warrior a dozen zhang away. This Goguryang warrior was already injured to begin with, and Zhou Huang's Wolf Fang arrow had left him severely injured. Caught off guard, he was instantly killed by Wang Chong's sword. Congratulations to user for killing 2 Goguryang warriors. At the same time, Wang Chong's vision blurred, and a surge of information flowed into Wang Chong's mind. The Goguryang warrior whom Wang Chong had killed was one of the Goguryang warriors chosen by the White Ripples. Who? A frenzied gale blew, and invisible energy surged from the surroundings into Wang Chong's body. Even though there weren't any obvious changes, Wang Chong could clearly sense that the bane of the battlefield halo in his dantian had increased significantly. Not only so, as ripples spread across the area, Wang Chong could clearly sense the radius of the bane of the battlefield halo increasing once more. This time, the radius of the halo had expanded from 100 zhang to 130 zhang. Under the effects of the bane of the battlefield halo, the area of effect of the Goguryang warriors had increased once more. In the surroundings, the Goguryang warriors, who were under the effects of the bane of the battlefield halo, felt the restraining force on them increasing once more, and they panicked even more. To think that the amplification effect of the bane of the battlefield halo would be so obvious. Sensing the change in the radius of the halo, Wang Chong was overjoyed. When he activated the Stone of Destiny, the bane of the battlefield halo he had obtained was still at level 0. This was the most primitive effect of the halo. Based on the information he had gathered, he had to kill at least 100 Goguryang, Turkic, Uzan, or Mengshi Zhao soldiers before the bane of the battlefield halo could reach level 1, turning from the white ripples into a halo. In the world of martial arts, this was equivalent to the difference between the ripples of Origin Energy Tier 9 and the halo of true martial realm. Wang Chong had thought that killing 2 Goguryang warriors was just a drop in the bucket, so it shouldn't be of much use. Who could have thought that the effects of the bane of the battlefield halo would far surpass his expectations? To be able to cover such a large area, this is definitely a typical battlefield halo. In a chaotic battle, this halo would be able to bring out its full potential. Invigorated, Wang Chong immediately chased after the other Goguryang warriors chosen by the White Ripples. 1. Under the effects of Wang Chong's bane of the battlefield halo and Zhou Huang's arrows, the Goguryang warriors on White Tiger Peak were finally unable to hold on any longer. Retreat! Hurry up and retreat! Amidst the wolf pack, the ferocious Goguryang warriors immediately retreated down the mountain like a receding tide. This defeat was inexplicable. Until now, no one knew what was going on. But without a doubt, the most opportune moment for the Goguryang warriors to attack had passed. In an instant, a large number of Goguryang warriors retreated down the mountain. Beneath them, a large number of corpses were left. This is a good chance. Making use of this opportunity, a portion of them chased after the retreating Gogrian warriors while the rest of the Imperial Army guards and instructors followed the passageway that Zhao Qianqiu had used previously and slid down the mountain. There were quite a few master archers lying in ambush around White Tiger Peak. Zhao Qianqiu's strength alone wasn't sufficient. Only by neutralizing the master archers would White Tiger Peak be truly safe. Instructor, those people have retreated. In Wang Chong and Su Hanshan's room, Chen Burang's ears twitched, and he suddenly turned around to look at Zhou Huang with a delighted expression. Zhou Huang's relentless shooting, Zhao Qianqiu's ambush in the mountains, and most importantly, the defeat of the Gogrian warriors responsible for the assault on White Tiger Peak, the master archers of the Turkic army also realized that they had lost the upper hand. Thus, they began to retreat. This is a good chance. Chen Burang, tell them to chase after the Gogurians. Don't let them escape. With the two groups mixed together in the middle of the night, it's difficult for even master archers to identify them. This is the best chance for us to retaliate. As for those Gogrian Condor archers who refuse to retreat, leave them to me. Zhou Huang said with a bright gleam in his eyes. Yes. Chen Burang quickly replied and left. Wang Chong descended the cliff. He knew that there was no need for him to worry about White Tiger Peak anymore. What Wang Chong was worried about at the moment was Wei Hao and Marchioness Yi. After tossing a few rocks, Wang Chong slid down the cliff stealthily. The arrows on White Tiger Peak were sparse. The master archers seemed to have retreated, and no one bothered with Wang Chong. Nay! Just as Wang Chong landed on the ground, the neighing of Nei's steed sounded in the darkness. Under the dim light of the night, Wang Chong could clearly see an incomparably dashing green colt charging up to him. There was a circle of white hair on the horse's hoof, which was exceptionally eye-catching in the dark. Little Shadow. Wang Chong was taken aback by the sight, and he was overjoyed. Little Shadow, I didn't think that you would still be alive. Wang Chong's white-hoofed Shadow was still in a free-range state, and it hadn't been equipped with a saddle, stirrup, or bridle yet. Thus, when the Turks and Gogurians attacked, even Wang Chong had no idea where it went. With so many Gogurians and Turks, a rain of arrows, and a pack of wolves, Wang Chong thought that the white-hoofed Shadow was already dead. But from the looks of it now, the little fellow seemed to be extremely vigilant. It had actually escaped in advance, dodging the calamity. Little Shadow, you came at the right time. It's time for me to borrow your strength. Wang Chong patted the white-hoofed Shadow's cheeks lightly, and the latter neighed excitedly. The white-hoofed Shadow was still young, and it shouldn't have reached the age to be ridden yet. But at this moment, Wang Chong couldn't care so much anymore. He had no idea how the azure dragon, vermilion bird, and black tortoise bases were faring. Since he didn't know whether Wei Hao was alive or not, he could only borrow Little Shadow's strength to rush over. Hoo! With a swift movement, Wang Chong leaped onto the back of his steed. In the next instant, the wind howled by his side. Seated on the back of the steed, Wang Chong felt as if he was galloping at lightning speed. Fast! Wang Chong was astonished. In that instant, he suddenly understood why the white-hoofed Shadow was able to survive the night assault. Although it was still in its infancy, the white-hoofed Shadow's speed and strength were even faster than a mature warhorse. In fact, Wang Chong even felt that it was far superior to the Turk wolves. Chapter 2:15. Da. The white-hoofed Shadow galloped nimbly through the rubble. Even though it was just a colt, the capability it displayed was far superior to that of mature warhorses. The ability of the royal family to tame horses was on full display on the white-hoofed Shadow. As the colt traversed through the rubble and forest, Wang Chong didn't head for Azure Dragon Peak or Black Tortoise Peak immediately. He didn't know which base Wei Hao was at, and it was unlikely that he would be able to find him. On the contrary, on the Vermilion Bird Peak, which was the closest to White Tiger Peak, Wang Chong knew a few people. I wonder how Marchioness Yi and the others are doing. Wang Chong thought as he suddenly thought of Marchioness Yi and the others. Marchioness Yi was of the same generation as Wang Chong's second sister, Wang Zhuyan. Even though she had been messed around with by both of them, it was just a harmless prank. Marchioness Yi wasn't a bad person. Not to mention, she did remind him of Zhou Zhang's matter. In just a short moment, Wang Chong heard deafening battle cries. From afar, a massive crimson vermilion bird stood on the vermilion bird peak. Beneath the crimson vermilion bird sculpture were layers upon layers of crimson palaces. However, it was different from what Wang Chong had imagined. The Gogrian warriors and wolves on the vermilion bird peak were unable to advance any further than a certain distance from the peak. Not only that, an endless rain of arrows howled out from vermilion bird peak, landing on the surrounding mountains. They were actually able to fight back and forth with the Turkic master archers, and they were not at a disadvantage in the slightest. Isn't this a little too exaggerated? Seated on the back of his steed, Wang Chong's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets upon seeing this sight. There were only 3 master archers in the Kunwu training camp. At most, there would only be 1 master archer on the vermilion bird peak. But from what Wang Chong could see, it was as if there were 20 to 30 master archers on vermilion bird peak, guarding it so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. However, Wang Chong was well aware that this was impossible. Just how many monsters are there on the vermilion bird peak? Wang Chong muttered to himself as he subconsciously thought of Marchioness Yi and the others. If there was only 1 godly archer on vermilion bird peak, then the other godly archers could only be the female students. At the very least, he was a true martial realm celestial expert like Marchioness Yi. Wang Chong did not know much about the female cadets in the 3 great training camp. He didn't pay any special attention to it. The only thing he knew was that the women in the training camp were different from the men. Most of the female cadets didn't like to fight hand-to-hand with others, so the proportion of females who chose to be archers was much higher than males in other bases. However, even though he knew, Wang Chong did not expect these female students' archery skills to reach such a level. It seems like there are quite a number of valiant women, like my second sister and Marchioness Yi on vermilion bird peak. Wang Chong broke out in cold sweat. Not only were there many master archers, the number of true martial realm experts on vermilion bird peak was also much higher than what Wang Chong had imagined. At the very least, it was much more than White Tiger Peak. At a glance, Wang Chong could see halos exploding on the vermilion bird peak like fireworks, creating an incomparably dazzling sight. The overall strength of vermilion bird peak seemed to be much higher than that of White Tiger Peak. Let's go. Without any time to think, Wang Chong urged his steed forward. Even though the overall strength of vermilion bird peak wasn't too bad, and there were quite a few perverted women like Marchioness Yi, the strength of the Gogurians and Turks still couldn't be underestimated. Wang Chong hurried to the vicinity of vermilion bird peak and dismissed the white-hoofed shadow. Then, he found a slightly lower slope and silently climbed up the peak. Wang Chong found an opportunity in the darkness, and so, he shot out from the flames. Shwa! Without any hesitation, Wang Chong released the bane of the battlefield halo in his body. A massive invisible ripple swept through the darkness, and in a radius of 200 zhang, the bodies of the Gogurians and Turks were abruptly covered in a layer of white ripple. Due to Wang Chong's interference, the momentum of the battle abruptly reversed. Before the Gogurians and Turks could react to what was going on, the halo of thorns beneath their feet suddenly weakened, and the flow of origin energy in their bodies turned sluggish. In an instant, the speed of their attacks was reduced by more than twofold. In an instant, the Gogurians and Turks were thrown into disarray. Pooh! Amidst the chaos, Wang Chong targeted a severely injured Gogrian warrior and pierced his Wuzi steel sword through his heart. Congratulations to user for killing 4 soldiers of the Goguryeo Empire. A familiar voice sounded by Wang Chong's ear. A powerful gale blew, and invisible energy gathered from the surroundings and gushed into Wang Chong's body. Wang Chang's bane of the battlefield halo grew stronger once more. Amidst the darkness, invisible ripples began to spread. Wang Chang's bane of the battlefield halo, which had already reached a radius of 200 zhang, began to expand once more. This time, it reached a radius of 250 zhang, enveloping even more Gogrian warriors. Pu. In an instant, a large number of Gogrian warriors were caught off guard and fell to the ground in a fluster. Wang Chang's appearance had disrupted their rhythm. Die! All of a sudden, a furious bellow sounded. Just as Wang Chong was about to kill the Gogrian warrior, a gust of wind blew by. A lady dressed in yellow palace robes with a face brimming with killing intent slashed her saber at Wang Chong. Damn it! I'm here to help you! Wang Chong's face warped in horror. As he spoke, he swiftly dodged to the side. Hearing Wang Chong's words, the killing intent in the lady's eyes suddenly cleared up. Just as Wang Chong was thinking that she wouldn't make a move on him while he was on guard, purring! A palace boot with cloud inscriptions suddenly enlarged before Wang Chong's eyes. He only had the time to swing his sword to the side before he was sent flying. Men aren't good people. These were the words Wang Chong heard before he was sent flying. Damn it, aren't there too many courageous ladies on Vermilion Bird Peak? This was the only thought in Wang Chong's mind before he was sent flying. Judging from the strength he felt from her waist, this lady was at least at the true martial realm. How could Wang Chong possibly match up to her? Pung! Just as she was about to fly away, Wang Chong clearly saw a figure appear out of nowhere and send the woman in the light yellow court dress flying. Bastard, who allowed you to make a move on him? An icy, bone-chilling voice suddenly rang out. Then, a familiar figure appeared at Wang Chong's side, and with a tug, Wang Chong's body came to a stop. Why did you come here for no reason? Don't you know that it's dangerous here? Marchioness Yi's face was drenched in sweat, and her hair was plastered to her face. However, she seemed to be in high spirits. Her back was straight and her eyes were bright. The Marchioness Yi before him was completely different from the one Wang Chong had seen before. She was brimming with unyielding fighting spirit. Pung! With a jab of her spear, a howling wolf pouncing over was impaled in the head by Marchioness Yi's spear before it could even react. Her movements were clean and precise. The battle on White Tiger Peak has ended, so I'm here to help. As Wang Chong spoke, he worked together with Marchioness Yi to fend off the wolves that were charging at them. White Tiger Peak has been attacked as well? A hint of astonishment flashed across Marchioness Yi's eyes, but she quickly recovered from her shock. With a cold face, she said, "Since the battle has ended, you should just stay here. What kind of joke are you playing by coming here? With your meager strength, do you think that you can be of any help? If anything were to happen to you, do you know how anxious your second sister would be? If something happens, you don't know how anxious your second sister will be." At the same time, the purple spear in her hand was also moving at an incredible speed. With a casual flick, it created more than a dozen illusions. Pooh! A Gogrian warrior was caught off guard, and a golden spear tip could be vaguely seen amidst the green halo of thorns. Pooh! A Gogrian warrior didn't react in time, and was pierced cleanly through his heart. His corpse flew a dozen zhang away before falling down the cliff. This woman really hasn't changed at all. Even though this wasn't his first time seeing Marchioness Yi in action, Wang Chong still couldn't help but be impressed. Marchioness Yi's fighting style was extremely simple, devoid of any unnecessary movements. All of her movements were simple, but they were lethal. It was impossible for an ordinary cultivator to learn from her. That's weird. Why did these people suddenly become so weak? Marchioness Yi's perplexed voice sounded by Wang Chong's ear. Her beautiful eyebrows were knitted together tightly. As a true martial realm expert, Marchioness Yi's intuition and perception far surpassed that of an ordinary cultivator. The Gogrian warriors before her were flustered and flustered, giving her a completely different feeling from when they were locked in a stalemate previously. Marchioness E simply couldn't understand what was going on. Hearing those words, Wang Chong only chuckled. The debuff from the bane of the battlefield was only applied to others, but it didn't affect him at all. At the very least, at this moment, Wang Chong didn't notice any debuff on him. Marchioness E, help me! Wang Chong's gaze suddenly fell on a Gogrian soldier amidst the retreating crowd. Beneath his feet, a white ripple could be seen clearly. Hong Long! Wang Chong and Marchioness E dashed forward, their spear and sword stabbing into the soldier's body simultaneously. Congratulations to user for killing 5 soldiers of the Goguryeo Empire. A familiar voice sounded by Wang Chong's ear, and in the air, a huge ripple spread outward once more. At the same time, the bane of the battlefield halo in Wang Chong's body also grew significantly stronger. 5 now. Wang Chong's spirits were lifted and he was overjoyed. The bane of the battlefield aura could only be upgraded by killing the soldiers of opposing countries. Most of the soldiers in the army were in the true martial realm and possessed the halo of thorns. Given Wang Chong's strength, under normal circumstances, he wouldn't even be able to fight them one-on-one. However, with a true martial realm expert cooperating with him, the situation was different. At this moment, the Gogrian soldiers were exhausted, and they were all injured. Furthermore, under the influence of his halo, this was the best opportunity for him to upgrade the bane of the battlefield halo. Pooh! The 6th. The 7th. Thus, Wang Chong chose those who were alone, exhausted of origin energy, injured, and flustered. As for those who were in peak condition, he didn't touch a single one of them. Wang Chong wasn't greedy. With the bane of the battlefield halo, Wang Chong's contribution was unmatched by anyone else on Vermilion Bird Peak. Xiao! All of a sudden, a piercing whistle sounded, and a strong sense of danger rose in Wang Chong's heart. Wang Chong's body tensed up. A wolf fang arrow, harnessed with destructive might, was flying toward him. Not good, a Turkic master archer. Wang Chong's face warped in shock. Without any hesitation, he executed the single consecutive slash and dodged to the side. But a moment later, before Wang Chong could make his move, the most unexpected thing occurred. Pung! In the blink of an eye, a crimson arrow as thick as a pinky flew over from the top of Vermilion Bird Peak, knocking the wolf fang arrow above Wang Chong's head away. Hong Long, a powerful gust of wind blew down from the sky, causing Wang Chong's robe to flutter wildly. Seeing this sight, Wang Chong was dumbfounded. Chapter 216. Those are the experts that Princess Ni Huang brought from the royal palace. Without such capabilities, how do you think we managed to last so long? By the way, the one who sent you flying with a kick was Princess Ni Huang's maid. Princess Ni Huang's temper isn't too good, so it's best for you to keep your distance from her. Marchioness E seemed to know what Wang Chong was thinking, and she replied without turning her head. The spear in her hand moved swiftly like a shuttle, sending a few wolves charging down the mountain flying. The tip of the spear pierced through the eyes of the wolves and out from the back of their heads. No matter how the wolves tried to dodge, the spear would still pierce through them and send them flying in the same manner. Princess Ni Huang? Hearing Marchioness Yi's words, Wang Chong was taken aback. Making use of the opening in which the wolves retreated, Wang Chong swiftly darted out. Turning around, he saw a majestic crimson halo revolving slowly on the peak of the mountain. In the darkness of the night, it seemed as though a massive flaming phoenix had appeared, a beautiful sight to behold. In that instant, Wang Chong seemed to have understood something. To think that there would be a legitimate princess of the royal family on Vermilion Bird Peak. This was something that Wang Chong didn't expect. The reason why Wang Chong came to the 3 great training camps was for the dazzling generals, so he didn't pay much attention to the princesses and princes of the royal palace. But thinking about it, there were indeed many members of the royal family who joined the 3 great training camps when it was first established. To think that there would be a princess on Vermilion Bird Peak. It's no wonder the Turks and Gogurians weren't able to obtain anything here. Wang Chong thought. The 3 great training camps strictly forbade servants and followers from entering. But from the looks of it, Princess Anai Huang wasn't bound by this rule. Wang Chong was well aware of how formidable the experts of the royal family were. Given that Princess Anai Huang had brought so many experts from the royal family into the training camps, it was no wonder the other royal families were unable to conquer the area. If Princess Anai Huang is able to bring experts from the royal family into the training camps, it means that the other royal families are able to do the same as well. In other words, this matter might not be as serious as I thought it to be. At this point, Wang Chong suddenly felt relieved. Princess Anai Huang was not the only member of the royal family in the 3 great training camps. With these people around, even if the 3 great training camps were to be ambushed while they were completely unprepared, the 3 great training camps would not be wiped out in one fell swoop. Kill! A series of battle cries shook the earth and the sky. In the distance, black shadow rabbits leapt up and swooped down, rushing over. Although they were a bit late, the Vermilion Bird Peak's Imperial Army guards and instructors still arrived at this time. Retreat! Retreat quickly! The faces of the Gogurian warriors warped in horror. Without any hesitation, they frantically fled into the mountains. Good chance! Wang Chong's eyes lit up. With a sway of his body, he activated the single-step consecutive slash and shot forward. Pu, the Wuzi steel sword pierced through the back of a panicking Gogurian warrior. Congratulations to user for killing 8 soldiers of Goguryeo Empire. Along with the voice of the Stone of Destiny, ripples of energy rippled outward. Wang Chong could clearly feel the bane of the battlefield augmenting once more. As time went by, the Gogurian warriors who were still in the midst of escaping were affected even more severely. This invisible, yet tangible, binding force made the fleeing Gogurians even more flustered. What humans feared the most was unknown power. Up till now, no one knew why their fighting prowess had fallen so drastically. Kill! With the coordination of the 2 sides, the Gogurian warriors suffered a crushing defeat. Congratulations to user for killing 9 soldiers of Goguryeo Empire. As Wang Chong's Wuzi steel sword pierced through the 9th Gogurian warrior, who failed to dodge in time, Wang Chong's bane of the battlefield augmented once more. In this short period of time, Wang Chong had already killed 9 Gogurian warriors who were either at or close to true martial realm. Under normal circumstances, given Wang Chong's strength, he wouldn't have been able to kill a single one of them. But through this battle and the strength of a group, Wang Chong managed to kill 9 of them. Marchioness E, help me gather a few men. We'll head to Black Tortoise Peak together. Seeing that the Gogurians had already retreated, Wang Chong turned to Marchioness E and said. The latter frowned slightly. If it were any other time, she would have long smacked Wang Chong down for speaking to her in such a manner. However, times had changed. Knowing that the situation at Black Tortoise Peak was urgent, this wasn't the time to be calculative over such trivial matters. Fian Donshue, you lasses, follow me to Black Tortoise Peak. Marchioness E beckoned to her back, and in the blink of an eye, 5 young ladies with auras similar to Marchioness E walked out from the crowd. Their eyes were bright and spirited, and it was clear that they weren't easy to deal with. On the other side, Wang Chong also headed to White Tiger Peak to welcome the group. He beckoned a few Imperial Army guards and instructors whom he was acquainted with, and together with Marchioness E, they swiftly headed to Black Tortoise Peak. Black Tortoise Peak was ablaze, and corpses could be seen everywhere. There were corpses of both humans and wolves, and it seemed like the Gogurians had suffered far greater losses than White Tiger Peak or Vermilion Bird Peak. Kill! Upon seeing this sight, the eyes of Wang Chong's group reddened, and they immediately charged up the mountain. At the same time, Wang Chong activated the bane of the battlefield halo to its maximum potential. Boom! The 2 forces collided, and the bane of the battlefield halo enveloped most of the Gogurian warriors. At this moment, Wang Chong's bane of the battlefield halo was much stronger than before. When the bane of the battlefield halo enveloped the crowd, chaos broke out. Due to a miscalculation of the effects of the bane of the battlefield, 8 Goguryeo warriors were killed in an instant. Congratulations to user for killing 10 soldiers of the Goguryeo Empire. 1. A huge ripple spread outward, and at this moment, Wang Chong's bane of the battlefield halo had already expanded to a radius of 400 zhang. This was an astonishing distance. Almost the entire Black Tortoise Peak was under the pressure of Wang Chong's bane of the battlefield halo. Under this chain reaction, the Goguryeo warriors on Black Tortoise Peak fell one after another. Everyone, work together and kill those fellows. A man who seemed to be the leader bellowed in Goguryeo. With a ferocious glint in his eyes, he gathered the other Goguryeo warriors to slaughter Wang Chong and the others. At that moment, a deafening howl sounded from the depths of the Chui Wei mountain range, piercing through the heavens. Upon hearing the piercing howl, the entire Black Tortoise Peak panicked. Even the Goguryeo leader had a look of unease on his face. This was the signal to retreat as promised. Hong long long, a deafening sound echoed from afar. Innumerable night birds flew into the sky in alarm. In the distance, after defeating the Goguryons, the experts of Vermilion Bird Peak and White Tiger Peak had gathered together and were making their way toward Black Tortoise Peak. Damn it! Retreat! 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 The faces of the ferocious Goguryeo warriors warped in horror. Even if they couldn't be bothered with Wang Chong and the others, they immediately fled for their lives, heading deeper into the mountains. No matter how slow they were, it was clear to the Goguryons that the operation of Vermilion Bird Peak and White Tiger Peak had failed. Without the master archers to seal the area, it was impossible for the operation to succeed. Kill. Just as the Goguryons were retreating, the entire mountain peak suddenly trembled. The Black Tortoise Peak that was empty and quiet a moment ago was suddenly filled with a large number of silhouettes, rushing down the mountain. This! Wang Chong was dumbfounded by the sight, and Marchioness Yi's eyebrows were also furrowed into a deep frown. Then, as though coming to a realization, she harumphed coldly. A bunch of cowardly turtles. To think that they would hide in the palace at such a time. It's no wonder they were assigned to Black Tortoise Peak. Her gaze swept across the group of fellows charging down the mountain with displeasure. Even if Marchioness Yi didn't understand them, she could tell that they had been hiding, waiting for someone to make a move. Wang Chong, Marchioness Yi, why are you two here? All of a sudden, a shocked voice echoed in the air. On the mountain peak, a round-faced young man in his teens dashed toward Wang Chong and the others. When he got closer, he realized that it was Wei Hao. Why are you two here? Wei Hao widened his eyes in astonishment. When he heard the commotion, he thought that the main force had arrived. He didn't expect to see Wang Chong and Marchioness Yi here. Humph, do you think everyone is like you, hiding on top of a mountain like a coward? Marchioness Yi said coldly. What coward? Don't spout nonsense. Wei Hao's face flushed red. It was one thing for others to say such words, but how could he tolerate being called a coward by a woman? We're just defending with offense. How dare you talk back to me? Are you asking for a beating? Marchioness Yi wasn't as patient as Wei Hao. Recalling how Marchioness Yi had stepped on him, a chill ran down Wei Hao's spine. He knew that this woman wasn't one to be reasoned with, and it wouldn't end well for him if he were to anger her. Thus, he quickly shut his mouth. In the distance, the Goguryeo warriors had already been chased several dozen zhang away. The Imperial Army guards and instructors of White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise Peaks were in pursuit. With the crisis at Black Tortoise Peak resolved, Wang Chong decided to stop his pursuit. Don't chase a cornered enemy. Wang Chong knew his own situation, so he didn't dare to advance recklessly. Right, Wei Hao, I saw that the entire mountain peak is on fire, and even the palaces have been burned down. How did you all defend against such a huge attack? Wang Chong suddenly asked. From afar, he thought that more than half of Black Tortoise Peak had died. However, the truth didn't seem to be the case. This piqued Wang Chong's curiosity. Hearing Wang Chong's words, even Marchioness Yi turned her gaze over. The master archers of the Turks weren't to be trifled with. Even though Wei Hao said that they were hiding in the palaces, Marchioness Yi knew that those palaces couldn't withstand the arrows of the Turks. Hearing Wang Chong's words, Wei Hao's eyebrows danced in delight. The wolf fang arrows of the Turks might be formidable, but they can't do anything to us. Don't forget, we're at Black Tortoise Peak. Almost everyone in the base has a shield. If we gather together and form a shield wall above our heads, how can we possibly get hit so easily? Shield. Chapter 217. In an instant, everyone was rendered speechless. Black Tortoise Peak didn't have Princess Ni Huang, and it wasn't as offensively oriented as White Tiger Peak. In fact, it didn't even have a master archer like Zhou Huang. However, most of them managed to survive this wave of attacks just by relying on the large shields that they had. At this moment, even the experts of Vermilion Bird Peak that Marchioness Yi had brought over felt that Wei Hao and the others were simply too lucky. Young General, that seems to be the son of the Wang clan, Wang Chong. While Wang Chong, Wei Hao, and the others were gathered together, no one noticed that on the peak of Black Tortoise Peak, a few Hu youngsters and a few Han were standing together, staring coldly at the scene below. Black Tortoise Peak was high, and from the top, one could easily see the surroundings. This included the Gogurians and Turks who were fleeing into the forest, as well as the pack of silver wolves that the Turks had ordered to stop the pursuers. The Turks and Gogurians had made quite a big move in tonight's assault. However, regardless of whether it was the Hu or the Han, none of their gazes were on the Turks and Gogurians. Instead, they were focused on Wang Chong. From the vantage point of the group, they could see the Gogurians fleeing into the forest at an incredible speed, as though a flock of beasts. However, none of their attention was on them. Instead, their gazes were on Wang Chong, Marchioness Yi, and Wei Hao. That lad sure is lucky. White Tiger Peak is located in the west, closest to the capital. As such, it's the direction that the Turks and Gogurians prioritize. Yet, that lad is still alive. The young Hu leader next to the bonfire indifferently said. Origin energy pulsed around him, and a green halo of thorns slowly revolved around him. Countless wolf fang arrows fell around him, but none of them were able to get close. That night, for many people, was a night of nightmares and fright. But to the group by the bonfire, this was nothing more than a small game. Whether it was the Gogurian Condor archers or the Turkic master archers, no matter how dense the rain of arrows was, not a single one of them could threaten them. The reason was simple. There had never been a single sharpshooter squad in the world that could threaten the true Tongluo people. The Tongluo were the best cavalry in the world, and they were the cavalry least afraid of bow and arrow. As the second son of the Hu great General Abusi, Abu Tong had been adept at catching arrows with his bare hands ever since he was young. Even when blindfolded, he was still able to do so. From start to finish, the Black Tortoise Peak's wolf fang arrows could not threaten him at all. Young General, now is the time of chaos. Should we, beside Abu Tong, a Tongluo youngster made a slashing motion with a vicious glint in his eyes. Wang Chong's memorial discussing the Hu and Han had long been viewed as a thorn in the flesh by all the Hu. Countless who wanted to cut down Wang Chong's blade, and this was clearly a good opportunity. No! Unexpectedly, Abu Tong waved his hands and rejected the offer without any hesitation. If I'm not wrong, the woman beside him should be little Marchioness Yi. She's the only descendant of the only Marchioness in the Tang dynasty. In the Tang dynasty, those who are able to become officials and command troops as women are all lunatic. And that woman over there is a lunatic among lunatics. Even I don't have the confidence to forcefully make her stay. If the operation fails, we'll be left with an opportunity, and that will be disadvantageous to us," Abutong said. Clearly, he was fearful of Marchioness Yi. Marchioness Yi was different from Wang Chong. She was a true expert. If a woman was also famous in the capital, "But young general, are we just going to let this matter rest?" a Tongluo youth said with an unwilling expression. The Tongluo people had always been proud of their wolf-like nature, and they took pride in their aggressiveness. Swallowing their pride wasn't their style. Let this matter rest? How can that be? Why would I run to this Kunwu training camp instead of Shenwei training camp? There's still a long way to go, and there'll be plenty of opportunities to deal with that Wang Chong in the future. Abutong sneered coldly. Flinging his sleeves, he ignored Wang Chong and walked into the main hall of Black Tortoise Peak. The battle at Azure Dragon Peak ended shortly after Black Tortoise Peak. By the time Wang Chong and the others arrived at Azure Dragon Peak, the Gogurians and Turks had already received the news and left. Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise, the 4 divisions of Kunwu training camp, were closely linked to one another, and the purpose of the 4 divisions was to watch out for one another. In truth, the battle had already ended the moment White Tiger Peak broke the stalemate. No matter how indignant the Gogurians and Turks were, they had no choice but to leave. It's finally over. At the foot of Azure Dragon Peak, Wang Chong's face was pale as he lowered his body and panted heavily. After fighting for so long, he had expended quite a bit of his origin energy and stamina. If not for the bane of the battlefield augmenting the prowess of every Gogurian warrior he killed, Wang Chong wouldn't have been able to last so long. But now that everything was finally over, all that was left was to clean up the mess. A gust of wind blew across the pitch-black sky. While Wang Chong, Marchioness Yi Wei Hao, and the others were clearing the corpses on the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise Peaks, none of them knew that a pair of eyes was silently observing them from the depths of the darkness. Observing the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise camps, as well as the entire Kunwu training camp. No one knew how long he had been standing there, but without a doubt, from the start to the end, not a single thing had escaped his eyes. "Are you ready?" In the darkness, that person stood on a boulder with his hands behind his back and asked. His voice was cold and authoritative, devoid of any emotion. In the darkness of the night, the faint starlight shone on his body, vaguely reflecting the shape of the armor of the Tang dynasty. "We're ready." The Feathered Forest, Imperial Forest, Soaring Serpent, Mirage Dragon, and Black Tortoise are all ready. None of the Turk master archers, Gogurian warriors, and Turk wolves will be able to escape. In the darkness, a young figure knelt on the ground respectfully, but the words he spoke were earth-shattering. If Wang Chong were here, he would surely be shocked. The Feathered Forest, Imperial Forest, Soaring Serpent, Mirage Dragon, and Black Tortoise were all Imperial Army soldiers of the Royal Palace. All along, Wang Chong and the others thought that the news of this night assault had been sealed off by the Turk master archers. But from the looks of it now, it seemed like the Royal Palace had long known about it. Very good. Send down the order, kill everyone, leave no one alive. Especially those master archers, don't let a single one escape. Since the Eastern and Western Turkic Khaganate and Goguryeo have sent so many master archers and condor shooters, it would be inexcusable of us to turn them down. That person said coldly, and there was a hint of coldness in his voice. If Zhao Qianxiu were here, he would surely be shocked. That was because the person before him was the one who told him that he would return to the capital to report to the Holy Emperor. Yet, he didn't return to the royal palace. Instead, he chose to hide here. The order was swiftly passed down. In the surroundings, shrouded in the darkness, in a place where no one could see, another battle was underway. This battle was far more violent and swift than the night assault. There was no stalemate, nor was there a prolonged battle. It was a one-sided massacre. Perhaps it shouldn't be called a battle. More accurately, it was a harvest that had been prepared beforehand. Lord, aren't we being a little too cruel? Finally, after the order was passed down, the young figure kneeling on the ground could not help but speak. Cruel. On the protruding rock of the towering mountain peak, the person was slightly startled, as if he didn't understand. 100 master archers and several hundred Gogrian warriors. Actually, all of this could have been avoided. Why didn't we inform them of the news we received? Those students are still children, and they aren't at the age to step onto the battlefield. Aren't we being a little too cruel to them? The young figure said. Only those who were deeply involved in the battle would understand what kind of battle it was. Even though this ambush had caught many people off guard, resulting in them suffering heavy losses in an instant, they still suffered heavy casualties. In the battle that followed, there were many casualties as well. The Gogurians and Turks had made their move discreetly, and they had planned it for a long time. The timing they chose wasn't too bad either. But to the Tang dynasty, this operation wasn't that secretive. The 3 great training camps were only 20 li away from the capital, and the furthest one was only 40 li away. With such a short distance, how could the capital not know of it? From the very start, this ambush wasn't a secret at all. Even though the Turks had been extremely careful, spending a lot of time and effort to sneak the grassland wolves through the northern checkpoint, they still weren't able to escape the eyes and ears of the royal court. Even so, the royal court didn't seem to intend to expose them. Not only did they not stop them, they even allowed the Turks and Gogurians to infiltrate the 3 great training camp. Are you pitying them? In the darkness, that person asked emotionlessly. Yes. The young figure replied with gritted teeth. Have you heard of the death quota for the 3 great training camps? That person asked. 1. In the darkness, the young figure was confused for a moment before he suddenly thought of something. His body trembled, and he abruptly raised his head. Lord, do you mean that? You can't possibly think that I can make the decision on such a huge matter alone, right? That person said. Lord, do you mean that the Holy Emperor, on the ground? The young figure's face paled. It's good that you understand. There is a death quota for the 3 great training camps, and as long as the quota is exceeded, we will appear immediately. And now, the casualties are still within the range of the death quota. Chapter 2:18. In this night raid, Kunwu 4 camps, Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise, had lost at least 50 men each. It would only be more, not less. The other 2 great training camps, Longwei and Shinwei, were in a similar situation as well. In total, the 3 great training camps had lost at least 600 men. With so many casualties, it was no wonder that the losses were severe. Yet, the Lord before him said that this number was still within the range of the death quota. In that instant, the young man felt a completely different feeling. The existence of the death quota wasn't a secret in the 3 great training camp. All along, he thought that the death quota would only be 2 or 3, or at most 20 to 30. But at this moment, he realized that he had severely underestimated this name list. He did not know why, but when he heard those words from the Lord he respected, he suddenly felt an incomparable fear in his heart. The might of the heavens was fearsome. This was the only thought in his mind. What the royal court needs are wolves, not sheep. On this point, His Majesty and I share the same thought. War isn't a game. This night raid might seem cruel in your eyes, but in the eyes of His Majesty and I, it's already the greatest mercy. From the darkness, the Lord's voice sounded. Several hundred master archers, several hundred Gogrian warriors, and a few Turkic wolves in the northern plains. This little bit of strength is insignificant in the face of the true cruelty of the battlefield. If they can't survive this night raid, they will be even less likely to survive on the larger and crueler battlefield in the future. At the very least, dying here is better than dying on the battlefield in the future. At the very least, their corpses will remain intact. The sooner they understand this, the better it will be for them. This is also the reason why His Majesty and I allowed them to sneak into the 3 great training camps and launch an attack despite knowing about this night attack. Even though the 3 great training camps have lost 500 to 600 students, in the future, there will be even more who will survive because of them. This is the first lesson that His Majesty and I are going to teach them. The Lord's voice was calm and composed. From start to finish, it felt as though he had everything under control. Do you know that Zhao Qianqiu obtained 12 tigers from His Majesty to teach his students a lesson? Ah! The latter looked surprised. This is the fierce tiger that we gave to the students, that person said with a meaningful tone. The young figure was finally speechless. Report. In the midst of the silence, a rustling sound suddenly came from the forest. In the blink of an eye, an imperial army general dressed in heavy armor walked out from the dense shrubs. A thick, murderous aura emanated from his body. The mountain breeze blew past. Before he even got close, the 2 of them could smell the thick stench of blood on his body. Reporting to the 2 lords, all of the Gogurians and Turks have been eliminated. Other than a single Gogurian who managed to escape our encirclement, none of the others survived. The commander of the Imperial Army who appeared later knelt on one knee on the ground. His voice was sonorous and forceful. Drops of thick blood gathered from the gaps in his armor and dripped onto the grass. The battle ended much faster than anyone could have imagined. Under the combined might of 6 Imperial Army members, there was no one who could have survived. The Gogurians and Turk master archers didn't even have the chance to launch a proper attack before they were annihilated. To think that he still managed to escape. In the darkness, the person on the boulder suddenly let out a long sigh. But it only took an instant for him to regain his senses. Pass down my order to clean up all traces of the battle. We mustn't leave any traces behind, including bloodstains. We mustn't let anyone know that we made a move here. Yes, Lord. The Imperial Army General quickly responded and left. Li Tong, you should leave as well. Inform His Majesty that that person has already escaped. He turned his head and looked at the young man still kneeling on the ground. It was Li Tong. But Lord, we haven't confirmed it yet, right? Li Tong lifted his head. Only he knew that other than exterminating the Turks and Gogurians, the mission tonight was to capture an important person. That person was still able to escape from the encirclement of 6 Imperial Army members. Do you think that an ordinary person is capable of such a feat? There's no need to look anymore. That person has already escaped. That Gogurian sure is cunning. The commander on the boulder said as he swiftly left, disappearing from sight. Behind him, Li Tong hesitated for a moment before leaving as well. The entire mountain peak was empty, and a gentle breeze blew past. To the people of the 3 great training camps, what had happened here was bound to be a secret. No one would know of the appearance of the 6 Imperial Army members. Even more so, no one would know that these 3 people had appeared here. Pung! A huge wolf corpse with a hideous appearance fell straight down the cliff in a straight line in the wild wind. At the foot of the mountain, corpses were piled up like a mountain. The azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise were piled with corpses. If they weren't dealt with quickly, the stench of corpses would spread, and within 3 days, these mountains would become uninhabitable. The battle had already ended, but there was still a long way to go. At this moment, everyone was busy dealing with the corpses, including Wang Chong and Wei Hao. Even Marchioness Yi and the other ladies had joined in. Wang Chong, don't you find those women terrifying? Amidst the crowd, Wei Hao nudged Wang Chong lightly with his elbow and whispered. Wang Chong followed Wei Hao's gaze and saw Marchioness Yi and the others. You must be tired of living. If they hear you, you'll suffer. Think about how Marchioness Yi would stab you with her spear. It can't be that you want to be stabbed by her, right? Wang Chong chuckled. Wei Hao's face turned cold. Recalling how Marchioness Yi and the others were able to kill them with their spears, he felt goosebumps rising all over his body. Bastard! How dare you scare me? But soon, Wei Hao recovered from his shock and knocked into Wang Chong. He who asked you to be so spineless? You left me alone in the day. Wang Chong said. You can't blame me for that. Didn't I lose to them? Upon hearing Wang Chong's words, Wei Hao immediately felt embarrassed. Wang Chong didn't hold it against Wei Hao. Instead, he raised his head and glanced at Marchioness Yi and the others. At the same time, Wang Chong fell into deep thought. Even though Wei Hao described Marchioness Yi and the others as savage, arrogant, and fearless, that wasn't how Wang Chong felt. Even though they were clearing the corpses like the others, it was clear from their expressions that they were extremely uncomfortable. In fact, they were even on the verge of throwing the corpses away. This was a stark contrast to their image as war goddesses. Just as he was deep in thought, Wang Chong suddenly caught sight of something that made his heart skip a beat. Wei Hao, wait a moment. Put the corpses down. Wang Chong suddenly stopped Wei Hao. Why? Are you interested in corpses as well? Wei Hao had a teasing look on his face. Chi la. However, Wang Chong didn't play around with Wei Hao. Instead, he walked over, grabbed the black pants of the Gogrian warrior, and tore it forcefully. Chi la. In the next instant, a bizarre tattoo appeared on the right leg of the Gogrian warrior. Upon seeing this tattoo, Wei Hao's expression also warped. Putting away his playful thoughts, he put down the corpse and walked over. It was a circular tattoo, and within it was a snake and a golden crow. The scaled snake was at the bottom, and the golden crow was at the top. When their eyes met, there was an indescribably bizarre feeling. This is the symbol of some power? Wei Hao's reaction wasn't slow either. Wang Chong didn't say a word. Instead, he stared intently at the symbol as a thought flashed through his mind. He recognized this symbol. Initially, Wang Chong thought that this night assault was just a simple alliance between the Gogurians and Turks to probe the three great training camps and lower the morale of the Tang dynasty. But upon seeing this symbol, Wang Chong realized that his thinking was too simple. King Sojurim. Looking at the bizarre tattoo, a name flashed across Wang Chong's mind. Even though the Eastern and Western Turkic Khaganate and Uzun had attracted all of the attention of the Tang dynasty, the Gogrian Empire in the East had never let up on its intelligence gathering on the Tang dynasty. And King Sojurim was Goguryeu's spy king in the Tang dynasty, a thorn that Gogrian King Yun-Gaesaman had planted in the Central Plains. Even though he wasn't of noble birth, it was rumored that Gogrian King Yun-Gaesaman had conferred him as a member of the royal family, and the title King Sojurim was coined by Yun-Gaesaman. From this, it could be seen how highly the king regarded him. And this golden crow and snake tattoo was the symbol of his subordinate. Even though his job was to gather intelligence, King Sojurim's deeds in the capital were far more than that. Sabotage, assassinations, anything that could damage the Tang dynasty and benefit Gogrian, he would do them all. His most infamous deed was the assassination of a high-ranking official of the Central Plains. Almost all of the officials in the royal court who had advocated for war against Gogrian had been assassinated by him. This assassination wasn't limited to the person in question, but the maids, servants, women, and children in the residence as well. Censor Tang Zhao, who had advocated for war against Gogrian, died in his hands. Not a single person in the residence was spared. This incident had once caused a huge uproar in the Tang dynasty 8 years ago. Even though the royal court was infuriated, and many of the Gogrian spies were captured and executed. However, the mastermind behind the assassination, King Sojurim, was never caught. The reason was simple. No one had seen him before, and no one knew what he looked like. Even the name King Sojurim was only known through bribing the officials of the Gogrian Empire. As for his appearance, no one knew anything at all. All they knew was that he was fluent in the language of the Central Plains, and he was extremely familiar with the Tang dynasty, just like a Han. Even if they were to meet face to face, it would be impossible to tell whether he was a Han or a Gogrian. To think that it would be him,